Why is it that every time someone wants to criticize Mamdani, it immediately comes back to the Jews and the anti-Israel movement instead of actually talking about his viewpoints, which is that he wants to make
Jews. You just said it. You always do that. We say Israel, you say Jews. We say Israel is a government. Please don't make it about Jewish Americans. And you come back and go, you have to make it about Jewish Americans. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?
Is Israel a Jewish state? Yes or no?
Yeah. First of all, okay, so Saudi Arabia is a Muslim state, and you can criticize it all day long, all day long. There's no special protection
because
for
what you're doing is you're decoding language
that calls themselves
American
a Jewish state or a Muslim state.
And to say that we should not be here and we should not be in existence, and that you would be happy for other people like Mamdani to use it.
I want Israel to be safe.
Nothing of the sort.
Nonsense. You're totally lying. It's very normal for a Miller to be completely and utterly lying.
Quite frankly, I'm really sick and tired of this racist, bigoted rhetoric that comes from people like you against my husband, against my family, and my children. I am raising Jewish children in this country.
Who brought your children into this? What a weirdo.
Piers, I'm going to be done with this if you're going to allow racist and bigoted attacks against one of your commentators just for the sake that he will not
hang on.
Speaking.
Casey, to be clear, Casey, to be clear,
he inserted a line that says the Miller's lie. Is that not coded language for therefore we are Jewish? Come on, Piers, where are you?
What?
Where are you standing?
God, you're so
Casey,
pathetic.
if I can speak.
Everything's your shield.
If I can speak, listen.
Fire him, cancel him, America. Oh my God, Israel's feelings have been hurt. Why don't you work for this country?
All right, can we try and get
this country?
Yeah, you are a guest on my show, and I appreciate you coming on the show, and I like you coming on the show.
And I'm saying the two other guests on your show are welcome to participate in these anti-Semitic attacks that is so permeating on CNN and MSNBC.
This is so ridiculous. I'm sorry. I have to jump in here. Somebody criticizing you personally is not an anti-Semitic attack. If somebody says that you are lying, that is not an attack on Jews. That is an attack on you. And just stop hiding behind identity. This is all the snowflake behavior that the right is supposedly criticizing the left for, that you're simply repeating here. Yes, Stephen Miller is a destructive force in American society. That is not an attack on Jews. That is no reference to his identity. This is an attack on him individually, and just deal with the merits of this case.
It's the homeless left with Matt Weinglass and co-host Craig Pasta Jardula and Jay Scott. Episode 143. These are scary times. With special guest, We the People's Party candidate for New York Governor, Larry Sharpe. A real fake news update. And an all-new top censored news of the week. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
All right, here we go. Welcome, everyone, to the Homeless Left. I'm Matt Weinglass. We have a great show for you guys today. This is your non-tribal approach to news channel. We're here with you guys all afternoon. Great lineup today. We have our co-hosts coming in here, Jay Scott, Craig Pasta, Jardula will be in here a little later. A lot of stuff to cover, but we're really excited about our first guest, our big guest today. We're going to have a great conversation with Larry Sharpe. He's running again for New York governor, bringing his insight as a third-party candidate. We're going to be talking about We the People's Party. As you guys know, we've been having that discussion on the show. Jay Scott's been essential in that discussion. That's why today's interview is going to be so awesome. We're actually going to be doing that interview very soon here. I just wanted to welcome everybody to all of our platforms right now. Rumble is the one that's been kind of our go-to. And you guys know that, the one that they don't pull the plug on. We're living in an age of censorship. We're living in an age of surveillance. There's certainly surveillance going on all the platforms, but at least we got to give a little credit to Rumble for not pulling the plug on us. That's important to at least point out the distinction. So this is us on Rumble, the Homeless Left. As you guys know that's been watching our show, you guys know that the YouTube channel, the Homeless Left, no longer exists. We were told our conversations were too dangerous for the community at Google/YouTube. So we started a new one. This is the new one. THL Presents. We are on YouTube. We got monetized. I don't know how we did that. We could probably lose this channel any moment, but please go follow it. Watch it there if you're not on Rumble right now. We're also on X, both my personal Matt Weinglass, the Homeless Left. We're starting a new Facebook up right now. It actually just got approved. We're going to hopefully get a StreamYard stream as well through there as well. We're not there live yet, but please follow us on Facebook, and you can always show us our support on the locals.com support. We really appreciate it. You guys, we're going to have Leslie in later as well. We're going to be doing some talking back. That means we respond to your comments throughout the show, and we do it live on the show, and you guys can cut to the front of the line if you're able to do a Rumble rant on Rumble, or as you guys know that are regular YouTubers, you know about Super Chats. You'll get to the front of the line. We will engage with you today and make sure that you get heard, because that's what this is about. It's not just about us entertaining you, edutainment, giving you guys something to fill your time with and, get excited about. You also have to go out there and have these conversations as well. That's why we upload these videos on our channels, all on Rumble. They're all on Rumble. Like I said, they don't take them down on Rumble. So you can always refer to the conversations independently, share those out with people, start conversations with people that maybe you fell apart from, friends, family members, coworkers. Now's the time to engage them with whatever you think is going to spark their interest, planting seeds. That's what we do. A non-tribal approach to news is what we're about. That means we take off our tribal glasses and we put on our critical thinking hats again. It's been a long time, but we got them back. We've had the skills the whole time. We never lost them. We just got distracted, but we're ready to do it again. And again, we're ready for this exciting show today. Thank you guys for coming in today. The Homeless Left, we're ready to go. Let's go ahead and bring in our co-host, Jay Scott, and we'll introduce our guest. Here we go. Jay, welcome back. Here we are.
What's going on, Matt? Happy Thursday. Excited to be back and to have this conversation today, because I've been speaking about the We the People Party for a while, and now we have one of our premier national candidates, Larry Sharpe, who's running for governor of New York. So it's going to be an exciting show.
And I will pass it to you, but I forgot to say happy Halloween to everyone. We're calling this episode we're living in scary times, so it kind of lines up with the theme. So have a safe Halloween, everybody, throughout this weekend. But I'm gonna go ahead and pass it to you, Jay. You want to introduce our guest?
Yeah, sure. So Larry Sharpe has ran for governor for New York multiple times under the Libertarian ticket. Now he has joined the We the People Party, so it'll be a dual ticket with both the Libertarians as well as We the People. So he has some amazing ideas. I'm a big fan of his policy of encouraging the growth of hemp so we can replace some of the microplastics that are polluting the environment right now with some biodegradable hemp materials. I love how he's talking about getting the government contracts that are going to multinationals, to small and medium-sized businesses in the state. So he has some really great ideas. And the Homeless Left, we're about finding common ground with people. So even though I come a little bit, I come from the left on a lot of economic issues, I'm still able to find common ground with people when there is common ground to be found. And right now, with everything going on in the country, I feel like it's more important than ever to reach out to the other side. So that's why I'm excited about this conversation.
All right. Well, without further ado, let's go ahead and bring in New York governor candidate for 2026, Larry Sharpe. Welcome to the Homeless Left, Larry.
How are you guys? Hope you can hear me well.
We got you loud and clear.
Nice.
Thanks for taking the time, being with us here on the show. And we're in a space that we love these conversations. As Jay said right before we brought you in, this is what we do. We align on common ground. We don't have to agree on everything, but understand that we're all coming from a good, honest place, and that these discussions we're having, they're not dangerous. We've been told that words are violence, but no, we need to have these discussions and support each other, even if we disagree on stuff. I would
argue the exact opposite. And what I'm saying is, when people don't have an ability to discuss, to talk, they resort to violence. The reason why we have so many people moving that is because they feel like there's no other option. When someone resorts to violence, they are literally saying to themselves, this seems to be the best answer for me right now. That's what they're actually saying. And in most cases, when it comes to mass violence, the mass violence actually, while it is murder, obviously, at its core, it's a public suicide. And you have to understand that it's true. It's a surrender is what it actually is. When you give young men particularly, but everyone, but in this case, violence is often young men. When you give young men no purpose, when you give them no reason to do something, they surrender. And how do they surrender? They either check out, as about 8 to 10 million young men have already done so across our country. They're not going for work. They're not looking for relationships. They're not making families. They've checked out, or they resort to violence. And they think the answer is becoming a martyr somehow. Years ago, I was on Rogan in 2018. Back then, I told him that the answer is what's killing our children is not guns, is not violence, is not words. It is three things. It is lack of purpose, lack of community, and loneliness. That's what's killing our young people. That's really the death knell. If we change that, the rest will come. These conversations allow people to say, hey, I want to fix things. And Jay is exactly right. When you have a left and right paradigm the way we have it now, there's no way to get together and have a single issue coalition, right? So whether you're, if the left says hemp is good, the right must say it's bad. If the right says hemp is good, the left must say it's bad. There's no way to create a single issue coalition. But when you have a We the People party, a libertarian party, insert other party that says, hey, wait a minute, we just want to push this one issue. Both sides can coalesce on that one party to get the one issue done.
Yeah, that's how organizing is supposed to work. And it's crazy that we grew up in a society that told us to, like you're saying, get on your team, be against what the other side is saying. And we see it with every issue that you think would be important. And we saw it mostly with I think anti-war was the thing, and where I can align with Jay. And we came from a place of the left where we thought that party aligned with those values. And then it turns out they don't. And then the other side, we said, oh, well, maybe the right does. Well, they don't also. No. So they pick and choose. Like you said, it's a what are they doing? We're going to do the opposite, but nobody's acting out of principles. Is that something that we're talking about now that we're, having this discussion? How do you bring principles back into the discussion? Yeah. It's exactly like this, running on these two different parties. Yeah.
Anti-war is only in independent parties right now. It doesn't exist in the main parties. Right. They have nice rhetoric, right? Like their war is the good war, but the other war is the bad war, right? So the war that they like, that's the war you should like. The other war, the other guy, well, that's the bad war. So that's how that works. We're the only ones saying, how about we stop bombing people? How about we just stop bombing? I mean, that would be how about we stop supporting others bombing people? Why don't we just either stop bombing people and stop supporting others bombing people? How about that? And I think you're right. That's the third party is the only place that goes. I would argue against the principle piece. Let me explain why. Principles are wonderful, but if I can't pay my rent, I don't care. If I can't start my family, I don't care. Remember, people beg for authoritarianism because they're unhappy. Happy people don't beg for either some socialist dictator or some fascist dictator or some communist dictator or some monarchist dictator or whatever dictator you want. They don't beg for that. They don't beg for a strong man unless they're unhappy, right? So happy people gets rid of authoritarianism. So we have to work on that core piece. If we can make people happier. Look, our founding documents, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. They knew it back then. It was right back then. It's right now. The problem is we're working on only fear. So principles are nice, but what I actually want is answers. I want someone, because here's the problem. When I'm drowning and someone puts their hand out and says, hey, I'm going to help, I grab that hand. I don't care what's on that armband. If it's a hammer and sickle, okay. If it's a swastika, okay. I don't care what's on that armband. It doesn't matter if there's no armband at all. I don't care. Someone's grabbing a hand to pull me out of the water. I take the hand. We have to start taking the hand of people and bringing them forward in different ways with different answers. If we have, this is why Mamdani is popular in New York City. You may not like Mamdani, you may love Mamdani, but here's the reality. I've interviewed him on my show before. He's my assemblyman. I know him, right? He's a nice guy. I disagree with a lot of his. I agree with his outcomes. I don't always agree with the way he gets there, but the reality is he does have answers. Cuomo has no answers. No one else has answers, right? Eric Adams has been running our city for 4 years. No answers. Nothing's getting better. So here comes Mamdani and says, I got an answer. I'll freeze your rent. People go, oh, okay. I'll give you free buses. Okay. Hey, Cuomo, what you got? Mamdani's bad. Okay, that's not paying my rent. Well, socialism bad. That doesn't pay my rent. Oh, yep. And then Mamdani says, I'll freeze the rent. That pays my rent. Okay, I'm gonna listen to Mamdani. And it's grossly that simple when it comes to people being in trouble.
Yeah, no, and it's the fact that he can even just run on these things is such a huge leap. It shows how low the bar has been set.
Correct.
Because we know that the Democratic Party up until now, and Mamdani seems to be a little bit of an exception, at least on how he runs his campaign. He's actually talking about these things where we had the entire party not even mentioning anything they're going to do other than Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad for the last decade. So it is a breath of fresh air. How can we So I guess I would say this. He's talking about these things. Does that mean they're actually going to be happening? Or is it just good enough for New Yorkers just to feel good that he's actually saying things that are connected?
New Yorkers don't care. Someone put a hand out, they're going to grab it.
Yeah.
That's what I just said. They don't care. Most of them, to be forward, don't know how it gets done. The average New Yorker doesn't know how the system works. They're living their life. They're not sitting there saying, will that work through the assembly or the Senate? The average New Yorker isn't doing that. Is that a governor? Is that a governor or a mayor? Does that work through the city council? The average New Yorker goes, can I just go to work and spend time with my kids? That's what the average New Yorker thinks. So they don't care. To be full with you, the odds of them getting most of that done depend on only one thing. How scared is Kathy Hochul? That's it. Kathy Hochul does not care about Mamdani. She doesn't care about New York City. She never has. She wouldn't know a good policy if it bit her in the ass. She has no idea what it is. She has no concept. She knows how to spend money and give jobs to her friends, and she's very good at that. And that's why she's in power. She is the ring giver. She is the job giver. That's what she does very well. If that will keep her in power, the right always screams things like, Kathy Hochul's a Marxist. She's a communist. She's none of that. She is a mainstream corporate Democrat who would become communist if it got her elected, she'd become a Republican tomorrow if it got her elected. She wouldn't care. She just wants to stay elected. That's what matters. So if people push her to support Mamdani, which they did, which is why she showed up at his event, and she hopes she doesn't get primaried from the left, if she is worried, she will be more leftist. She will help Mamdani. If not, she will backstab him, stop him in every way. The problem with New York City, most people don't know, New York City is the only major city in the entire country. I think in the entire country, every city that is actually in more than one county. Every other city is within one county, right? Los Angeles within Los Angeles County, right? They're all within their own county. Chicago's within Cook County, is that right? I think that's correct, but it's one county. New York City's 5 counties. Why does that matter? That means the governor has more power because it's multi-county. So the governor has more power in New York City than the mayor does in many cases. Not just that, our infrastructure crosses into other states. Our bridges and tunnels go to MTA and such. They go to Connecticut. They go to New Jersey, which means our president has say in it, which is one of the reasons why Trump had say in congestion pricing, because it crosses states. So Mamdani has a lot of ideas. Many of them can't be put into place unless he has help. That's what Cuomo's been saying. It hasn't worked because nobody cares. They care that somebody has an answer and they're grabbing his hand. They don't care, Matt. Your question is a valid question. And I'm telling you, if they're not afraid, he will get nothing done. If they are afraid, he will get some things done. They will do just what's enough that they believe will keep them in power. That's all they can. Remember, a Republican has not won a statewide election, meaning across the entire state, senator, governor, AG, in my state, in 23 years. And the state's getting bluer, not redder, as people leave the state and go to Florida and Texas and Tennessee. They leave. So there is zero chance of a Republican winning in a statewide election. Now, locally, Republicans win all the time. But statewide election, impossible in my state, will never happen. That's a fantasy. And Hochul knows that. So what is she worried about? She's worried about a challenge from the left, not from the right. And Mamdani shows you this. New York City has been a disaster since COVID, right? It's been a disaster. So you think, well, great. That means New Yorkers now will go vote Republican. They'll vote for Curtis Sliwa. No, they hate Republicans. It's 6-1 in my city, Democrats, Republican. Where I live in Queens, I live in Queens. Mamdani is my assemblyman. The Republicans don't even run a candidate. There's no candidate. Mamdani wins 99-1. 1% is write-ins. That's Joseph Stalin numbers. That's Kim Jong-un numbers, right? Saddam Hussein would be like, damn, you got those numbers? Like Saddam Hussein would be jealous if he was alive right now. That's how good Mamdani gets numbers. So That's the issue. When New Yorkers get upset, they go further left. They don't go further right.
That's a great point. And, just to add to what you were saying, in addition to, Kathy's power, the Democrat and Republican parties, the way they're all set up, there's a ton of power concentrated on the state committees and the boards that influence those committees. So that brings me to my next question, actually, perfectly. So, what makes the We the People Party different from other third parties, in your opinion, and what made you decide to join it while still retaining your libertarian affiliation?
There were several reasons. There were tactical reasons. There were ideological reasons. And there's future reasons. There's many. The future reason, we need multiple parties in New York State. We have to have them. We don't. And it's so bad that the Republicans and Democrats are the only real parties in my state. It might go, Larry, but there's a conservative party and a working families party. They are puppet parties. They simply do whatever the big boys say. If you think I'm wrong, you cannot find them support another governor or president candidate in 40 years. They just follow whatever Republicans and Democrats do. They just copy them, right? So now I got to go one step further. Last year, 2024, New York State was the only state in the entire union that did not have an independent candidate on the ballot. The only one, none. Some states had 4, 5, 6, 7. We had 0. In 2022, it was the first time we didn't have independents on the ballot for a governor race in almost 100 years. First time. Now you might say, why does that matter? Because in New York State, the only way you can become a party for state law is through a governor or presidential candidate. So they have set the rules up to ensure there cannot be any other political parties in New York State, because that's the only, we could win a Senate seat. Doesn't matter. We can control the assembly. Does not matter. You are not a political party in New York State by New York State election law unless you have a presidential and or gubernatorial candidate that gets a certain amount of signatures and a certain amount of votes. Otherwise, you're not a party. They have literally outlawed all parties except Republican and Democrat. Now you might go, well, there's still a choice. As I said, that New York City is 6-1 Democrat Republican. New York State is 3-1 Democrat Republican. We now have a one-party state, which means if you lean left, you don't get what you want because the establishment always wins. They know you're going to vote for them. Go to hell. If you lean right, they literally tell you to leave. I'm not joking. Cuomo, his words, he said, there is no room for conservatives in my state. Kathy Hochul said, if you vote Republican, you are anti-American and anti-woman, and you should get on a bus and go to Florida. Look it up. She said those words. That's what she said. So now we have a one-party system. This is North Korea light. Now, what's the future? I can tell you what the future is. It's Nebraska and Utah. Nebraska and Utah are the opposite. They are heavy Republican, 4-1 Republican in Utah. I think the same in Nebraska. Why does that matter? Literally, the Democrats do not run candidates for Senate anymore. Utah doesn't, for U.S. Senate, not state Senate, United States Senate. The Democrats say we can't bother running one because we can't raise money, we can't win. That's the end. What's done? So independents have to run those two states. We need to build that in New York State too, because eventually next 2-3 cycles, Republicans will not be able to run statewide candidates in New York State anymore. Same thing will happen. They won't be able to. They can't raise money. They won't be able to raise anybody. That's why Curtis ran for mayor. No one wanted to do it. No one wanted to do it.
I want to welcome our audience from Due Dissidents. They've joined the stream. Good timing on that because we're talking with Larry Sharpe, running for New York governor right now, talking about with a need for more third parties in New York State. So welcome everyone from Due Dissidents. Larry, can I ask you this? What you ran first back in 2018.
Yep.
You ran as a libertarian.
Yep.
And now you're running jointly as a libertarian and We the People's candidate.
Yep.
What have you learned from the 2018 run that you can apply now? And also the backup question, how has the optics changed from then to now as well? So how is it a different?
Okay. How many hours do we have? There's so much. Yes, there's so much. No, you're totally right. In 2018, I was able to do better than 2022 for an important reason. Nobody took me seriously. They didn't think I was going to really run hard. I multiplied the last guy's run by 16. Like he got hardly any votes and I got almost 100,000. So it was a big difference. I raised $500,000. He didn't raise 10,000. So nobody raises more money as a libertarian in the country except for Joe Jorgensen and Gary Johnson, our 2 presidential candidates. Otherwise, I raised the most money. So they didn't expect any of that. They didn't know I was a fundraiser and that I didn't care and that I would go out. And I actually literally quit working. I just did this full time for a year and a half. So I go to every single county. I did almost 300 events during that one, all live like this. Plus I was on a bunch of podcasts from people. Didn't think I was going to be on a podcast. They didn't think podcasts mattered back then. They didn't think it was 8 years ago, right? Now everybody wants to be on Joe Rogan, right?
Right.
I was on 7 years ago. Then it was like, oh, that's kind of cool, right? That's what it was then, right? So they didn't think it mattered. I was on Glenn Beck. They didn't think that stuff mattered back then. So that's why I was able to do so well in 2018. They didn't see me coming. At the end of the piece, at the end of it, maybe around October of 2018, that's when the knives really came out. And that's when I started doing a lot of things, which I learned the hard way. Like, why wasn't I being covered in the press? And like, I was raising money. I was on the ballot. I was out there and they wouldn't cover me. Why wouldn't they cover me? And I asked them, they said, well, you don't buy ads. What? Yeah. Buy ads on the radio station. And then when we're on a radio station, then we'll put you in and you can come in for a radio interview. Buy ads on a TV station and we'll cover you in the morning show. Done.
Pay to play.
Pay to play. That's what it was. Yep. So then I went to the next thing. Why am I not in polls? Right? Again, I was Libertarian Party candidate. I was raising $500,000. I'm a player. I'm on the ballot. Why am I not in the polls? And they said, well, you don't buy the poll. What? Yeah, buy the poll. So if I buy the poll minute, yeah, buy the poll. We'll put whatever you want in it. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah. How much the poll cost? 40 grand. How am I going to pull 40 grand when I only raise $500,000 total? Wow. Pay to play. Pay to play. I learned that the hard way in 2018. And then how they use polls to attack. I remember the poll in 2018 in October. I was not ready for it at all. I was not prepared for this. I was doing well, going back and forth, and I'm out in Western New York. And for those of you who don't know, Western New York is probably the highest by percentage of libertarians in the state. I got 9% in some of the counties out there, which is huge for someone, in that kind of state. So in any case, I'm out there and someone's interviewing the Republican at the time. And he says to the Republican, how are you going to handle Larry Sharpe out here in Western New York? This is Sharpe country. And when that was said, immediately the Republican Party gave tons of money to him. Attack ads came out of nowhere. Literally, it was like, Larry Sharpe is a Cuomo plant, because Cuomo was the governor back then. Larry Sharpe is a Cuomo plant. Totally not true. Just came out of nowhere. Oh, that's obviously in mainstream media because they buy it, right? So that's obviously the mainstream media. All of a sudden, I'm anti-gun. I'm the only Second Amendment candidate in the entire state. All of a sudden, anti-cop. My father was in law enforcement. All of a sudden, anti-cop. All of a sudden, I'm all the anti-things. All of a sudden, and they throw that out like nothing. And I was able to counter that. That I dealt with. That was I didn't expect it, but I could counter that, right? By playing it up, leaning in, things like that. But then they hit me with a thing I couldn't stop. 3 weeks before the election, they put out a poll that shows their guy is within striking distance. It was absolutely a bullshit poll. Bought by them, not a real poll at all. He's in like 5 points. He lost by 30. You can go check it out. He lost by 30 points in 2018, and it was 3 weeks before. He's in striking distance. It made every Democrat afraid to vote for me because they thought if I don't vote for Cuomo, the Republican wins. And every Republican got afraid of voting for me because, oh my God, our guy could win. When that happened, it cut my votes at least by half. I was not ready for that at all. That was the fatal blow in my 2018 campaign that I was not prepared for. So I learned all of that in 2018. Now comes 2022. That I got down. I have spent the 3 years learning, getting my lawyers together, getting my money right. I'm prepared for 2022 for all that. I had a PAC that was buying polling for me already. So I had my counter polling prepared. I learned my 2018 lessons. I did. So I went to them and I was like, hey, look, we can make this work. We could do this. Why? The state is going to go independent before it goes red. There's no way New York State is going to vote Republican. Not going to happen. Let me join with you. Let me join the Republican Party. Let me run in the Republican primary. Now, in New York State, we have what's called fusion voting, which means you can be on multiple lines at the same time. So I could run in a Republican primary, not as a Republican, but as a Libertarian. Just like Bernie Sanders is not a Democrat, but he runs Democratic primary. I could follow the Bernie Sanders model, but do it in a Republican primary. Why? I told myself, I'll win the Republican primary. I'll win it. I'll win it. And when I win it, I'll have the Republican line, Libertarian line, Conservative line. At that point, I was courting the Unite line and also the Forward Party line. So I was courting multiple lines. So I get 3, 4, who knows how many lines I could get at the time. Against, at that time was Cuomo. Cuomo's 2 lines. That was a winnable race. And I told them that. They were like, you're right, it is. What was their answer? They sued me off the ballot.
Wow.
That was their answer. They spent 6 figures. I was in court 8 times. I spent all the money I raised $500,000. I spent it all on getting on the ballot in lawsuits. That's why the 2022 campaign was forgotten. I couldn't spend any money. I couldn't spend any money on travel. I couldn't spend any money on Facebook ads. I couldn't spend any money on signs. I had to spend all my money on trying to get in the ballot and lawsuits and lawyers. And it was just insane. And in the end, after 8 of them, I lost. So I couldn't get in the ballot. And with that in mind, they still polled, trying to get people to not vote for me because I was a write-in campaign for spite. So I was staying in anyway, just to spite them, and did a poll, and I still polled with Trafalgar at 3%. This is a broken Republican Trafalgar poll, and they still have me at 3%.
Wow.
So I still poll well. Those lessons I have now learned that it's not about winning. It's about grifting. I didn't know that then. I thought, well, no, they'd want power, grip. No. Any party that's secondary, the Democrats in Utah, Republicans in New York State, they're happy with their small fiefdom. They're happy with their crumbs. They just want to stay in power and make their money and get their crumbs. They're happy with that. I didn't recognize that. I still thought, well, they want to change things. And no, they don't. That was silly of me. So that's what I learned in 2022. So I bring all of that now into 2026. So yes, I am prepared for all those battles. They better come up with some absolutely new shit this time. Otherwise, I got them.
You know, we saw the exact same thing you mentioned with the polling in the RFK campaign too, because I saw a few polls that came out at one point that actually had RFK ranked as more favorable and winning a 3-way election between him, Donald Trump, and Joe Biden. There was one poll I saw that came out like that, but every poll in mainstream media always had him at 2, maybe 3% the highest, and that alone would discourage people from even thinking about it. So they do weaponize polls as a habit, you know, over there. So yeah, it's amazing seeing that play out at that level too. So yeah, you know, with that being said, you know, I did want to ask you, so, you know, you've mentioned it a few times now, New York is more of a liberal state. You know, what in your platform would you like some of the liberals in New York who were unhappy with the current state of the Democratic Party to look for, you know, within your platform? So what parts of your platform would you like them to know about?
Yeah, a couple things. Number one, we want I use 4 pieces. I talk about 4 pieces all the time: affordability, opportunity, safety, and liberty. Those are the 4 planks I try to work off, those 4, right? Because the goal is to stop people from leaving the state and to get more people to come back, right? And if you cover those 4, that will happen. Right now, New York State loses 300,000 people per year. So I've got to bring those people back. I got to stop the bleeding and bring them back. So there are several things. What I would say is if you're further left, even more left even than most Democrats, I'm open to a public bank. I think a public bank may be something that we can do, particularly at the local level. We're talking at counties or municipalities for several reasons. Number one, I think you want to make it to where local people who want to, as an example, buy out businesses that are going under so they can create worker co-ops. Right now, worker co-ops have a big problem, and the problem is actually cultural. Most people think they can't work, they're dumb, this is for hippies on a farm, right? It's a cultural issue that people don't get. That co-ops can work, and there are some that are effective, but I don't want to force the issue. I'm a libertarian, so no force. So it's something very simple like this. If there is a business in your county that's going out of business, you get a 60-day right of first refusal grace period where the workers can purchase that if they want to. Voluntarily. If they don't want to, they can just go off, do what they want, but if they want to, they may. They get a right of first refusal. Now, of course, the answer becomes, wait a minute, Larry, where do you get the money from? 2 spots. Number one, they will get money because the state is going to pay all of them a bunch of money anyway, unemployment, anyway. So the state will put all that money up front. All the people there up front. First piece, boom. Don't pay you every month. Here's money up front to buy the business. and to invest in the business, and the public bank can then support that and match that. That becomes a down payment so the public bank feels comfortable, and it will also support you. So those who together will support the people in purchasing that business. So now they can if they want to. Again, it's voluntary. You don't want to, go get a job, leave, whatever you want. You want to, there is assistance from the government and from the public bank to make it happen so local people can grow local business and local co-ops in their own world. That's number one. Number two, if you are this is to keep localism in general. If you are a local farmer or a local small business and you agree to only sell it within New York State, you should be immune from all federal regulatory bodies. What does that mean? If you want to do farm to table, go ahead. If you want to be a small business that just delivers, you can. You're immune from federal regulatory bodies. You only follow state guidelines only. What does that mean? All those franchises, they're all international, or at least across the state. They all have to follow extra guidelines. They have extra hoops to jump through, giving you a bit of an advantage so you can survive locally. More people locally surviving. My biggest piece is localism. That piece matters tremendously. I want people to be able to be back in their communities. And that's falling apart right now, horribly. Next, we should consider having a New York State social trust, similar to a sovereign fund that you see in places like Norway and Singapore. If we can make that happen, we could then allow that to pay for education. Education is massive in New York State. It's the highest in the world. Over $35,000 to $40,000 per kid per year. It's insane. It's insane. The average private school across the state is about $8,000. Right now, New York City, that's skewed much higher in New York City. But outside of New York City, it's low. You can get them for like $6, $7, $8 outside of New York City. New York City is higher. I mean, you're looking at maybe $12,000 is like the minimum in New York City. Some are $30,000, $40,000 a year. But anyway, still, we're still way higher than the average in New York State. If that begins to happen, a couple of things happen. One, if you allow this to go directly to the school district, there is now no need for federal funds, no need for state funds. If that's the case, there's no strings attached. Local school districts have actual control over their schools. Right now, they don't. Imagine you want to put shop back in your school. You put home ec in your school. You want to have farming in your school. You want to have civics in your school. You can have it. Now you can't because that's not in the test, and federal funds stop that. That's the strings attached, right? Gone. No issue. Not just that, all those administrators. What we worry about in schools often is, well, I got teachers who aren't good teachers. That's a problem we almost have. I get it. The average teacher in New York State makes about $70,000, $80,000 a year. For most areas, that is a livable wage. Not all, but most areas, a livable wage. But the average administrator makes at least double. There are administrators in New York State that make $400,000 a year. And they're not dealing with kids. Well, why are they there? Federal guidelines, state guidelines. Once those are gone, a lot of them will be fired. What does that mean? Now, teachers can get raises if they want to, or you can hire more teachers if that's the right answer. But local districts can decide, do I need more teachers? Should I give teachers raises? Whatever the case may be. They may do so as they see fit. I don't have to decide. They can decide. And if people make mistakes, and they will, people will learn. Oh, we shouldn't have hired a teacher. We should have given raises. Or we shouldn't have given raises. We should have given teachers help. Whatever. I mean, they'll decide, and it's going to work that way. But I got to add a piece. It'll be $18,000 per kid per district. With that in mind, it's a $6,000 credit that goes to homeschooling and or private schooling. Why $6,000? It's 1/3 because I still want kids to be able to use the facilities of the district. So you can be homeschooled, but be on a football team. You can go to private school, but still hang out, in the math club, whatever. I want you to still use the facilities. I want the communities to not be broken up. Just because you decide to raise your child a different way, still have communities together. So I want that to happen if we can. So all those will work. Next, cannabis. Cannabis right now, we've decided in New York State to create an Office of Cannabis Management. An Office of Cannabis Management. Cannabis has been in the black market for 100 years. Where's all the deaths from cannabis? Don't exist. No need. It's useless. What does it do? It's another way for the governor to give jobs out to the people they want to give jobs out to, and people who they want to give the licenses to. No, I joke and say regulate it like onions. That's a joke. I said it once. I was actually in Western New York when someone asked me, and in Western New York we grow onions. So I said regulate it like onions. What I meant was any plant, you can't buy it at retail unless you're 18 years or older. That's it. Let farmers do what they want. Create hempcrete, hemp plastic. We should treat cannabis just like hemp. It's the same plant, Same everything, treated as such. Now, local farmers can create local cannabis products yet again, because again, if they are actually local and they want to only sell locally, they're immune from federal regulatory bodies. Well, guess what? You now add, if we're smart and we add community banking, well, now we can bank them. Federally, you can't bank them. Well, now you could, community bank. You could bank them locally. So you could actually use banks, right? You could actually allow people and farms to grow. One part I didn't even bring up, I'm sorry, I got to go one step further, which helps with localized people. If you decide to pay for a school with the New York State Social Trust, there's no need for school tax. Depending upon where you are in New York State, about half of your property tax is school tax. That means property tax goes down by half. When that happens, people can stay in the state. Huge difference. So I hope that I gave you, I could go on forever. For anybody who's a policy wonk, you can go to my Larry Sharpe YouTube page if you want to, and type in 8 hours. I did 8 hours straight without a bathroom break, without a food break. And I talked about policies for New York. And by the way, it's timestamped. I wasn't joking when I said, how long do you have?
Right.
I agree. Sorry, let me just ask one follow-up question, then I'll pass it back to you, Matt. So in the spirit of localism, like you just mentioned, I know that's a big theme in your platform. Now, hypothetically speaking, if, you have some, folks out there in New York who are loving, what you're saying right now, they're interested, in maybe getting more involved in the We the People Party directly, but they do lean further left and say they identify, as socialists, but they can still find some common ground with you. If there were more people who were interested in joining the We the People Party, could you see yourself supporting a candidate who identifies as socialist if they're finding that common ground with you and they're sticking to the tenets of the We the People Party? Are you willing to build that bridge with someone if they identify as a different label?
100%. And let me explain why. Two things. If you notice what I talk about, what I'm against is forced socialism. I'm not against voluntary socialism. I'm just telling you co-ops are fine because they're voluntary, right? The Amish are voluntary socialists. I'm not against the Amish. I love the Amish, right? That's great. So what I'm going to give you, if you are a socialist, is the opportunity for you to locally be as socialist as you want to be. If you want workers to own the means of production, I will allow you to. I will encourage you to. I'm telling you, I just got to give you a policy that will allow the government to support you in doing so. You will get none of that from the Republicans, none of that from Democrats. If Democrats wanted that, they've run this state for at least 30 years, they would have given you that already. They're not going to. They're not going to. So you'll get something from me. You'll get nothing from them. The outcomes that socialists want are the same outcomes that I want. I just don't want to go there that way. I'll give you an example. Mom Donnie wants free buses. I'm not against free buses at all. We pay tons of taxes. I think it's great if we could have free buses. However, and I said this once, I was on a Sabby Sabs podcast, and I told her, free or cheap. Here's why I would say free or cheap. I haven't done the homework on this. Sometimes when you provide free places for people, people show up and crowd it so it can't be used. That does happen in some cities. I don't know how New York City, we might have to test free and see. My example I give all the time is there were people giving out free healthcare. I think this was in Singapore or maybe Japan, I forgot. And what wound up happening is seniors would flood the hospital every day as a place to hang out because it was free. Well, you might go, well, I want seniors to hang out. I do too, but let's find another place for them and not crowd the hospital for people who are having heart attacks. Right. So they had to charge something, and it was like $1. I mean, it was very cheap. It was like $1. So with that, the seniors stopped showing up for nothing. They found other places to hang out. My worry is if we do free buses, will it allow for a bunch of loitering kids or teenagers or elderly people or home people to just hang out in the buses all day, and then the buses don't work anymore because there's no room for people? I don't know that. If that's the case, I'd rather have cheap bus, like 25 cents or 50, something like that. Some very, you might say, does that small number count? It does. Statistically, no. If you charge somebody anything, it will lower loiters. Now, again, I don't know if that would happen in New York City. That's why I don't want to say free buses. I say free or cheap, whichever makes the most sense where we can get the buses to work. But I want to go further, not just buses. Why not the subways? Why not why don't we end the tolls on the bridges? And we can. Now, I know the answer is tax the rich. That does not work. I know socialists hate when I say that. It is true. There is zero example of it ever working. It does not work. The people in the other counties, other countries done it, they stopped. Well, no, the rich don't leave. Then why does the IRS say that that New York State loses $20 billion every year due to migration? Because people are leaving. Why in the world have we lost in the last one or two Congress people? Why are we losing Congress people? Because people are leaving. People are leaving New York State. It is happening. The worse it gets. Here's a better way. I mean, keep businesses here. Imagine if instead the MTA would allow freight to come into the city at night on the subways. Subways that may be running at 1/3 the run. So every third train is a maintenance train. Every third train is a passenger train. Every third train is a freight train. Freight comes into the city. What does that do? Less wear and tear on my roads, less pollution in my city. And I got this now coming in. What will happen? They will pay for that happily. Happily, they'll pay for it. They'll spend $2 or $3 billion to fix the entire system. And when they fix it, it'll be nice and neat. It'll be safe because they ain't gonna lose their packages. They may not care about me or you, Jay, but they care about their packages, right? So I get that. They will take care of their packages. We happen to be in the same system. They will Wi-Fi the entire thing. But Larry, that'll cost $2-3 billion. Amazon spends $10 billion every year just on marketing. Just on marketing. Yeah. They'll be fine. They'll pay it happily. So would UPS, so would FedEx. They would fix that entire thing. We get a brand new system, all Wi-Fi'd up, safe with new tracks, all done, knocked out within a year or two. How do I know that? Because the city won't build it. The city just gets a check. The city gets paid for it. It gets done. We give them sponsorship of like, it's not the, station X. It's the Google station. I don't care. People get mad. I don't want to see Google stations. Do you want a free subway? Yes, then shut up. You see ads all over your phone, over your computer every day. So stop with your self-righteousness, right? It's not, take a Google station and get 25 cents for ride so that people can use the subway and the buses. And here's the best part. We do that. We then add it to bridges. We lease out naming rights to bridges. When we do that, they cover the maintenance and they'll pay us $100 million to put a name on a bridge. I know that because they're paid $20 million a year for a stadium that's used on the weekends. They'll give us $100 million for a bridge. Easy. And take care of the maintenance. We do a 12-year lease, front load it. They're happy. Well, if they're paying for the maintenance, why do we need tolls? So now I got no tolls on my bridges. I got less wear and tear on my roads. I got less pollution on my roads. I got 25 cents or free, depending upon what works, on my subways and my buses in New York City. I got a brand new system and I got Wi-Fi in my system and I didn't raise one tax dollar. In fact, if you do my other plan, I actually just cut property tax by 50%.
Yeah, and just so everyone knows, those tolls are actually a regressive tax. They hit the middle class and the lower class the hardest because it takes amount of their income to pay for those tolls going across the bridge. So here we have
the wealthy already live in the Manhattan. They're not using the bridges.
Yeah, good point. And so here we have a libertarian arguing against regressive taxation, everybody. There's common ground. There's common ground. Just saying. Back to you, Matt.
So I hear some very innovative ideas from you, Larry. This idea of you are attracting people from the left with this empowerment of the people, of local empowerment. You're talking about education. You're talking about housing. You're talking about cannabis. You're talking about all these different things that can be empowered to local people, so they're not relying on federal laws or federal help, but they're doing it themselves. So yeah, this definitely seems like something that can cross over from people on both sides. And we say both sides as if there's only two sides. There's people that don't want to be part of that anymore, and I think that's why you're attracting those, right? Exactly. So and I just want to piggyback off of the stuff you said you learned earlier about 2018 to now. And you did run independently as a libertarian. Now you're running with We the People and Libertarian. Do you feel that some of your ideals as a libertarian have shifted in any way since the time of 2018? We've lived through COVID. You mentioned COVID earlier, how it's destroyed New York. What role do you see as the governor as far as, let's say we had another like COVID part 2? And what role would you be in if you had to step up and deal with this national crisis and this global event, how would you manage yourself as a libertarian minded person?
Absolutely.
But protecting the people of New York from whatever fascist ideas they throw at us in the next one. One of the overall issues that I saw that overlap with libertarians and with the people is medical freedom. That is such an overlap. It's basically the same, right? It's basically the same. So I'll give you a couple things. Back when it was happening, I literally put out I think it's eight-part series on what we should do during the lockdowns. And I did it in March of 2020. It's still on my Larry Sharpe YouTube page. If anyone else goes, it's still there. I kept it there. It's right there if you can check it out. I did not take it off. And everything I said there, it wasn't perfect. I knew what I knew and what I didn't know, but it was better than what we did. I am totally okay with the government being a center for information, right? Being a central repository for information. So what I would have done, and I said it then, and I say it now, if it happens again, number one, the government would say, here is a page you can go to see what's going on in the state. Here is what the government believes you should do. What the government believes you should do X, Y, and Z for business, X, Y, and Z for your personal life. It's what government believes. If you're a business and you follow what the government says, our inspectors will come by and give you a stamp saying you are following government guidelines. But I'm not going to shut you down. You have an option to follow government guidelines or not. The public decides whether or not those options are valid or not me. The government says here, and this is what the government can change. If it's wrong, if it's right, it can change. But not just that. I would also provide this for other people who are part of organizations, right? So the Barrington would have been right there. Here's what they believe is the right thing to do. And boom. And if they want to give out their own stamp, they may. I don't mind. The only crime and only punishment would happen is if you lie. That's fraud. So if you're not following the Barringtons, what they're telling you, and you put a stamp and my inspectors come by, they will fine you. That's fraud. You are lying to your customers. That's fraud. It's a crime. If you say you're following government guidelines and you're not, that's a crime. That's fraud. You can say I'm following none of it. I don't care. Come in my place if you want to. Okay, don't put a stamp on your business. Yeah. Up to you. I want the government to maintain honesty, to protect the consumer with honesty, not with rules. I'm not going to punish you because you don't follow my guidelines. I'll reward you if you follow any of those. And then your community will decide. Here's what I said then, and I believe it now. Within 3 months, we would have known what the proper guidelines are. Because some people would have been following government guidelines. Some people would have been following other people's guidelines. Some people would be following nobody's guidelines. And we figured out who's getting sick and who's not. Yeah. Oh, okay, they're getting sick. They're not. These are the right ones. We should probably follow those. And the government would then change. You go, oh, we found out. We were wrong here. We were right here. Let's shift and adjust and go here. Done. Once I use force, Matt, I now have to double and triple down. Yeah. If I don't use force, I can change all I want. Now, one more thing I want to bring up. What I learned from that is that when I become governor, I'm going to push for a constitutional amendment to the New York State Constitution based upon the First Amendment to ban all lockdowns no matter what. No lockdowns no matter why. Well, people think of the First Amendment, they think of it as freedom of speech. True, but it's also freedom of association, freedom to petition the government, freedom of the press, freedom of religion, all those things. The lockdowns stop all 5 of those. The lockdowns literally destroy the First Amendment in every way, shape, and form. And they should be unconstitutional, but they weren't because we were scared. I'm not mad because people are scared. I get it. I was scared too. I had 2 people in my life who were over 85 and had pre-existing conditions. I was scared for them. Of course I was scared. They're my loved ones. Sadly, both of them since then have passed, not of COVID, but they have passed since then. They were older and were already ill. They were going to pass soon. So it wasn't shocking. Sad, of course, but it wasn't shocking. But of course I was afraid. But me being afraid doesn't mean, great, now, Jay, do as I say. You now must do what I say because I'm scared. No, I was afraid, so I should take precautions that make me and my family feel appropriate, right? You own your life. It's your family. Do as you see fit. So ban the lockdowns, and it must be an amendment to the Constitution, and it must be linked directly to the First Amendment. Why? If it isn't, if it's just a law, the governor will go, it's an emergency, and ignore it. That's what will happen. It must be a constitutional amendment, and then it must be linked to the First Amendment so that when they challenge it, they will lose. So does this also apply to mandates? Because what we saw in New York was there was a time where the heroes of the first responders, they were the heroes, and then all of a sudden they weren't. And 77,000 healthcare workers got fired in New York, and there was not really any apology after that. Meanwhile, you got people being bribed with cheeseburgers and French fries to go get a vax. And we were talking about Mamdani earlier. He said on record way after this lockdown and COVID is over, he's saying he doesn't regret any of it and thinks that if it happens again, there should be a mandate. And that's a shocking thing to hear him say. So how would
that's not shocking at all? No. I remember people saying, Larry, you shouldn't be so mad. We should have grace. We didn't know any better. And what I ask is, are you saying that you were wrong to lock us down, period? Or are you saying you're wrong because you didn't know any better? If you knew better, then it was okay to lock you down. If your answer is, we should have never done it, I'm open to grace. My hand is out. I get it. You were afraid. You made mistakes. You learned your lesson. You knew it was wrong. Don't do it again. I'm in. Let's hug and be buddies. I'm in. But they're not saying that, Matt. You're right. They're not. What they're saying is, well, no, we didn't know. If we knew better, then we can crush your life. Then we can destroy your business. Then we can wreck your family. Then we can crush your children. Then we can ruin your career. It's totally fine if we just know more. No grace. They are wrong. I'm not shocked. That's how they always do it. I have no grace. That's why I'm saying constitutional amendment. I don't trust any of these guys. They all think they know better. They all think they're smarter. No. I don't care if they're smarter than me. It doesn't matter. You don't get to rule my life because you're smarter than me. You don't get to. So no. But the second piece I'll bring up, mandates are wrong. And what I mean by that is, if I'm telling you that you must put something in your body, then I can go as far as I want to go.
Yep.
That is something I cannot go there. Once I cross that line, I can go anywhere. No. Now, here's the issue. If we had done what I said, and we had watched the people taking on those 3 or 4 different ideas, what would have happened is we would have seen what was working and what wasn't working. And how do humans react? They react. If they would have seen that, oh my God, the jab is the best thing in the world, we'd have rushed to get it. We would have, that's what humans do. We would have rushed to get it because, oh my God, look at the guys who are dying, look at people who aren't. We would have rushed to get it. If you're like, it doesn't matter, we wouldn't have got it. How do we know? The flu shots. They're not mandatory. People who have seen them work in their own life, go get them. People who don't go, I don't care. They don't get them. There's evidence everywhere. So if we would have seen the jab work perfectly, people would have rushed to get it. We wouldn't have had to worry about it. And if we would have seen people go, it's not doing anything, they wouldn't have got it.
Also, about the flu shot, I never, ever in my life remember anybody who got the flu shot saying it only works if I got it too. So that's a new one that we've all had to kind of wrap our heads around. It's crazy we come to that place. So.
And it came out after the fact that they never even tested it to see if it stopped transmission. The only thing they had tested it for was if it, quote unquote, prevented severe disease or not. So all those rules that were intended to stop transmission by mandating the shots were literally based on nothing. Meanwhile, they're telling all of us to follow the science. And, last point just on that topic, I want, if everyone only focuses on one side, and that's, protecting the health of people, and don't consider the economic impacts of what happened. Like after the pandemic, it came out that 40% of small and medium-sized Black businesses were permanently closed. After the pandemic, but the Democratic Party claims to be the party that wants to empower minorities in this
country. That's what they say. I don't see that, but they say that.
That doesn't seem very empowering to me. So, we have to ask ourselves, what's the impact? Well, the impact is it empowered Amazon, it empowered Walmart, it empowered monopolies, and it shifted wealth from the bottom all the way to the top. And the 100%. CARES Act was actually crafted by none other than BlackRock. Larry Fink was the one who got on the phone with the congressman and told them, hey guys, this is how we need to distribute the money. And that's what happened. So it may seem at face value like they're doing it because they care about you and they want to protect your health, but just dive a little bit deeper. That's all I'd encourage people to do.
Yeah.
Well, my point is I see people in the chat saying things like this shot is bad, this shot is bad. As governor, how am I supposed to know which shot is the best shot? I'm not. So let the people figure it out. We will figure it out. It's how it works. If it starts working, if we were to seen that everybody who didn't get the jab drops dead, I mean, that's obviously not true. But if we had seen that, we'd be taking a jab everywhere, wouldn't we? We'd just see it. We would just do it. We would. I wouldn't have to order you.
I have to have a cheeseburger offered. Then I'll.
Correct. Yeah. But look, I want to go one step further. The cheeseburger part didn't bother me. The fact that a government sponsored it bothered me.
Yeah.
If some company wants to virtue signal to get you to buy more hamburgers, I don't really care. Good. Some company wants to virtue signal. But that wasn't that. That was the mayor of my city doing that during official press conferences. That's my problem. If some burger joint thinks they're going to get more customers by giving hamburgers for jabs, whatever. I don't care. Right? Do what you want. That's your issue. But now I can decide I don't want the hamburger. I don't care about hamburgers. Or maybe I was going to get the jab anyway, and now I'm going to get a burger. Life is good, right? Whatever. I don't care if it's private like that. The problem is what people see, and I know as a libertarian, I don't see this, but I know most people do. People see the government as official. When the government does it, and what we hear, we listen to and pay attention to executives, meaning mayors, governors, presidents, vice presidents, lieutenant governors. We look at executives. When congressmen talk, we go, whatever, stupid congressman. When senators talk, whatever, stupid senator. We don't care. But when a governor talks, we listen. That's our culture. I don't necessarily mean me and you, Jay. I just mean our culture as Americans. We listen to executives. So when the mayor says, get the jab and get a burger, literally hundreds of thousands of people went, yeah, that happened. Why? Because it's a mayor. It's our culture. We have to break that culture. But before we break it, guys like me are going to run for governor, so you'll listen to me.
Well, I would say to make the analogy to the bus system, so we talk about free buses and possibly even free subways, I would say if they were offering me a cheeseburger to get on the bus, I would definitely be skeptical about why do you want me to get on the bus now? So that would be my pushback to even if the burger joint did it. I'd be like, that's it. They can do it. I agree. But I also say that's a red flag. I don't think I want to go in there.
Yes.
You need me to come in for free. Interesting. Okay.
Yes.
There you go.
Yes.
So I think we have to wrap it up here in a minute. Is there anything I know so much more we could even be talking. We could go on for a few hours with you, Larry.
I asked how many hours do you have? I asked that question up front. Yes.
But anything last you want to leave us with and the viewers as far as continuing to follow what you're doing as we move into
yes. Here's the most important piece. Yeah. If you live in New York State and you want change, you have to vote third party, period. You just have to. You can see it right now in New York City. Sadly, for the Republican Party, Curtis Sliwa is becoming the spoiler. The Republican Party is now the spoiler party. That's how it is in New York State. The Democrats, that in Nebraska and Utah. That's how it works. So if you want change electorally, you have to vote third party. But Larry, you can't win. It does not matter. Impact matters. How do I know this? RFK Jr. RFK Jr. did not win, but he had enough that he made change. He made impact. You have to vote that. If you don't vote that, you will get the same thing. You will get Kathy Hochul again with no change to anything. So you must vote third party. To make that happen, we have to get more third parties so we can run locally, right? Obviously, I want to win. And if I'm able to get matching funds, this becomes a winnable race. I'll cover that in a second. But even if I don't win, if I just get ballot access because enough of you voted, I need 130,000 votes on both lines. If you vote, 130,000 of you vote on both lines, those are two new parties, which means now they'll start voting locally. How do I know that? In 2018, when I got ballot access for the Libertarian Party, in 2019, I covered the state again. And when I covered the state, we had 107 local victories. They were all like city council, water board, school board. They were local. We had a DA. So we had 107 local victories. You want localism? You want change? Get that third party. We'll start moving forward. Now, matching funds in New York State. If you don't live in New York State, please give me money. Why? Because what happens in my state will go to your state. It's how it works every single time. So you should care. If you live in New York State, you better give me money. It's your state. Go do it, of course. But here's the most important piece. New York State has what's called matching funds. if you live in New York State and you give anywhere from $5 to $250, somewhere in that area, not less than $5, not more than $250, New York State will match it 6 times. So if you give me $10, they give me $60. You give me $50, they give me $300. You give me $100, they give me $600. You give me $200, they give me $1,200. But to do that, I have to get to $500,000. Now, I've done that twice before. I raised $500,000 both times I ran, but I didn't make it all from New York State. About half it came from New York State. So now I have to double what I made last time from New York State. If you live in New York State, go to LarrySharpe.com, donate between $5 and $250. They will match it. When I reach $500,000, New York State will give me $3 million. I'm not joking. That's matching funds. When that happens, this becomes a winnable race. Now you're looking at a guy who could actually, with $3 million, we can become governor. That can actually happen. So LarrySharpe.com, guys, help out.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much, Larry. And then my last question is, when you do win, when are you going to book your flight to Israel? And if you say no, why are you so anti-Semitic? I just wanted to throw that out there.
That is a great question. And be very clear. I have no plans of going to Israel, and no plans for 2 reasons. One, I have no connection to Israel. I'm not Jewish. I don't have family or friends over there. So no reason to go visit. So even for vacation, no reason to go. And second, I'm running for New York State governor. I'm not looking. It's not a state issue, so I wouldn't care anyway. So no, don't care. And anti-Semitism doesn't count anymore in New York State. It doesn't. It doesn't land. It bounces off. It's dumb. It's silly. It's not true. I live in New York City. At least a third of my friends are Jewish, right? So yeah, it's not a thing. And if anybody wants to call me anti-Semitic, go ahead. I don't care. It's dumb. It doesn't work. I know it's not true. My Jewish friends know it's not true. My stepdad's Jewish. So no, not a thing. Thank you.
You got it.
Yep. Thank you, Larry. Appreciate your time.
Super chat that came in, the poll that Stephanie just bought. Hashtag say Larry Sharpe. Thanks for that.
What that means is there was a poll that just came out, but the Manhattan Institute just did a poll, and they were trying to make it as if Stefanik is going to be beating Hochul. That's a fantasy. The Manhattan Institute bought that poll. I was talking about buying polls. They bought it. It's a bullshit poll. It's not true at all. But here's the part that's true. They did 4 things. There's Stefanik, Hochul, and usually in these polls, they do Stefanik, Hochul, undecided. They didn't do that. They did Stefanik, Hochul, other, undecided. Why other? Because I've already announced. They want to see where I was. Other got 9%. And then undecided. Other is me, but they won't say my name. That's why she says, say my name. It should be Hochul, Stefanik, Larry Sharpe. Larry Sharpe's at 9% already. That's the point.
And I want people to remember, if that holds through to the election, that means we now have 2 independent parties on the ballot in New York. And I'll be honest with you, Larry, I listened to your platform and I think to myself, as someone who's leaned left my whole life, I could vote for you. If I was in New York, I would vote for you. So I've already donated to you once. I do plan on giving you some more money because what happens in New York, like you said, a lot of eyes, go on it. And I do think we really need to spark this independent wave in the country because the Democrats and Republicans are just playing lesser of 2 evils back and forth. And that's going to take us down a dark, dark path. It's already taken us there and it's only getting worse. So we got to break the pattern.
Yes. Let me do my last piece if I could. My last piece for independent parties. Number one, the We the People Party will be able to create its own platform. So it can be as left or as right as it wants to be. It'll be independent. It can change as it sees fit. It can be a single issue platform any given year if it wants to, right? We the People can do what We the People wants to do. If I'm elected governor, I will also move the state to become a citizens ballot initiative state. So you can also not decide you're not going to run many candidates. You're going to push ballot initiatives. Up to you. The party can do as it sees fit. So I want it to be able to do things so we can get stuff done. Last piece on this. If you are a Democrat Republican, over the past 25 years, the Democrats have controlled all 3. They have controlled the presidency, Congress, and the Supreme Court. I would ask you, if you're from left, where's Medicare for all? Right? Where's codification of Roe v. Wade? Nowhere. You didn't get what you wanted. They lied to you. Now, if you're a Republican, great. The Republican Party has also controlled the presidency, both houses of Congress, and the Supreme Court. Great. Where's your balanced budget amendment? Where's your comprehensive immigration change? Nowhere. You don't get what you want. So why would you keep doing this? They don't solve any problems. They just keep fighting on other guy bad. If you keep voting for this, you still will not get anything you want. You vote for the third party, you'll get something. Again, how do I know this? RFK Jr.
Yep.
RFK Jr. ran and he got something. He got HHS. You may not like HHS. Some people can't stand him. Some people hate him. I get it. You can hate him or not. He got what he wanted. So follow his way. Get the guy or gal that you think is right with the things that you want done. Have them run independent and then have them make change in whatever you want. Whether you like what he did, his model is the right model.
Larry Sharpe, candidate for New York governor 2026. Love what you're talking about. Love what you're representing. And we got you back. Thank you so much for the conversation on the homeless left. We hope to have you back again soon.
Have a good one, guys.
Okay.
Bye.
Great conversation.
I agree. It's a good pitch, man. It's a good pitch. I've never considered myself a libertarian. I lean to the left on a lot of economic issues, but it makes sense. A lot of the things he's saying make sense, and I like the creative ways to raise revenue. I do disagree with him a little bit for sure on his theories on taxation, because there is the marginal utility of money that shows each dollar you earn means a little bit less to you. And I do think progressive taxation can work sometimes, but at the end of the day, if we can get the same end result through different means, it's worth hearing him out. And those are some pretty interesting ways actually to raise revenue. So there's a lot of great positives, and I hope people really think about what it means if it's just one party rule, in New York. And like you said, it's one step away from North Korea. That's kind of how it is, in New York, in terms of how much power the Democrats have.
Yeah. And we got a lot of comments on the platforms. We're going to get to your guys's more of them later, but I mean, this is generally, it's great. Yeah. RDW says great messaging from Larry. We did have a little back and forth going on. I don't know, guys. You guys are getting a little heated on Rumble there. I'm gonna let it go because you guys are little. We got some button heads going on. I'm gonna let it be. We're not like gonna block or ban anyone. Let conversations fly, but let's know where to draw the line on personal attacks. And keep the debates going, guys. It's okay, totally okay. And I'm glad we got that super chat up there because I had missed that from earlier. So very much appreciate that. And you guys can continue doing super chats or Rumble rants, and we will throw you in throughout the show. With that said, let's get on with the show. We have a lot more to get into. I know we had a couple more things to do here. Jay, let's start with the National Guard story, and then hopefully we can. And I know we have Craig Pasta coming in a little bit later. Guys, hit the like if you're still hanging out with Due Dissidents and you're with us. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel too, not just hitting the like. We do need the channel subscription so you get notified when we go live again, and you guys will be, part of this community. We feel part of the community with Due Dissidents, the DD boys. They're awesome. We actually have a story on Due Dissidents we're going to do later in the show, so stay tuned for that. Jay, you ready for this National Guard story?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. I'm leading this in with World War. I'm going to call this World War III watch, because we got to watch the home front too. We got to watch domestically how they treat us, because guess what, guys? The way our foreign policy is our domestic policy. That's it. Get used to it. So it's time for this week segment of World War III Watch. Here we go. It's World War III Watch. Let's just face it, it's already started. I'm here with co-host Jay Scott, and we were given this story. It was brought to our attention earlier today. Kind of unsettling from the Secretary of War himself. We know what Pete Hegseth has been up to in Venezuela. We know all that foreign policy, war machine policy. Guess what, guys? What they do over there, foreign policy, is our domestic policy. Check this out. Pete Hegseth, this is from The Independent, to set up National Guard quick reaction forces to quell unrest across all 50 states. The U.S. military has issued an order to the National Guard in all 50 states and 4 territories to form rapid response units that can be sent out on demand to contain civil unrest, armed with batons, body shields, tasers, and pepper spray. An internal memo published by The Guardian dated October 8th and signed by Major General Ronald Burkett, Director of Operations for the Pentagon's National Guard Bureau, orders the training of around 500 troops per state for a total of 23,500. The memo states that Pete Hegseth's Department of War will deploy military trainers to every state and territory to get the program operational by January 1st of 2026. Each location will also be provided with 100 sets of crowd control equipment to be used to support this requirement, and says their troops will be trained in how to form squad-sized riot control formation, how to use a riot baton and shield, and how to supervise a riot crowd control operation, as well as de-escalation techniques. They will be expected to report their progress to the Pentagon monthly. The instructions make good on an executive order issued by Trump in August, which he called on Hegseth to ensure each state's Army National Guard and Air National Guard are resourced, trained, organized, and available to assist federal, state, and local law enforcement in quelling civil disturbances and ensuring the public safety and order whenever the circumstances necessitate. Trump's order also specifically commanded the secretary to ensure the availability of a standing National Guard quick reaction force that shall be resource trained and available for rapid nationwide deployment. Here we go, Jay. This is like we said. I mean, the foreign policy that we've seen, this war first, kill first, ask questions later. It seems to be coming full blown on our own soil, not just ICE raids in LA, Chicago, Portland, DC. We're talking all 50 states here. Why are not more people aware of this, and how bad is this?
Media overload, I would say. There's so many things happening every single day that people have to keep up with. It's easy for major stuff like this to fly under the radar, but what people don't realize is they actually moved the timeline up, because I saw an article maybe around 2-3 weeks ago, and the first date that they originally were talking about was April of next year. And now they've moved the order up to January of next year. So that tells me they expect people to be very upset about something. Now, take your pick on what that could be. Maybe it's a new virus that comes out. They try to implement some lockdowns and people don't like the lockdowns. Maybe people don't want to go to war with Venezuela. Maybe people don't want to go to war in Nigeria. Now, I don't know if you've seen the headlines on this, Matt, but Ted Cruz, Glenn Beck, and a few of these other conservative folks are talking about we got to save the Christians in Nigeria too. So, of course, and of course, there's still Israel. A lot of people think, Israel may be getting ready to restart the war with Iran, and who knows what happens in Ukraine. So take your pick on the reason that people could want to get into the streets. There's a ton of reasons why people might want to do that. But what I want people to do is really take a step back and look at the rhetoric that's been used over the past couple months, right? Because you've seen it too, Matt. Trump and his administration have come out to describe protesters in Portland as the Antifa protesters, they say, as akin to Hamas and Hezbollah. How do they treat Hamas and Hezbollah? They kill them indiscriminately along with people who are in their vicinity. So if they're already describing the protesters as akin to Hamas and Hezbollah, but right now they're saying, oh no, it's just non-lethal stuff we'll be giving them, like batons and pepper sprays. Well, maybe it starts out like that. But if they get tired of it, is it unheard of that they may consider using some of those same techniques? I mean, they've already, classified Tren de Aragua, I believe, as terrorists. They could just say, hey, there's some Latinos over there. They got some tattoos. that looks like Trinidad, they're terrorists. Now we can use lethal force. So I just want everyone to consider where this goes. And then also remember that there is a way that we can push back, because martial law and a lot of this stuff cannot happen without at least some cooperation and some coordination with your local sheriffs. Now, across the 50 states, sheriffs are actually elected positions for the most part, but they're answering to the Democratic and Republican parties in each of those states. Thankfully, now there's a party that allows you to take controls locally without having to answer to those state and national boards. That's the We the People Party. So if you don't know who your local sheriff is and you're worried about this story, start doing some research on them. Start asking yourself, well, who are the good cops, in this town right now? Who are good people who are familiar with law enforcement? And maybe we should start caring about the sheriff races a little bit more. But overall, you laid it out perfectly. What we do abroad eventually comes back home. And our police department's already militarized. All the equipment that we send overseas that gets a little bit old, they bring it back, they give it to our police departments, and then they get trained by the IDF. So, I mean, where is this going?
Yeah. And we don't have to be big detectives here to do this investigation and say, what did they mean or what are they not? They're saying it out loud. Like this is the latest tweet from the War Secretary himself telling us about the latest murder that they did, boasting about it. Yesterday, the direction of President Trump, Department of War carried out 3 lethal kinetic strikes on 4 vessels operated by the designated terrorist organization trafficking narcotics in the Eastern Pacific, because they said so, right? The 4 vessels were known by our intelligence apparatus transitioning along known narco trafficking routes and carrying narcotics because, again, they tell us so. And he says at the end of this tweet, the department has spent over 2 decades defending other homelands. He's referring to the Middle East as, homelands, right? Now we're defending our own. These narco terrorists have killed more Americans than Al-Qaeda, and they will be treated the same. We will track them, we will network them, and then we will hunt and kill them. So the way we treat terrorists, the way we treat the cartel, the way we treat whatever we want to label people out there is exactly how we treat people here, because we can label them whatever we feel like we want to with no proof, no due process. We just say they're bad guys and then we can kill them. And if you guys don't understand that Trump is saying this out loud and he's not independently evil, he's representing the machine, the war machine that has been in existence well before he ever ran for president. This is him telling us that he's ready to kill because it's not a declaration of war. It just means we can kill when we want. He's telling us.
I don't think we're going to necessarily ask for a declaration of war. I think we're just going to kill people that are bringing drugs into our country. Okay? We're going to kill them. They're going to be like dead. Okay?
So it doesn't take a... Yeah,
just think about it, guys. He's saying we don't need due process if I say that they're drug dealers. All that you need to know is that I say that. So if they're doing that abroad and we're seeing that everything they do abroad, they eventually bring back over here, just think about it, guys. Think about it. All like Antifa is the most loosely defined organization you can imagine. Like, it literally just means anti-fascism. If you are against and what fascism is the merger of corporations and government to benefit the corporations and government. If you are against that, then you're considered a terrorist.
You
now?
Might be a terrorist.
Yeah. So I mean, come on, guys. Literally, we have no proof that all the people he's drone striked are involved in terrorism. The only proof we have is that there's a lot of TV shows with Latino drug dealers, and those guys are Latinos, and we say they're drug dealers. So you got to believe us on that. They can easily do the same thing here with the precedent that is being set.
Yeah. And again, you mentioned earlier, so it's not just this aggressive assault happening in Venezuela and the assault on the cities with the ICE raids and the immigration, that we're creating this problem and the cartel problem, and we're making up fentanyl. It's not just that. You mentioned Ukraine, you mentioned Israel, Gaza. this president, this administration is failing so miserably, but I think saying failing is giving it too much credit, as in it tried and failed, versus this is the plan. And if you guys still are holding on to the idea that Ukraine is winding down, and I mean, this is right now, this is 100,000 young men have fled Ukraine in 2 months. This is happening now. Why are they fleeing? Because they're desperate to escape the fate of hundreds of thousands of other Ukrainian men who were sent to their deaths in the failed proxy war against Russia, which I will add, Trump ran to stop this and to end it, which he hasn't. Ukraine faces demographic collapse, and Zelensky, egged on by the European states, continues to ignore reality as more land is lost, more men continue to die, and more men continue to leave the country.
I should have sent you the screenshot, but I'm even seeing France now is seriously considering sending troops to the front line to make up for that force that Ukraine is leaving. And if France does it, there's absolutely no way that the UK sits by and doesn't also send some people too. And if both of those NATO members are in there, even though a headline came out over the past few days about Trump moving some troops away from Eastern Europe, there's no way that we let them fight Russia alone. Because guess what, guys? They cannot do it. Like, there's no way that Europe can even make a dent in Russia unless America is right there backing them up. And we're all part of NATO for exactly this reason. Like, America does not want Russia to be free of the conflict in Ukraine, because if they are, they can provide more support to Iran, and they can provide more support to China if anything does actually go down with Taiwan. So the strategy is to keep Russia bogged down. That's what they want. And it's unfortunate because not only are so many people dying, like they have hypersonic missiles, guys, and now they're talking about arming Venezuela with these hypersonic missiles that we cannot shoot down so they can defend themselves. So the more we poke Russia, the more they're going to be, incentivized to make us feel it over here too. Like this can't go on forever, guys. And Trump is not coming any closer, like, to a negotiation. All he does is he calls these big meetings so he can come up with announcements. Yeah, just made peace. Me and Putin met. We agreed. And people see the headlines, but they don't see the follow-up, and they don't read what happens after that. And the follow-up is we're not any closer to peace, and we've completely lost their confidence as a negotiating partner. Russia, there was some hope that Trump could mend the relationship now, but because of the way Trump has handled it, I don't think the Russians would even take it like something from us seriously, because we've gone back on everything that we've agreed to. So, and clearly we see what the other side says. Biden isn't trying to make peace. The Democrats aren't trying to make peace. It's not like we've had a wave of Democrats come out recently and say, hey, maybe we did kind of get that thing wrong, and maybe we should stop arming the Nazis in Ukraine that we've been training for the past couple of decades, just like how we trained the Taliban and all of our other enemies around the globe. I mean, like, clearly what's going to happen is Ukraine's going to lose eventually. And when they lose, all the Nazis we've trained in Ukraine will filter throughout the rest of Europe, probably will bring a lot more of them to America. And now we're going to have armed Nazis like all over the West because of all these weapons we've given them. So that's where this is going, guys. Ukraine's going to lose. It's just a question of time and how much we get involved in that process. And then the Nazis we've armed are going to take their ideology and spread it all over the West.
Well, Jay, listen, if I voted for Trump and everything you're saying is true, I'm really upset right now. I'm really depressed. But there's one thing we do have to show you that he got right, and that is the ceasefire deal in Israel has been accomplished, and he really stuck it to Netanyahu. Oh, wait a minute. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Netanyahu orders immediate and powerful attacks on Gaza. Over 100 killed. Airstrikes overnight across Palestine territory killed 104 people, including 46 children, according to local health officials. So this is not really sticking it to Netanyahu either. It looks like
just mowing the lawn, Matt. You know, sometimes you got to go in and kill a few people to show them you mean business. That's the Israeli strategy. Their strategy is, you know, if Palestinians get too comfortable, we got to go in and kill some of them. And we call it mowing the lawn because we got to keep them right where we want them. And that's their strategy. So, I mean, I never expected the ceasefire to hold. I know some Trump supporters thought that it was going to hold, but the plan is the Greater Israel Project. And the only way that plan happens is if we back them up. Now, do I expect that to happen? No, but the Israelis have that in their heads right now. And that's what they're going forward with at the moment. So,
and a reminder, guys, what we do over there, our foreign policy is our domestic policy. And that's why
there's a delay. There's a couple years in between, but then eventually it comes back.
We can see ahead in the future how we treat other people overseas is how we get treated here. That whatever it is, the surveillance state, the war on terror, you know, get them over there so we don't get them here. Except we're all in a supercomputer now, right? We're all being censored now, right? We're all having ICE raids and having military deployment. And now, according to this new article that we started this segment with, 50 states all are going to have deployment to keep an eye on, what did he say? Civil unrest. Imagine that we'd have any civil unrest after everything we've done in this first year of this second term of this war president. That should do it for World War III Watch. Let's face it, it already started. Jay, listen, we obviously that interview went longer, which was good because we got a lot of stuff in there with Larry Sharpe. And if you guys missed that, you can go back and watch the replay. We'll upload the interview later on our Rumble and our YouTube. But we do have Craig Pasta coming in with us. Let me ask you, Jay, if you and I should have asked Craig this too, but because we are running a little behind, we had one more story. Maybe we should do it all three together. Or do you want to? We can bump the story if you need to go. It's the AI one.
Let's get it done real quick. Yep, let's do it.
I think Pasta will want to do this one. Let's bring Pasta in. Let's do this. Let's just do it. Here we go. Welcome back, Craig Pasta JARDULA.
What's up, buddy? How you doing, man?
Good, man. I'm ad-libbing getting the three of us in here together because we had a long discussion with Larry earlier, Larry Sharpe, and it went really well. But I wanted to get you in here, and man, so much going on. How are you holding up on the east side?
I'm hanging in there, man. You know, the heat, it's actually kind of cold today. The wind's coming in from the west. There's a cold front, but the Atlantic Ocean is peaceful. It's sunny out, not a rainy day. So it's a beautiful day and a good time to do the Homeless Left with Jay and Matt. So
cool. Well, we're going to do one before Jay gets out of here. I want to do one story that I'm just kind of bump into our time here.
By the way, great segment. That last segment you guys were talking about. You're absolutely right. You know, like Fiorella would always kind of not mock me, but kind of say, you know, when we're talking about our foreign policy being our domestic policy, and Jay kind of pointed out there is a little delay. Yeah, but they practice over there. And then, you know, I would always say when the chickens is coming home to roost, Bobby Boucher, they're coming home to roost, and they're going to use those same tactics that they practice over there, they've used over here. And that's why, you know, talking to like Miriam Hanen, who wrote a book about Operation George Floyd, whether it be, you know, something that was planned ahead of time or something that could be taken advantage of, you know what I'm saying? Those, and, you know, and she, in her book, showed that it was like a whole planned out situation to start a color revolution. All the players knew each other, were involved. They had actors, you know, like the way they brought the press in at one time. But they've been practicing a lot of this stuff in a lot of these Latin American countries for quite some time. Social engineers, the way they mess with these people and they pit them against each other. So they're doing a good job of it right now. I was in a little chat, a Zoom chat before I came in of podcasters who are collaborating, mostly right-wingers. So I came in there, said, you know, I'm a common sense leftist of sorts, and I'd love to come on your show and talk. So a lot of them took my information. But, you know what I'm saying? They understand what's going on. They understand that there's a divide and conquer. You know what I'm saying? And it's working, you know.
Cool. Yeah, man. It is working. But I'm glad we can have this discussion right now. Oh, shoot. I think
How do I look, though, by the way?
Oh, man. You look great. I love the background. I love the setup. It's very good, man.
I've got my camera. I dusted it off. I put my Murphy bed up and stuff. I'm going to make this a green screen. I got to get my lighting right, but I got the microphone and my camera working today. So
it looks pretty peaceful, man. You know, got a couple plants in the background over there. So, you know, zen'd out today, man. So, you know, good vibes.
Hopefully it looks very Floridian, you know?
There you go.
That's funny. Okay, give me 1 second. I had downloaded the wrong thing. Now I got it. So just give me here we go. This is a very interesting story that Jay brought to my attention because we've been covering AI topics on the show as far as how people are getting tricked on social media. So we've been kind of keeping our you know, kind of ear to the wall on this stuff. And this one is we shouldn't be too shocked about this at all, but it has to do with the ending of the SNAP benefits. So I'm going to piece these might seem like two separate stories. But what I'm going to do is connect them for everybody.
Well, it plays into exactly what Craig was just talking about, the polarization. Yeah. This is a key part of their strategy right now. They want to divide right from left. They want to divide black from white. They want to divide Christians from Muslims. And this one is about the black and white divide.
Okay. So we'll start with the AI part of this, and then we'll connect the two stories. Here we go. AI and social media threaten creativity, literacy, and local news. We probably know this instinctually, but sometimes we got to read about it too. Fewer people are reading books, finding they don't have the capacity to concentrate even on short periods of time on the pages in front of them. Today, short video clips on TikTok, Reels, Instagram, and YouTube substitute for deeper engagement through reading. Our constant skimming of text messages, X posts, and social media clips ingrain short attention spans. While entertaining, they are gradually undermining our ability to reason, to figure things out on our own, and to be creative. And now we are seeing this happen. This is this guy, Scene says, bots are getting crazy. They're using AI agents to run thousands of social media accounts 24/7. How can I compete with this? Have you guys seen anything like this? This is an actual area where this gets done from. Check this out.
I've seen it. Yep.
This is crazy. So every one of these are bot accounts. So if you guys have never seen a visual, anybody watching this, this is real. This isn't just made up in our heads. This is how it's done. 24/7. These bot accounts are running. This is where it gets pretty bad here. So let's go to the SNAP story now. This is the actual story. We know that SNAP funding is set to lapse November 1st. That's coming up right in the next couple of days, leaving recipients empty-handed. Here's what experts say that the prolonged government shutdown's putting millions of Americans at risk, missing their November food stamp benefits, a vital lifeline for low-income households. The Department of Agriculture, which oversees the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, that's SNAP, said in a memo Sunday that no benefits will be issued on November 1st, leaving the program's roughly 42 million beneficiaries uncertain about how they'll pay for groceries next month. This is from CBS News. And as our audience knows, we don't just take CBS News, face value. We want to find out on our own. But unfortunately, when we go online, here's what can happen to an innocent person that's just trying to get more of the story than what CBS is telling us. So this is from Boston Smalls. Mass brainwashing. Our country is being destabilized. People are going to get more radicalized because they can no longer tell what's real. AI is a real problem. And Boston Smalls put this video together about what you're going to see about SNAP's program being cut, depending on the algorithm that is personalized for you. So check this out. This is pretty nuts. Here it is. Okay.
5 days. It is the taxpayer's responsibility to take care of my kids. They cutting off EBT since the shutdown. I can't use EBT in November. I got 7 kids with 7 daddies. Who's supposed to feed them? Them men ain't paying for nothing. They cut my motherfucking food stamps to $85 fucking from $738. How the fuck that's supposed to support a household of 3?
I didn't really notice all the issues with the EBT stuff because I've been too busy working. Like every time I go to the grocery store, my card cleared. My debit card, credit card, doesn't matter what card I use. I work 7 days a week and I've just never even really cared. This is why people don't care about EBT going away. They don't care about it.
I think people need to understand what's going on here. If you are a right-wing creator on this app, your algorithm for the last maybe 2.5 weeks has been nothing but these videos of supposed SNAP recipients freaking out about losing their benefits and saying these genuinely ridiculous things like it's the taxpayer's job to pay for my kid. The reason is these videos are designed and targeted to this specific algorithm because this algorithm, these set of people have zero media literacy and zero critical thinking skills. Watch this.
Y'all hear me? Because of this government shutdown, they telling me I can't use my EBT in November. I got 7 kids with 7 men. 7! And that's the taxpayer's responsibility, okay? Y'all taxpayers, do you hear me? Since this government shut down, I can't use my EBT in November. I got 7 kids with 7 different men. How I'm supposed to feed them? This is not on me. This is y'all taxpayers' responsibility. Y'all the taxpayers. They turned off EBT since the shutdown. I can't use EBT in November. I got 7 kids with 7 daddies. Who's supposed to feed them? I just got the alert from my EBT app. November, no benefits. I got 7 kids. 7. What they expect me to do? We can't even buy cereal.
I'm not sure if they're taking videos from real people and using their face to make AI, but that shit looks...
Shout out to that last creator. Go follow her because she put that together, that montage. It's the same fucking video. It's AI. It's the same script. It's you type in angry black woman, and it has to be a black woman for this to work. Angry black woman screaming about losing benefits to feed her 7 kids by 7 different daddies, and it's the taxpayer's responsibility. It's the same fucking script.
Great story. This is a great story. Wow. I'm glad you guys brought me in this one.
And then it goes on to say, it gives another example of really overweight white
yes.
people
you want to play that part?
EBTs.
Do you want?
Yeah,
let's play that. Okay.
Yeah,
so yes, it's targeted. It's targeted to the race, who you are and what you're watching. It's pretty clever. Here it is.
Screaming, all with kids in the background usually. And if you notice, if you go back and look on that montage, that's all from one account. That's all from a singular fucking account that's posted all of those videos. It's the same videos that the original creator was referencing. It's AI. It's fake. Those are fake videos. If you're seeing nothing, if your algorithm is full of nothing but these types of videos, you're going to probably have a visceral reaction to it and come out and say something that sounds to the rest of us who haven't seen these videos as really fucking heartless, like Toast Lady, because you're furious that all these people are making videos talking about how it's the taxpayer's responsibility to take care of their kid. Here's another version with white people.
They just cut my stamps again. Took them right out from under us like we ain't even people. I gotta figure out how to feed these kids now. I swear to God, I'm about to go apply anywhere that'll have me. They cut my food stamps. It's my patriotic duty to get a job. I gotta feed myself, my wife, and our babies.
Now get your shoes if you're going out.
I'm serious. I gotta do it. They cut my food stamps in half last week. Half. Don't know how we're even gonna make it through till Friday. But you know what? This is my country. Ain't nobody else gonna feed my babies for me. It's on me now.
Almost damn near the same template as the black women, panic, dirty faces, kids running around in the background, but the white people are doing their patriotic duty and they've got to do what they've got to do, and they're going to go apply to any place that will have them, and they've got to take care of their kids now. Do you think this shit is an accident?
Wow.
And he goes on to talk about how those specific words, it's the taxpayer's job to feed my kids. That specific word has been means tested because they could have phrased it several different ways. They could have said the government, is screwing me over. They said, no, it's the taxpayers who owe me. And what it also does is it wants people to believe that white people are part of this country. They believe they have the patriotic duty, but all black people want to do is just take. Taxpayers, you guys have to feed my kids. That's what they're doing with those videos. And they look so real, man. Like it looks real, and it's scary where this is going.
Pastor, what do you think? Is this working? Because I'll say this. He starts with this idea that you're not that bright if you're falling for this. I didn't like, that's the one part I would say it doesn't resonate with me. I think that they will match the level of sophistication to the viewer, and anyone can be a victim to this if they don't know any better. It's not really a strike on them otherwise, because they don't know about our shows. They don't know. It's not because they're stupid. It's they're being taken advantage of. That would be my kind of,
it's new,
not really
it's
punching at the people. But what
this is a new phenomenon, and that's why I agree with you. I don't necessarily blame the people who fall for it. I would just ask people to dig a little deeper so everyone can become of how realistic these AI videos are, because it's nearly impossible to tell.
But I think they have to even dive deeper, just, than looking on the surface that it's, AI that's being used to kind of, socially engineer them, right? Because this is what we've been talking about for so long. A lot of us believe that there are social engineers. We believe we understand that Tavistock was a real thing. It was a company that was, consulted to by the government, consulted with the governments of, England and the West, as far as, okay, we use MK Ultra. We know how to control an individual. How do we control a society? How do we pit a society against each other so we can maintain control? This is all about them maintaining control. And we have to understand and see exactly what they're doing and what makes us tick. I mean, this is some deep, dark stuff. I'm getting ready to have some conversations with some conservatives about, mainly immigration, Venezuela, where we're going to differ. I'm going to, speak my mind. But, I often sit there and I wonder what makes them tick. I kind of figured out from the left when I saw a lot of progressives, and I really saw it was a lot of narcissism, right? Like they didn't care about somebody who was suffering unless they could exploit them. And then it became about them. Oh, it's about me, being, what's that? Holier than thou. You know what I'm saying? These other people are racist and bigots and whatnot. And, it's me. I'm going to be good to the minority and the person who's less fortunate and stuff. It wasn't really about that person. It was about themselves, right? I'm trying to figure out what's going on with the right, why they have their biases, why they can't stand migrants so much. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand it. I always tell the story about, my people, when they came over, they were called WAPs, without papers. They didn't know where they were. They didn't know where they'd been, but they were let in, and they helped build this country and modernize this country with unions and factories and skyscrapers. And it's a beautiful story. Why are we keeping that beautiful story? Why do we want that beautiful story to be taken away from this generation of people who are coming in? You know what I'm saying? It's just something hard for me to understand why they're blamed. And that leads to, justifying and manufacturing consent for, everything, for murder, for what you guys talked about in that last segment, right? There's no due process. And it's really confusing to me why that same particular specific right-wing group, which is supposed to be constitutionalist, just threw out the baby with the bathwater when it came to Donald Trump. I don't understand how Trump was able to trump their, values and their beliefs, especially when it comes to the Constitution. It was all about just going back to the Constitution, having a fair game, no censorship, transparency. Let's get it done. And now it's just completely pivoted to my team versus your team, and it's okay if my team does it. Not thinking about, hey, what's going to happen when the other team does it? And that's this is such a, I'm glad you brought this. This is so fucking deep what they're doing right now, right? And it's grabbing, it's distracting. I even think the NBA scandal, I don't know what you guys think about that. I think that's all about divide, and conquer too as well. It's very divisive, but it fizzled out. Nothing really came of it because it was a big nothing burger. But I mean, at every single fucking turn, what you are seeing is that the social engineers know their subject. They know their lab rat. They know what makes us tick. They know how to pit us against each other. And this, really, to tell you the truth, it's dark, it's dangerous, but it's also fucking genius, right? Because you saw the people, what they said. Well, I don't know why your EBT card don't work. Every single one of my cards work because I work. Just get off your ass and work. Stop being lazy. Get off your ass and work. And, finally, I just want to finish off. It's very upsetting. And this is what I talk about, Matt, when we talked about, and I said there's been more of an independent left that called out Russiagate, that was willing to walk away from the Democratic Party, willing to walk away from Obama and Biden, the whole thing. And we don't see that on the right, right? On the right, you see people like Myron Gaines and all these other guys playing into this, feeding into this, talking about the differences between men and women, and kind of just justifying everything through just what's the word I'm looking for? You know what I'm saying? Making just when you think things are the same all the time, very vague about those things. I mean, it's just it's terrible, by the way. And but it's genius in a way. I'm sorry, Jay.
Yeah. No, really quick. I want people to know, if you actually go look up the numbers, about 35% of the people who take SNAP benefits have full-time jobs.
Yeah.
This is just full-time jobs. This isn't even talking about part-time jobs, right? So the thought that if you're on SNAP, it means you're not working is false. Like, number one, you definitely can be working. And when you include, kids and elderly people, then the percentage of people who were on SNAP, that percentage rises to over 50%. That means over half the people who were on SNAP have a full-time job or are elderly, disabled, or a kid. So, for us to just sit here and just paint people with broad brushes is wrong. And it shows how people can be tricked into advocating directly against their own interests. But, just to speak a little bit to what you were saying, Craig, it's the demonization. People, Trump came out talking about how Mexico was sending their worst. They're sending their criminals, their drug dealers. And unfortunately, that is the image that a lot of folks are going to have in their head of immigrants. And, we've seen all these different TV shows about drug gangs and all that. And a lot of people can't tell the difference, unfortunately. So they see the immigrants coming now as different, as dangerous, as drains on society. And it's not like the immigrants before. The immigrants before, they were good. These ones coming now,
they did things the right way.
Yeah. The mafia. And again, this obviously, I'm not saying every Italian is part of the mafia, but the mafia did come in, like before too. So there was crime that came in the past wave. There's crime that comes in this wave. There's always going to be a small percentage of anyone who's coming in that is involved in that. However, have the benefits outweighed the disadvantages? I mean, considering where America is today, yes. Considering our population demographics right now, we have an aging population, a gigantic shortage in key areas like healthcare. Like, we saw what happened when they kicked the immigrants out of Georgia and tried to bring in other people to work the farms. Nobody took the jobs. So, let's think about this, guys. Like, don't just be tempted to fall into others are dangerous, others are bad.
I think there's also something to be said about when you say that 35% of the people who are on SNAP benefits are getting a full-time job. So fucking what? I don't care if it's 0% at this point, really, to tell you the truth. It's feeding people. For the richest nation in the world, right? The number one guy out there on the block. We have so many bases. We've occupied so many lands. We can't afford to fucking feed people, but we can afford to send all these billions of dollars and stuff. I mean, Jesus Christ was a communist. And I think a lot of these conservatives should know that if Jesus was here, he'd say, I don't care if they have no job, feed them. And all these conservatives always talk about how they're close to Christ and stuff like that. Well, I think you should listen to his word instead of kissing his ass, because he wouldn't care about immigrants coming in or being fed or whatnot, or taking benefits or healthcare or whatnot. I mean, that's what the shutdown's all about, right? Whereas a bunch of conservatives can say, we're not going to give illegal immigrants healthcare benefits. And that's the line in the sand. That's the line they're drawing. That they don't give a damn about all the money we send everywhere to bomb and kill and conquer, but giving illegal immigrants healthcare benefits is a bridge too far. And yet, every single one of us came from somewhere else. We weren't here. We had our own story when we came here. Why are we stopping these people's story? And no, I don't want to hear that they're bad. He talked about they're sending this worse. In the Cuba, the movie Scarface. You ever see the movie Scarface?
Of course.
I can't remember what that boat ride is called, but they said it in the scene. It's like Castro emptied out his prisons, his insane asylums, and put him on a boat and send him here. That's the same story recycled that everybody's always talking. Donald Trump is telling it right now. They're sending us their works. Meanwhile, when you're talking about, when you're giving up those percentages, 35% of SNAP benefits a full-time job, well, immigrants, illegal and legal, are like 6 times less likely to commit a crime than a U.S. citizen. They commit crimes at a very much smaller rate. It's ridiculous to even say they're sending us their criminals. That is completely untrue. That is just as false as about, Venezuela producing fentanyl. It's all wishy-washy and crazy. Sorry for going crazy, Matt. These are great subjects, by the way.
No,
I'm having fun already.
I would just say this, because we can talk about, have an honest discussion about Snap and understand how many people are, it's a fact, people are going to suffer. You can have your ideology about whether they did it to themselves or not. We know why it got done to them. We know that AI, I mean, we're talking about AI tricking people on this story. How about AI taking over people's jobs? How about that? Let's really connect the dots here and talk about how if all these facilities that these people would be working at don't even offer the job anymore because robots are packing boxes at Amazon and are delivering food and driving people around, literally driving people around. You can't even sign up for a Lyft anymore and drive people around because a robot's driving people around. So with all that, let's be empathetic to the fact that people are going to suffer starting on, November 1st, if they're not already suffering. With that said, we have to use this opportunity with this Snap story to warn people and train ourselves and others how we can spot this again, because they're not going to stop with this story. They're going to continue doing this every time there's a divisive issue ready to get people to fall for these AI tweets. And like we saw that video of the bots working 24/7. You don't have to pay them, by the way. They just work 24/7. They don't need a bathroom break. They just work 24/7. They're going to do it again. And we have to learn the skills to detect it.
And I want people to think about this, right? If you are concerned about illegal immigrants coming over, the first question you should ask yourself is, number one, where are they coming from and why are they coming? And what you will see is about 9.5 times out of 10, every single country they're coming from, we have either destabilized or one of our allies have directly destabilized. Like, we've couped and overthrown the government of every single country in Central America and South America within the past few decades. And right now we're about to overthrow the government of one of the largest countries in South America.
No, we're going to attempt to. We ain't cakewalking this stuff anymore. And I don't think we're going to. I just think it's another playground for the military-industrial complex that will eventually, I think they're going to just run out of their money over in or their space in Ukraine, we think. But who knows? Maybe they're just adding another war. After Matt brought up the whole thing where all these people are fleeing and thinking that it's ending anytime soon. I don't know. Hold your breath. Donald Trump did it. Is it 24 hours? Because that thing should be over.
Yeah.
He will change his mind every day on that. Yeah. And and lastly, I just want people to know, when you go and you get hired at Walmart, they put a welfare application, a SNAP application in front of you as you're going through the hiring process, because they know they're paying you a poverty wage. They know that even though you're coming to work for them full time, you're not going to be able to afford to live. So they're preempting your complaints about not being able to afford food by making sure that you have access to government benefits. So our government subsidizes Walmart, and they do it. And the effect of that is Walmart drives out of business all the small and medium-sized businesses that used to supply those things that are in Walmart. So we're subsidizing the concentration of wealth, and we're providing socialism to corporations while giving the people at the bottom bootstraps and telling people to shut up and stop complaining as we pay them poverty wages. And it's just my opinion. If you have a full-time job in this country, you should be able to pay your own, you should be able to cover your bills without any government assistance.
You should be able to do it on a part-time job. You should be able to do it on a part-time job. Really. I mean, there's a lot of these socialist countries where everybody talks about socialism. Like, if there's a young man who's capable of working, but if he wants to stay at home and take care of his family because they're old, they do that. That's why they don't have like nursing homes in Latin America, because they provide family opportunities to take care of their loved ones. Yeah. I mean, it's where are our values? Where the fuck where have they gone? Our values, America, make it great again. Bullshit. Values are out the fucking window for everybody.
It's all about bootstraps, Pastor. That's all that matters.
I gotta pull myself up, Jay.
If you don't got your bootstraps, you're not really American, man. Go get yourself some new bootstraps.
Yeah, exactly. And Wide Awake Media reminds us we live in a fake world. Social media is fake. AI is fake. Movies are fake. Music is fake. Politicians are fake. The news is fake. Food is fake. History is fake. And as we move into this world that becomes more and more fake and artificial and phony, the most valuable commodity that any human being can have is being effing real and being authentic and genuine and having effing soul. Don't let the world make you fake. That's to wrap it up here with us here, guys. With Jay, at least we're going to move on with the show. Jay, any final thoughts for today and moving on into Halloween weekend, I guess?
Yeah, want to wish everyone a happy Halloween. And again, if you don't know who your local sheriff is, I would say now is the time to look into that. And also look into the We the People Party. Over 70% of the elections in this country were uncontested last year. So if we start running people and challenging the establishment, we can redirect the money that is going to these multinational corporations that support war and genocide all over the globe back to small and medium-sized businesses within the state, and we can start to grow our own local economy. So We the People allows everyone to organize in their community and run people without having to answer to state and national boards. So go check out that website you see right there, www.wtpnational.com. That's wethepeoplenational.com. And let's get some more people running for office and take a little bit of power back. So enjoy the weekend, everyone. Be safe out there.
I threw it up here at the end here, Jay. Later. Thanks so much. And yeah, have a great weekend, man. We'll see you next time.
Later.
Cool. All right. It's Matt Weinglass and Craig Pasta-Jardula coming to you this Thursday on the Homeless Left podcast. This is our scary Halloween, pre-Halloween, not special, but themed. That's why we're going with the orange. It is a scary, scary world we're living in. So yes, we might as well celebrate that intense fear-mongering world that comes at us every single day through our devices, through our screens. Just fear porn, as they say. And it's our job to kind of go through it and figure out what's fake, what's real, and what do we do about the stuff that's real, and what do we do about the stuff that's fake as well. So that's why these conversations are important. Craig, Pasta-Jardula, are you ready to get into top censored news this week, or anything else you want to add before that? Because I think I got it queued up.
No, I spoke enough, so let's get into it.
Okay. Here we go. Actually, yeah, I got it set up. Hold on. Here we are. You guys know what time it is. You know what time it is. It's that time. We usually start the show with this, but we'll, because of our guests earlier, we had to do it in a different order, but that's how we do it here. We're flexible. We're flexible. Okay, here we go. It's time for Top Censored News of the Week. Here we go. Uncanceled Comedy Collective presents Top Censored News of the Week. It's Top Censored News of the Week, bringing you the stories the mainstream media refuses to cover. If they do cover them, they always do it in a very dishonest or sloppy way, and it's always on purpose. I'm here with co-host Craig Pasta-Jardula, and we're going to get into the top 3 stories that they didn't want you to be knowing about or talking about. Here we go. Coming in at number 3, Miss Rachel has been denied housing in New York for 3-year-old double amputee survivor from Gaza. Let's see the breakdown on this one. Here we go. Yeah, she's been denied the renting. 3 New York spots she went to apply for. Obviously, she has the funds to do it with her, I guess 1 billion people now. Oh, if you add up all of the platforms she has from YouTube and all the rest of them, it comes up to almost 1 billion people have seen her or have liked her or have watched her. So that somebody did that total. And they're not giving her a place for this. And this is a symbolic gesture. Clearly, they're saying to her, no, you can't actually help Palestinians physically. You can talk about them. We'll mock you and belittle you and have the ADL come after you, but you're not actually going to be able to do anything if you're trying to actually save one of their lives, which this little girl, she took under her wing to do that. Here is from Where the Peace. Yes, this was yesterday. Miss Rachel shared that she attempted to rent 3 venues in New York, celebrate Rafa's birthday, but was turned away 3 times. She made sure to state that there would be no press, no photos, no videos, and that she would rent out the whole venue for the birthday of a girl who was evacuated from Gaza so that they could try and make it extra special. The first business owner stated that she would have to think about it because it's really complicated, leaving Miss Rachel heartbroken, trying to find another spot. The second spot agreed, but then canceled just 2 days later due to the safety of our staff. She said that the venues didn't want Palestinians from Gaza there, which is illegal, right? Yes, we all know that. Finally, on the 4th try, a business was ecstatic to have Rafa, where they ended up having the birthday party. So this was three strikes you're out, but the 4th time actually did work. I will throw this up as well. This is interesting timing of this story, but this was, and again, we talk about the smears of Miss Rachel as she tries to do, activism and have discussions, and she has such a huge audience. She wants to talk about helping children all over the world. It's not even political. She says she wants children to be healthy, safe, and well around the entire world. Obviously, they're not doing so well in Gaza. She knows that, but we have outlets like the New York Post that just loves to smear her, even when she gets recognized as one of the women of the year, as they put in the headline, anti-Israel actress Rachel Zegler and YouTuber Miss Rachel named Glamour magazine's women of the year. So they are smearing her even in celebrating her. And then this is where it comes down to, I mentioned the ADL earlier. So she's the 40-year-old mom. Her name is Rachel Griffin Akurzor. Meanwhile, continued to amass a commanding following on YouTube. Oh, they're saying she's been watched over more than 10 billion watches. Wow, that's insane. Now they've been both the women have been dodged by controversy last year. Both became outspoken about Israel, Hamas. Zegler famously caused chaos for Disney after she posted, "And always remember, free Palestine." And then that we had that whole Snow White thing go down. That was with Rachel Zegler. But this part is important. The Anti-Defamation League notes that the seemingly benign rallying cry, which is free Palestine, has at times been used to intimidate and attack Jews and Jewish institutions to justify violence committed against Jews globally. And of course, they cite these incidences, which we've covered on the show, that it was shouted by accused DC Israeli embassy assassin. The guy, you guys remember that, where he said free Palestine, and that looked very suspicious. Why would you yell that as you've murdered 2 people and you're turning yourself in? As well as in Boulder, Colorado, same thing. There was that firebomber who also randomly decided to say free Palestine after the firebomb incident. So that's the part that's important to the New York Post. But again, Miss Rachel doesn't quit. She doesn't apologize. She keeps going. Craig, what are your thoughts on this? Is this a big deal, not a big deal? I mean, clearly we're not going to hear that part of the story in the New York Post or any of the other news outlets.
Well, to me, the story is the fact that the mainstream media is not stopping, right? They're still going. They're going to keep their, shame game. You're an anti-Semite if you do anything to help any Gaza children whatsoever. I mean, in any way, shape, or form. So I think that's the main story, that they're holding the line. They're not going to go away. I mean, you think that there'd be like a little tone down of rhetoric, what's going on after the whole Charlie Kirk thing, and so many conservatives and people on the populist right who are pushing the fact that it was the state of Israel and the Zionists who did it. You know what I'm saying? Do you think that you'd have a little bit of a quelling of sorts? No, they're going to go full-fledged. Listen, there's still a lot of Zionist control of the media and, entertainment and TV and whatnot, and that's not going to change. So you won't see them ease down. You're going to see them forge forward, and this is a proof of that, And it's kind of cool because I haven't heard Mrs. Rachel's name in a while until you just brought that story up. I was like, oh yeah, that's the woman, whatnot. And so it's great. I'm glad to see that she is still marching on, doing what she's doing, and even the fact that she just tried to provide a good time for a child. There'll be no videos, no pictures, no press, no nothing. We're gonna shut them out. We just want to make it extra special. I mean, it's just a shame they wouldn't even let her do that.
Yeah, and those are violating laws. Those are rental laws that they're violating. That's illegal. Oh, yeah. You can't say that you can't rent because of a Palestinian background. That's not okay. That's illegal. So, anyways, but mainstream's not going to cover that part. It's good that she did get the Glamour decided to give her the Woman of the Year I think that's a good thing. But again, it just comes with more critique, more this anti-Zion, anti-Semitic YouTuber. She's called a YouTuber, right? Because when you're called YouTuber, it kind of lowers your level of activism, which she's more of an activist at this point. And she's in education. She's she's a teacher. So they should say teacher and advocate for human rights. Then maybe YouTuber third. That's what I would say. I mean, if you can be honest. But that's Miss Rachel, and she keeps her head up. Craig, you remember we covered her, like you said, it's been a little while, and she was in tears for a moment. She's human. She's gonna emotionally respond to this, and we can only imagine what that's like, having that weight on her shoulders. But this was her right after this incident, and she seems like she has it together, and she's composed, and it's good to see this.
Painful, but I always think about what people in Gaza are going through. I think I also think about what kind of pain I would feel if I knew that I didn't say anything and could have helped.
And that's just a woman with integrity, courage, and no regret. Says that the only regret that would happen is if I didn't do what I'm doing. Then I would regret, because I could have done something more with the following she has. And that's the sentiment we want more people to have. So good on her for that. And then Adam E. Media, he's just awesome, because he always lets us know. Miss Rachel said she'll risk her career to advocate for children in Gaza. I stand with Miss Rachel. There you go.
Awesome.
Okay. All right, let's move on to the number 2 story coming in on Top Censored News of the week. The number 2 story: Hurricane Melissa devastates Jamaica, shows signs of possible weather modification. Oh, you're gonna like this one. Here we go. We got to cover this. We got to cover this story. Here we go. Here we go. This is from CBS. Hurricane Melissa devastates Jamaica, Haiti, and Cuba. At least 28 dead. This is as of today. That number is going to climb, as we know. That's how these things go. People across northern Caribbean are beginning to dig out from the destruction of Hurricane Melissa. The deaths of the catastrophic storm climbed to at least 28 across these 3 areas, and the Dominican Republic as well. Thursday, Melissa was moving away from the Bahamas, and it turned towards Bermuda, where weather conditions were expected to rapidly deteriorate later in the day, according to the National Hurricane Center. Then Hustle Bitch is on the scene, because we could have just stopped there and said that's the end of that story. Actually, before I read this, let me show you. Actually, I'll put this up after. I was gonna show you guys the. Actually, you know what? Let's do this. Let's do the damage. You guys just need to see this, just so you know how bad it is. When we see things like this, it reminds us of North Carolina.
Lahaina.
It reminds us of Lahaina. Even parts of the LA fires had similar overhead shots like this. And on this massive scale, sometimes there's a thin line between water and fire as far as the results go, whether it's hurricane or fire. But
you see the sharks swimming through the streets?
Oh, I missed the sharks.
I mean, the water came up so far on the shore and stuff, on the land. There was a lady like, look at these sharks, and there was 2 sharks literally swimming through like the streets and stuff. Because so much water had come up, and nothing's going to stop 185-mile-per-hour winds. I don't care what kind of structure you have at this point; it's going to get torn and destroyed. So, 15-minute city coming soon to a Montego Bay near you.
That's the story, Craig. You said you 15-minute city. So we're going to look at this again. We didn't do a full.
It was on the list, Matt. You didn't see it. Come on.
We're saying it shows signs of possible weather modification. Well, first of all, where are those signs? We're gonna look at it right now, and then we always have to ask the follow-up question: why? If it was weather modification, why would they do that? So let's take you guys through this and do the job the mainstream media refuses to do. We'll start with Hustle Bitch, because he's on the scene on this one. This ain't just Hurricane Melissa. This is Operation Popeye. That's a quote he's taking from a viral clip which came out of Jamaica. It's blowing up as a local man claims the storm hammering the island isn't natural at all, but part of a U.S. weather control program first used during the Vietnam War to seed clouds and flood enemy routes. Interesting. That seems to be a theme today, Craig. What we do over there is what we do over here. And we're not just talking Jamaica. We mentioned Lahaina and LA, and we're talking 15-minute cities. But hold on. Don't want to get, we'll walk you guys through it. Let's hear a little bit from the local that Hustle Bitch shared out, and it has gone viral. Here we go.
So which one is it? Is it Hurricane Melissa or is it Operation Popeye? Maybe a lot of you don't know what Operation Popeye is, right? A lot of you might not believe that they are seeding the clouds to cause flood in certain areas because, like I said, with war, you need to know earth, air, water, and fire. And this is something that they use also in the Vietnam War 1967, right? Because you can use it to flood certain areas so you can have control over, especially like the trade routes. I know right now Venezuela have a pipeline, you know, with the Russian thing, right? So the real thing that they're not talking about is why all of this military presence in the Caribbean waters. What's happening in the Caribbean waters now? You know what a red herring is, right? So oil and minerals, all of these are red herrings. This is not the reason why these people are going to war. It's just like what happened with Iraq and all of these countries. What they did not want is, it was not about the mineral in the earth. They wanted to install Rothschild's central bank in these countries. So they destabilize them and control them and install the bank. So now once they have control, once they have their banking system in your country, it does not matter who sits in that seat. So as long as there's a central bank in your country, those same families control your country. Doesn't matter who your prime minister or your president or your chancellor is. That's what this is about. And the last country they wanted to get was Iran. They can't get it. They tried to move through Syria to move closer to Iran, but they lost there because what? Russia went inside there. So America had to pack up all their military stuff, millions of dollars, and they just had to run. They not even could have saved their equipments. Those are millions of dollars. So what's happening in Venezuela right now? You think they care about the oil? Really?
Well, this guy seems to know what he's talking about, and Hustlebish finishes out the tweet, saying, "Yeah, the dude he's saying it's too still, it's too obedient. The military ships are crowding the Caribbean, ain't there for aid, they're there for control. Because guys, it's the same place where we're going into Venezuela with all the warships. This is happening right in the same Caribbean Sea. They're not there for aid, they're there for control. According to him, the talk of oil and minerals is just a red herring. The real war, once they have their banking system in your country, it doesn't matter who your prime minister is. Those same families control your country." He warns this isn't about weather, it's about empire. Possum.
Well, I think it's a little bit of both. You know what I'm saying?
A little bit of both. Okay.
I always believe that that's part of it. Listen, when we talk to a lot of our friends who are involved in Tavistock, and they talk about, I think it was Operation Phoenix, where they took a bunch of people in northern Vietnam and moved them to southern Vietnam. And it was part of a social experiment and to see how they would interact inside society. There was still a group of oligarchs and ruling class that said, okay, well, if we move these people, we invade this country, who gets the oil and the silver? So I still think it's just a grab. I think it's commodifying every little ounce of what's going on. Yeah, the banks want to get in there because the bank means ultimate control. But there's other families right below them, thinking of them as smaller cartels or smaller gangs that will get all those other resources as they go in. So, you know, then the 15-minute city, right? Destroy it so you can build it back in your image while you make the money and you then have control. So I like I'm saying, it's every little bit. Right now we have a vulture ruling class, and every little bit of commodification that could happen on every little resource or any little thing is going to happen. And that little small group will get their piece.
Well, let's get to the 15-minute city. If you haven't heard of this, because I just found out about this, but this again, we think about Lahaina, we think about LA, and this is more from Hustle Bitch. He says the smart city hurricane, Jamaica's Category 5 reset has exposed. It's called, the officials launched, it's called Vision 2030, a UN-backed plan to turn Kingston into a fully digital smart city. And now the island is being torn apart by Hurricane Melissa with 185 miles an hour winds at 892 MB pressure. Meteorologists call it unreal, maybe because it is. A storm this precise hitting as Jamaica shifts to AI infrastructure, biometric IDs, and centralized grids feels less like coincidence and more like collaboration. Old Jamaica erased, new Jamaica connected, surveilled, compliant. The timing isn't a coincidence, it's a blueprint. Is this really a national disaster or an engineered reset to fast track Vision 2030? That's Vision 2030, Jamaica. You guys can look it up. It's on, I don't have the website here, but it's not, he's not just making this up. This actually exists, just like the getting ready for the Olympics here in LA, and the 15-minute smart city plan with Newsom has already put that into place. And we know what happened in Lahaina. You and I were both there in Lahaina. We saw that whole thing go down. So even if people want to think it's a coincidence, it's still happening one way or the other.
Yeah. That's the important part. You know, disaster capitalism. There was a book written about that whether it was planned or not, there's still a whole vulture society ready to come in and to grab all the resources and control once the disaster does happen. You know, because in this particular situation, there's going to be people who left that area, who fled, who are staying on another part of the island, whatever the case may be, that will never get back into the one place they once were. And that will be controlled by the real estate developer, whoever that will sell that off to what's going on. So now it's just like in Lahaina, in Maui, right? In Jamaica, in parts of that Carolina. It's very easy for the person to go in now and just start the whole construction on the 15-minute city. It's very easy there. And that's what they want from all cities across America eventually. But they want to blueprint these and start these in practice, right? Like you practice overseas, so the chickens come home to roost. They're practicing in small pockets. So I think you hit it on the nose, you know, because I didn't see a lot of evidence of weather modification. Obviously, he, you know, makes a great sale there. It doesn't seem like coincidence, as all this has been planned, and now all of a sudden it's happening, right? You know, it's almost like in Lahaina, right? The keynote speaker for 15 Minutes of Sustainable Cities, was Governor Josh Green 2 months before the Lahaina fires. I mean, it seems too coincidental. But you know, I'd like to see somebody like Dane Wigington speak about it and talk about it and see, you know, what was going on with the air, with the wind, if there was some types of signals, whatnot, to give us a little bit more evidence that it was a weather modification tack.
And you know what? I agree with you, Craig, on this. I just ask people, if we just step one step out from this story, just take a step back. We have to wire ourselves differently when these things happen and understand that it's okay to ask these questions. That's all. We didn't say in the headline, absolutely. I'll put it up. I'll put it up again. We didn't say this is definitely 100% checks out as weather modification. We're saying it shows signs, and we're allowed to ask those questions and look into it. We're allowed to
should ask those questions.
And by the way, what's the difference between this and if you keep getting your ass robbed, if your car keeps getting broken into and the same shit gets stolen every single time, the same break-in, and you already know that one time it was your crazy ex that did it, do you think you might have that person as a suspect on time number 5 or 6 or 7? I'm just saying, let's have all suspects on the table, and don't tell me, well, you can't prove it right off the bat. You're a little emotional right now. Maybe you should wait before you start coming up with who do you think did it. Maybe the person that's been doing it every single effing time, or at least has shown they're capable of doing it at least once. We have the technology for weather modification. We know we have it. The news used to tell us about it because it was so awesome that it existed. They need to ask this question. Why do we have to do their job? That's my big problem here, Craig. Why can't they say, oh, let's look into this? Oh, that looks weird. Weird timing. They had this. We have the technology to do this. We should ask that question. That's why we have to do it here, because they're not doing it on mainstream.
I think you make a great point when you say it's a question that needs to be had, right? And I commend you for it, because a lot of times I think the issue is some people will say it's weather modification no matter what, and then there's a group that says if you even talk about weather modification, you're canceled. So you have both those sides. Yeah. We should be able to put it on the table. This is like the common, this should have been the common practice of COVID. We should have been able to talk about things. Yes. Why can't we at least talk about this.
Yeah, exactly.
And I commend you for doing that, for putting it on the table. We don't know for sure, but you need to ask that question.
We need to ask the question.
And here's a lot of evidence behind it saying this is what they're planning. So they need an event like that. Is that coincidental? Well, let's look into it more.
Well, this couldn't have led any better into our number one story on top censor news of the week. Coming in at number one, the FBI blocks Tulsi Gabbard's office from investigating whether a foreign power, I wonder which one, was involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. This is the spin as far as Daily Mail's concerned. The headline, at least, is telling us that Kash Patel shuts down Charlie Kirk's foreign intelligence probe, an explosive feud with Trump's counterterror chief. Well, that's he just probably got in a feud, and they had to, kind of distance themselves. The guy must have been totally anti-Semitically just crazy, and Kash Patel just needed to distance himself from this crazy assistant of Tulsi Gabbard. Well, let's look a little closer at this. What's actually happening? I'm gonna friend of the show. I mean that in jest. I'm kidding around, but we have met in person. This is Jackson Hinkle. This is for you, Craig. This is for you. Breaking: the FBI blocks Tulsi Gabbard's office from investigating whether a foreign power was involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. According to the New York Times, per anonymous insiders, Patel has crushed efforts by her closest advisor, Joe Kent, to investigate whether or not a foreign power was involved in the assassination. Kent's investigation alarmed Patel, who believed the counterterror chief was overstepping by interfering with an ongoing FBI investigation. After Patel discovered Kent had gone through FBI case materials related to the Kirk killing, a tense White House meeting was held to discuss the matter. Roundtable meeting between Patel, Kent, Gabbard, and Vance, not to mention the White House chief of staff, Susie Wiles, and the senior DOJ officials as well were all at this meeting at the White House. Trump's administration officials were worried that Kent's probe might provide ammunition to Robinson's defense lawyers, who could get them to argue.
That's what they're concerned about, right?
Right.
That's what they're concerned about.
They're concerned. Yeah. This is what they're putting out publicly. But Jackson Hinkle backs it up with these pictures, and I think that says more than any words could possibly be said by mainstream media on this issue. So that's the story. It's how you want to phrase it, really, is where we want to go with it, Craig. I do have some more materials to show you from the very shady FBI. Do you want to see those, or do you want to comment on this?
Go ahead.
Okay. So the topic being shady FBI handlings, we've seen time and time again since this assassination. Mishandling is a good way of saying it. Just accidentally mishandled, accidentally gave us a text message chain that didn't seem to make any sense whatsoever between the suspect and his whatever trans lover who's now disappeared miraculously. There's been time and time again Kash Patel telling us that he's not actually willing to do the job. Now we have a closed courtroom from press, and any more evidence, he assures us the evidence will be submitted in court, but the public will not see it. Do you want to know what else the public's not going to see? And neither the courtroom will either. Well, according to an innocent attendee at the assassination, and this is why we tell you guys, the FBI is not our friends. They're not working with us. I know Hollywood tells us differently. Hollywood tells us the FBI is working with the public to get just the right evidence so we can go make the raid, make the P. Diddy raid, make the raid on the, on your, assassin or serial killer. We're all working together. Not true. Look what happened to this guy. Sorry, wrong one. Okay, I'll get to that one in a second. Look what happened to this guy from Shadow of Ezra, a witness to Charlie Kirk's assassination, now says Kash Patel's FBI told him to delete his footage of the incident, which could conflict with the Bureau's official account. His name is Ryan Simmons. He says he sent the video to the FBI. Shouldn't have done that. They're not your friends, Ryan. They're not your friends. He was believing he was helping, but was instead told to erase it from his phone because it might trigger PTSD. Agents would later call him to confirm if it was deleted. Simmons says he has now saved and archived the footage on his hard drive. Here he is telling us himself what happened.
When I sent this video into the FIB for tips, I thought I was doing a service and, you know, to Charlie and helping out. So it started off where I got in contact, was talking to someone at the local field office there in my local state. And then it jumped up a few levels. Then I was talking to someone on like the national level. That person had called me back and they had said, because this was your friend, I think it's best that you erase the video from your phone because it's just going to give you PTSD. And then called it another time to ask if I had erased it. That was the first time that I felt like it was even right to post these videos. That was on my other account that was gone and just was removed after 5 years of building it. But so I got a call back and was asked to confirm that it was gone. And again, that's when I started sharing, posting, and saving on many different hard drives in many different places. It's been crazy. It's been rough.
Okay, now I'm gonna back to back that with one more. Now that we've established that the FBI doesn't want to have all the evidence available and they want to tell you to erase it, and we don't want that evidence, and we know that the evidence has been no longer going to be submitted, so the public won't have it, even though we know there's independent people doing the job, and you can criticize Candace Owen all you want or Max Blumenthal all you want, but people doing the job, gathering stuff, guess what? People are sending them stuff because they don't want to send it to Kash Patel because they know how they're going to be treated if they send evidence to Kash Patel. Here is another important piece of information that I can tell you, Craig, by my deductive reasoning skills, I can tell you if Kash Patel has his hands on any of this, he's certainly not going to be giving it to the court or to a jury that's going to be looking at this. But this is also from Shadow of Ezra. Candace Owens releases footage showing Turning Point USA staffer Terrell Farnsworth rushing to film a selfie video moments after Charlie Kirk was shot, prematurely declaring him dead. This is the same guy. He's a very close friend of Kirk. He's also the individual who removed the overhead cameras just minutes after Charlie was shot. And Shadow of Ezra puts this video out, which is the actual, I'm going to show you guys the actual selfie, which is on the left side of the screen. It's a selfie video. He did it literally as they were rushing Charlie's body to the SUV to be sped away with the tinted windows. At the same time, you can see him on the right side of the screen removing camera equipment from the scene of the crime, which we know was bulldozed over in the next 36 to 48 hours. Here it is.
They just shot Charlie. They just shot Charlie. They just shot Charlie. They just shot Charlie. He's dead. God help him.
So I'm going to have to correct my previous statement from a few weeks back, Craig, when I said the very first person to report that Charlie Kirk actually was dead was Netanyahu, followed by the Times of Israel, followed by the White House. I have to correct that now. It seems that this dude, Charlie's close friend, was actually the first person to report on his death as his body was being transported away. Nobody else knew he was dead, but this dude knew. Okay, I will pass it to you, but this is about the FBI. Can we trust them? Why are we not having these conversations? Why are investigations being cut off by Kash Patel? What is he trying to protect?
Well, you got to speculate on what he's trying to protect, right? And I think we've kind of been weighing who stands to benefit the most, right? I think a lot of what Charlie Kirk said now, for people who followed Charlie Kirk, who went to a lot of his events, who believed in what he was saying, they're digging their heels in even deeper now when it comes to what Charlie was said. So more of those beliefs, I think, where a lot of them will push back against and starting to get shunned and starting to say, and even Charlie himself kind of, maybe kind of starting to pivot away from what Israel was doing in the Gaza Strip and whatnot. So I always look at that, who, is going to benefit. But, we've talked about this at several times. Obviously, Israel had a lot to benefit. They didn't want a loose cannon getting out of their hands, someone who was a great recruit for them, maybe was starting to see the light and they couldn't have that. We talked about how divisive it is in America. People really got emotional about this, really upset. So, I mean, who is the FBI trying to hide for? It definitely seems like there's something there. I don't know if we can put our finger 100% on what's going on. And, who knows? This guy, from seeing that, the first time I saw a picture of Charlie Kirk getting shot, I said, there's no way he's surviving that. In fact, I was texting back and forth with Leslie, right? And I was like, and even Les says, no, Pasta, if that was real, he's not around anymore. So maybe what he saw was like, that was it. Oh my God, Charlie's dead. Charlie's dead. Charlie's dead. We don't know. He was really emotional. But at the end of the day, I think we can all agree that the FBI is definitely hiding something from us. You know what I'm saying? They don't want us to get to the bottom of what's going on, whether it be one entity, one foreign government, people working together, whatever the case may be. They are trying to hide something, right? And once again, I mean, look, if we're not going to get full, transparency on the Epstein file, what makes anybody think we're going to get transparency on this? So,
this is the Epstein file is exactly the blueprint. You see Kash Patel going through the exact same situation where he has to maneuver. He has to punch down at people, call people conspiracy theorists if they ask questions, cut off investigation, lie to us, tell us Epstein killed himself, case closed. There are no files. This is exactly what he's doing here. He's saying this is an open and shut case. He's bragging. Craig, I don't know if you've seen him going around bragging about how we did this in 36 hours, as if the public cares about a race, like it's a race to the finish. Oh, thank God you did it in 36 hours. We thought it was going to take 72, and that we would not have been okay with that. No, you're giving us a hack job and acting as if the public demands speediness. No, we demand accuracy. So you're showing us the same signs that you do not care for us to see the truth on this. And then the question is, who are you protecting? And it seems like it goes back to the same place, Craig. And we're not saying 100%. We're saying we have to look at Israel. We have to look at the fact that you can't have that you're literally cutting off this investigation in foreign entities before there's even a court trial. This doesn't make any sense at all. We know that there's something shady here. And I think we should keep our suspicions open on all levels. But anybody that's being attacked right now for doing this work and asking these questions, again, it goes back to our theme of this segment of Top Censored News, is we should be able to ask questions without being called names. That's it. And we need to be on the right side at least of that. And I think we can agree on that part.
Yeah, we definitely agree. And I said right now, the big question for me is, and I think people should have the same question, is what is the degree of separation between Zionist and Western elites? Those bankers, or it's all in one of the same people. I mean, because a lot of times you say Israel has a lot to gain, but so does America. Like I was talking to a friend the other day, and we were talking about a lot of things that going on, and just the outright type of business and money that is transferred into the wealth of Western elites when it comes to these occupations, these wars, these situations. You know what I'm saying? It's off the charts ridiculous. So I think that's the big question we need to ask ourselves right now. How many degrees of separations are there between European elites, Western elites, you know what I'm saying, Zionists? Is it all the same? Do they collaborate together as one zooming one? I mean, it definitely does seem at the end of the day that the Zionists are at the top of that, hill and dictating a lot of things. When you hear people like Ray McGovern talk about the fact that every single member of Congress has something that's being held against them by a Mossad agent, and then you hear, Thomas Massie talk about every single congressional member has an AIPAC representative, every single one. It's not too far-fetched to believe that, that's the top of the pyramid. So, I think these are questions we need answered,
Yeah. Well, we'll round it up with this. This is just, if people don't know this, these Mossad agents love to brag about their control of not just our country, but all over the world. They love bragging about the ex-CIA, the ex-Mossad agents. This one particularly, he's an ex-Mossad chief admitting on camera that Israel has planted booby trap bombs in most countries on earth. How deranged do you have to be to even say this on camera, unless you think you can just get away with it? And maybe you can. Maybe you can just get away with it. Here it is.
Surprises in Gaza. Surprises? Yeah. Like you mean intelligence surprises?
Pages, walkie-talkies. Do you know how many equipment, treated equipment we have in these countries? You can't. You don't. I do.
You mean you mean booby-trapped equipment?
Not only booby-trapped.
And spying.
Manipulated equipment. All right?
In which countries are you talking about?
All the countries that you can imagine.
And not Gaza?
Not Gaza. Not
Nothing
enough.
in Gaza at all.
Did you see that? If we had it, I mean, we knew something about them coming. Something, right? I would have sold them everything. Just everything. I mean, you can't imagine the quantity when I have invented that method. That was in 2002 to 2004.
The pager method.
The manipulated equipment method. Okay? We have already used it. Manipulated equipment. In Second Lebanon War, some of the elements were speaking to us.
How did you use it?
Want a glass of water?
We can get some brandy.
He
could tell you, but he didn't.
I know it's an early morning in London. I mean, I don't think that is the case. But how did we do it? I tell you.
Yeah, they like to gloat about it. So take it for what you want. Grain of salt. But this is the type we see this all. This isn't the first time we've seen this type of gloating of control and power. So not to alleviate we're not taking away any blame from any U.S. involvement in Charlie Kirk. We know that obviously the FBI is guilty by at least by association, carrying it out. If you were being tried in a court of law, you would everybody would go to jail for their partaking in it. So, and that includes Trump, obviously. So we're kind of saying the same thing, but the bottom line is the public's not going to just be handed this information. We have to go find it ourselves. And that's what we should have learned our lesson by now. We have to go find it ourselves. And that should do it for this week's top censored news of the week. All right, Keith Overman.
By the way, I think one comment I want to like to make really quickly is to say that at least, obviously I have my differences with Tulsi, my criticisms of sorts, and there's a lot of things she's done over the last couple of years that have really made me nauseous. Sure. What I'm saying? Like, her talk about kind of providing cover for the Zionists to go ahead and do what they're doing in Gaza by saying that this kind of threat, Sunni jihadists are the worst threat to, United States American citizens than anything out there, knowing very well that we fund the majority of that, fundamentalism, right? Yeah. Even her right now is a more rational, sane head, at least is a better talking point than what's going on there right now. And obviously, Kash Patel kind of lends credence to that thought process that, Israel is controlling so much. Israel killed Charlie Kirk. We're not getting the Epstein files because Kash is providing cover for Israel. He lends a lot of, evidence to that, just his behavior alone. But I will say that even Tulsi's rhetoric right now, and I was very disappointed during her, what was the word? Not her inauguration, but her, when you go to get
the Senate hearing, right?
Senate,
yeah.
When she, backed away from her position from Assad and kind of went along with the war machines mentality and, what she had talked about, when it came to not Julian Assange, but our other friend. I'm just having brain farts all day today. Ed Snowden, right? All that. Yeah. It was very, very bad. It was upsetting.
The entire, yeah.
We saw everything was bad. And, same thing with RFK, same disappointment. And right now, RFK, I think, is more guiltier of what Tulsi's doing. At least Tulsi's trying to step in and do something. And a lot of her rhetoric is a lot better than the administration's rhetoric, a lot better than Pete Hegseth's, the Department of War guy, it's better talking points, and I'm hoping that the citizens do get something out of that. You know what I'm saying? RFK right now with the whole fentanyl situation, not talking about the cause of fentanyl and why we have such a fentanyl problem here, which is disgusting right now. He's just completely ignoring it. You know what I'm saying? I would at least say that some of the Tulsels, some of the Tulsi-crats, some of the Tulsi fans, at least they have something to stand on. However, she's still, in my mind, sold herself too much and is too compromised to ever have faith in her ever again. But I appreciate what she's doing at times and the rhetoric she's bringing to the table.
Yeah.
You know, I hear a lot of military people going, you know, at least Tulsi's putting stuff out there. I wish the president would listen to it instead of listening to Marco Rubio and Witkoff and listening to what's his name? The other asshole out there. Did we mention Rubio? Right? Fuck. I mean, instead of listening to them and listen to Tulsi Gabbard, but it seems like she's getting shut out and put out more. From Tulsi's rhetoric right now alone, it seems like we would have been done and packed up and gone home with the Ukraine-Russia situation. She's the only one that's kind of leaning in that way. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I have to give some credit where credit is due. However, I just won't trust her the whole way.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. We'll take our little wins when we get them. Obviously, yeah, there we go. So, moving on, we're gonna do this story. Yeah, I want to do the mainstream pushing war in Venezuela. Do you want to do that one right now?
Oh, fuck yeah.
You ready? So we're gonna we're gonna call this a real fake news update because they cannot be more fake about their coverage on this right now.
You did a great piece, by the way. There was something that you said towards the end of your interview in RT in the last minute that you really you hit it out of the park. You were like the Blue Jays beating up on the Dodgers. Throw that in. You know what?
Maybe we'll get to that in the real part. We got to with real fake news. We got to start with the fake part, and then we'll get to the real part. So here we go. Let's intro it in. It's a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. I'm here with co-host Craig Pasa Jardula. Let's look at the war mongering happening right now on mainstream media. This clip is from MSNBC during the No Kings protest. They thought it would be a good time to tell their audience about how much we need to get our asses into Venezuela and take out psychopath Maduro, because that's the one part I guess they don't want to beat Trump up on, even though they beat up him on everything else. This thing is, I think we're pretty aligned here, guys. I think we're pretty aligned. So tell us about the next war, MSNBC.
Neighborhood to go after a couple of boats. Yeah. This is about regime change, which, by the way, I think is potentially a good thing, given how Maduro has run Venezuela into the ground, how he stole an election, and the rest.
So when we get involved in Latin America, it doesn't always turn out that.
That's why I said in principle. Yeah. This is like, there's a complicated backstory. Yeah. So we've got to be really careful. It's one thing to oust a regime, and we could probably deal with Maduro, some version of how we dealt with Noriega in Panama, but it's something very different once you've ousted a regime to successfully midwife the emergence of an enduring, more positive regime. Lots of things have to happen politically, economically. A lot of signals have to be sent. A lot of preparations have to be made. I would argue it also ought not to be done unilaterally. We ought to try to find others in the hemisphere to work with us. So in principle, I think the people of Venezuela could be far better off under an alternative leadership. But like everything else in life, it depends how you do it and what it leads to.
And thank you for educating MSNBC's audience. They really needed to know that complicated backstory. So we're making sure we're manufacturing consent of the, I guess it was supposed to be the liberal audience, right? But we know better. We know that they're all for war, and that's your giveaway. They're not criticizing Trump on this. You think they would, because that's their favorite thing to do. Why not throw Venezuela into the mix? No, not so much there. You think MSNBC is the only culprit of this, and that was a one-off? Think again. How about 60 Minutes this past weekend? Check it out.
I got it written down.
Can go, according to a lot of the people that we spoke.
Okay, so let me finish it. Yeah, we're gonna get to it. So what he's saying is these are the three ways. This is the blueprint, right? This is getting everybody saying, what are the three outcomes we can possibly have? And this is a sales technique, by the way, guys. Listen to this. This is a sales technique. You give your customer. The customer is the viewer, the user, right? The user of the drug. The drug is the fear porn, right? The fear porn's the drug. The sales call. This is the sales call. It's your three options. You don't give them a fourth option to hang up. You don't give them a fourth option to call your bullshit out. You have three options. Tell us what those three options are on CBS Overtime. Go for it.
There's three ways this can go, according to a lot of the people that we spoke to, which is he packs his bags and leaves, or he's picked up. There's this big bounty for his arrest, so he could be picked up. That's number two. Or he can meet his maker. It's not a question of if, but a question of when.
And there it is. There it is. Thank you, 60 Minutes, for your due diligence.
Overtime.
Yeah. Good job. We can trust your reporting all the time when it comes to the big bad war machine. You guys are always challenging it. I'm being facetious. Let's get this off the screen. Pasta, go for it. How coordinated is this now? This is seems like a coordinated effort now on all the networks.
You know, you were talking about MSNBC too as well, how warmongering they've gotten, right? They've had ex-CIA and current CIA personnel there, you know, James Clapper, Brennan on their show, giving them shows. Now here comes a guy from the Council of Foreign Relations, right? It's like they don't even care, right in your face. Where's the guy from the Atlantic Council? What's surprising is how a lot of people feel that those people that are on the set with them are still considered left without pushing back. This is crazy. Right. You know what I'm saying? And this is something that Karl Rove, you know, who worked for the George Bush administration and talked about when it came to foreign policy, that he would be able to find a way that all the leftists in, you know, Congress would still be voting for war, you know what I'm saying, and pushing war. And they are there now. They're pro-war. It's a pro-war left. And it's crazy. And, you know, and the word they use, the language is so crazy. They always refer to Maduro as a dictator, a fraudulent election. This is why Venezuela should have had us at those elections. I'm still upset of them for not bringing us there. My friend Gloria Guillo, who I work with, who does uncontrolled opposition with Jeremy Kuzmarov,
yes,
friends of the show, she went and stuff. But, you know, it's the same blueprint, you know, shit on their elections, you know, delegitimize them, therefore you can say it's not an elected leader, it's a dictator. He has human rights abuses, he's ruined the country, therefore you're manufacturing consent to go and remove him. It's the same playbook over and over again. And that's coupled with, Matt, what we're doing over there, when I say the chickens are going to come home, the roost, the Operation George Floyd that Miriam wrote about. These are all CIA plans. They've been doing it for quite some time in Latin America, you know, supporting oppositions, murder death groups. And now they're rising up. They're lifting up the image of the opposition. They gave MCM, right? Maria Corina Machado, the opposition, the Nobel Peace Prize, for crying out loud. I don't know why, Matt, but how they can explain it, that everything is in play. You see what's going on. They talked about a possibility of a false flag that would drag us into war. But I said it before and I'll say it again. If we go into Venezuela and we try to remove the government there, it's going to be worse than what happened in Vietnam. Okay, they have armed militias all over the countries. This happened under Hugo Chavez, the Chavistas, when they took over. They had kidnapped him at one point. They had to release him shortly after because the country was going crazy. They might have started hunging some of the elite, the bourgeoisie over there, right? The ruling class over there. So they released him right away. And now there are sergeant-at-arms and all these villages. They will take to the jungle. They will take to the streets. They will take to the Amazon. They will take to the water. It will not be a rollover. And I think the United States government knows that. The Western elites know that. And I've said this before. It doesn't make a difference who wins the war. It doesn't make a difference who loses the war. Matt, all that makes the difference is the fact that we have the war, because then there's money to be made.
Yes. Yes. And cutting to the heart of it, the way you manufacture that consent is you make it you pretend to the viewer that it is a principle-based ideology, that we're all in this together. It's that we're bringing democracy. You're talking about this horrible Nobel Peace Prize winner. By the way, we actually, Marty, I talked to him. He reminded me when we did our film Tupamato, which is actually on Amazon Prime. You guys can go check that out. It's called Tupamato, Urban Guerrillas, award-winning film we made with Ed Asner, the late great Ed Asner, a few years back, covering this transition to the Maduro presidency and how these vigilante groups that work for the people, on behalf of the people, that are paid through these kind of little money, secret money launderings through the Chavez and then Maduro government, they're able to do the job the police doesn't do. These are the people that are there on the ground right now. They're going to fight to the bitter end. And there's many, many, many of them ready to go. But the reason that I brought that up is because this piece of crap, Nobel Peace Prize winner, we interviewed her during the film, and she was lying to us on camera, lying to us about how the Tupamaros were hated by the people and they were trying to get rid of them. And
Maria Corina Machado?
Yes, we interviewed her.
That's awesome. I
She's
want to
in the
see
film.
that
You
video.
guys gotta-
Put a link to the video.
I'll put the link to the video. If you guys go to Amazon Prime right now, you can type in Tupamato. It comes right up. It's I should spell it out for you guys. Here we go. I'm gonna spell it out for you guys. Yeah, so she is in the film lying to us about how the people are trying to revolt against Chavez and Maduro. And she was very rude. Marty said what she did was she was like slapping him while we're trying to put like the mic on her, like horrible stuff, just being a complete horrible person. I'm telling you guys this because that's important to know the people off camera too. And so we're telling you this. She's not someone to be trusted, but she's going around doing the rounds. She's going around on Eric Trump's podcast. She's saying 90% of Venezuelans right now want the U.S. to come in and overthrow Maduro. That's what she's saying. That is a lie. It's a bald-faced lie. Even if there's a 50-50 split on Maduro, whether he's got his approval rating, that is far different than saying the people of Venezuela are welcoming the U.S. to come in and topple their elected leader. That's not true. It's not true. The newest poll we saw from Mint News said 3%. 3%. And that is not a skewed number. That is an actual number. 3% of the people want U.S. intervention. So she's lying. She's lying. She's lying. Let me finish putting this.
That's something that's never like in the high numbers. And that's a country where there's a strong opposition, a lot of people that do not like the government, right? It's very divided right there, but all these other countries I went to, Nicaragua, Peru, Colombia, Brazil, you know what I'm saying? It's like, they're like, the one thing we don't want is your country coming involved. We want our national sovereignty. We want the right to pick what's going on with our leaders and our goods and services. And this is the thing. If the United States wouldn't get themselves involved as much, they'd have more results for the right wing that they want. You know what I'm saying? They'd be a bigger a group, but they actually turn the citizens against the opposition that's being funded by the United States.
Yeah.
Tupamato.
You guys go see it. We were in their houses. We understood the desperation they got to when you have this element of this American imperialism machine that they're designed to topple a society that has been given free oil or been given these social services. It's designed to topple them. They created 4 million refugees just in the time span of 2015 when we were finishing the film. From 2015 to 2017, we had our debut at the Beverly Hills Film Festival. We won the whole festival, by the way. This movie won the entire top prize at the Beverly Hills Film Festival 2017. Just in that two-year period, there were 4 million refugees we created from Venezuela, from Caracas. Yeah. So that's not stopped ever since. And every administration, previously from Bush to Obama, to Trump 1, to Biden, to Trump 2. They all want to take out Chavez or Maduro because your crime you're committing is free oil. That's the crime. So go check this film out, guys, and watch it. And we covered, honestly, this isn't like they're the greatest stand-up people. They're very corrupt too. Like I said, there was this scheme where Chavez and Maduro are paying them through these secret tunnels and then pretending they don't know who they are. So there's a lot of shady shit, but people get desperate when their society around them becomes desperate. They do desperate things. I think that's the element we wanted to convey in this film. So go check that out. And when we can start looking with critical thinking skills, we see an article like this, Craig, and I think you and I can understand what AP is saying here.
Yeah.
But I think if you fall for the bullshit on 60 Minutes or MSNBC, that this is our duty as the good guys to stop Maduro, you're going to read this differently. So imagine this. I'm going to do a lesson for the audience. Imagine you have two different lenses right now. We're going to read this quickly, this AP article about infiltration of how we're trying to get somebody to, a pilot is going to turn, we're trying to get his pilot to turn on him. So let's look at it from both lenses. One from the lens of we are creating this so we can steal oil and manufacture war, right? Or from the lens that they told you on 60 Minutes and on MSNBC, where they're telling you that we have to stop this guy because the people want it stopped, and there's only 3 ways this can end. So, as AP reports, the U.S. was trying to lure his pilot, Maduro's pilot, into betraying the leader. A federal agent was gave a pitch to Maduro's chief pilot. All he had to do was divert the president's plan to a place that the U.S. authorities could nab Maduro. That's all he had to do. You're the pilot. You just have to turn the plane to a different location. In exchange, the agent told the pilot he would be made a very rich man. Okay. Well, the conversation was tense. The pilot left non-committal, though he provided the agent. The agent's name was Lopez, gave him a cell number, a sign he might be interested. So then over the next 16 months, he tried to have a little back and forth. Now, that's funny because 16 months sounds like that went earlier into the Biden administration. That's correct. This is not independently a Trump issue. This is the U.S. government in general, no matter what administration is in charge, is doing this. So just be clear about that. This isn't King Trump. This is King America, King imperialism. That's what this is. Here's just an excerpt of the texting back and forth. Where are you headed? The agent put. Who is this? He didn't know. He forgot. Maybe he gave him the number. Lopez pressed about what they discussed about the making him a lot of money, and then he called him a coward. We Venezuelans are cut from a different cloth. This is what the pilot wrote back to him. The last thing we are is traitors. Lopez sends him a photo of them talking to each other on a red leather couch and an airplane hangar the previous year. And he says, "Are you crazy?" And then the agent goes, "A little." 2 hours later, Lopez tried one last time, mentioning his 3 children. So this is how nefarious we are, that we're going to go say, "Hey, we know who your kids are. Just so you know, we know." And said a better future awaits him in the U.S. versus what I'm going to do to you if you don't comply. And he says the last thing he texts him is the window for the decision is closing shortly before the pilot blocks the number and says, soon it will be too late. And I guess that number got blocked. And so as we know because we see this over and over, failed coup after failed coup, we're going to have to try a little harder than this. But again, if you're watching from the lens of mainstream media, you're going to think we're the bad guy of this Hollywood story and not the other way around. Craig.
No, it once again, listen, they try everything they can, every tactic, limo drivers, pilots, and whatnot. It's, and obviously you see the slantedness from the mainstream media. It's crazy to me, right? Like there's so many people justifying what's going on, the way we're handling us right now, because they've labeled Venezuela a bad guy. You know what I'm saying? And they are migrants, and they're tied to the illegal immigration situation, right? It was all these stories that were planted, seeds were planted years ago. They're taking over hotels in Aurora, Colorado, and they're gangs on the streets, and they're hitting cops and whatnot and stuff. So everything is justified. And, we said this earlier with the last story. The mainstream media is not going to stop. The mainstream media is who they are. They are the stenographers for the ruling class, and they're simply, Matt, just doing their job.
That's right. We're going to end that segment here. Craig, you mentioned earlier, and I will just tell our audience, if you guys didn't know, we actually both appeared on RT talking about this issue and American imperialism and trying to get in whatever we could. Live, by the way, this is what I got to say about RT live, right? They trust our analysis from the U.S. To go out to their audience because they know that we're coming from that honest place. And I wish that our media, our government could trust us because we get censored by the same government that we are trying to be honest about. And so I don't have time to show right now on this clip, but guys, go check out. Actually, I'll upload. I'm going to upload.
Why don't we just play the 2 clips and stuff really quick?
Well, it's going to. We're running a little behind because we're going to
get okay. I got you. Sorry.
we'll do this.
I mean, you're talking about they trust you. You got bigger credentials. You've been on Moats now. I ain't been on Moats. So you know, for me, they were like, I heard the producer going, "Hey, man, should we just film this and then put it back later?" He's a friend of Matt Weinglass. Let's go live with him. Go ahead. And there I go. Boom.
Boom, man. But this is about building relationships, and you're really setting that example for the rest of us, Craig, is having those relationships that they trust us. They trust that we will step up and be there ready to present in an honest way, the best we can at the time, right? Because that's what we're doing versus what we know about this model here, the mainstream model here, which is just, it's not journalism, it's propaganda. And we know that, our audiences knows that. I think I'm just going to upload that on its own. It's too much because it's like 6 minutes each and stuff. But guys, just check it out. Yeah, I'll put it up on our Rumble and YouTube, and you guys can go to both our Twitters and watch both Pasa and myself, our careful analysis of the American war machine, American imperialism war machine in Latin America right now, specifically in Venezuela. So with that said, we're going to hit the next story because this one is closer to home. And what I want to do here is I'm going to start with this. I'm just trying to set it up real quick. If you want to give one last thought while I'm setting this up, Craig, so we don't have a dead spot here.
No, I mean, there's not much more to say.
Okay.
When it comes to the story we're going to get into, I would say that I was thinking about, and it's so funny because I was thinking about writing an article on it, but like, you know, we were talking about attention spans, and I'm like, well, you know, it's kind of fizzling out. Maybe I should write a Twitter thread, or maybe I should do a TikTok video and stuff like that. I mean, the ways of communication are so different nowadays. I think you'd be more successful if you just did TikTok videos than you did if you would write an article, or, you know what I'm saying? Writing an article and then putting it up with a video in Substack might be a good way to go. But, you know, I was just looking to see if there's any noise out there. You know, I keep on looking at ESPN. They had the one day they talked about it, and then it's been gone away. So nothing.
I gotta jump in. I was looking on our calendar and I skipped. We're gonna have to. Can we do the NBA story after this one and after talking back, and you can come back? Is that okay, man?
We don't need to necessarily do it. That's what I'm trying to say. That
we don't need to do it.
Yeah.
Man, we've been talking about the NBA, and we never actually got you and I never actually got to do it.
Nobody else is talking about it, Matt. It's gone away quickly. It was a nothing burger.
Okay. Well, look.
Poker games? Illegal poker games. Oh my God.
I have to politely disagree with the nothing burger. But
nobody got in the streets for this one.
Let's do this because we're going to do this. This is a more important story. I'll agree with you. Let's agree on that part. The next story is more important right now because it hits us here in LA. Okay. So I have this one set up. We'll talk NBA later. Whatever. Maybe we won't. Maybe we won't because there's too much going on, man. There's too much going on. We can't keep up with everything. But I'm going to cover this one. All right. Are you ready to do the LAPD story here?
Can we take a quick 2-minute break real quick, though, just so I can set my
yes.
Let's just take a quick 2-minute break because I usually got to get mom fed around here, but I can arrange stuff. I just need 2 minutes to go in there and take care of it. And I'll be right back.
Okay.
3 minutes.
3 minutes. You got it. I'm gonna put on this little thing. Okay, go for it, man. We'll see. I'll
wait until
2.5. Okay, great. All right, guys, go grab a drink, hit the bathroom, and we will be right back with a LAPD protest story that we covered right here in LA at Karen Bass's house. It was pretty crazy, and you're going to hear about this one. We're going to follow that up with little talking back, so get your questions ready on Rumble and on YouTube. Super chats and Rumble rants, go to the front of the line. We will see you guys back here shortly. Okay, we are back. We are back. We're waiting for Pasta to join us, and we're going to start this new story. Guys, if you're just joining us on the Homeless Left, we're going all afternoon for you guys. We got a lot more show coming up here. You missed a lot of what we had done already. That's cool. You guys know the deal. You can go back and watch our segments, replay. You can watch the live replays. We keep them all up on Rumble. We keep them, we try to keep them up on YouTube. We've been doing pretty good on YouTube. Our new channel on YouTube, at least, because it's still up. It still exists. Our first one doesn't. First one's gone. That's a shame. Yeah, they told us that it was too dangerous. So the Homeless Left on Rumble, welcome. Throw you guys' comments up there. We see a bunch up there we had a conversation with Larry Sharpe running for New York governor as an independent in the two parties. He's doing it in the Libertarian Party and We the People Party candidate. So that was a great discussion. You guys can go back and watch that one on YouTube. The new channel is THL Presents on YouTube. This one, they're not taken down. So we'll just ride it as long as we can. And if they take this one down and tell us that our conversations are too dangerous again for the community, that words are violence, all that stuff, that we're doing medical misinformation, that we're challenging Israel too much, or whatever their excuse is, or they don't even need an excuse. They can just pull the plug. If they do it again, we'll just do it. We'll just start another channel. Why? Because we'll never run out of names. This one is THL Presents, but it's still the Homeless Left on X as well. The Homeless Left and Matt Weinglass on X. Okay, we're gonna get to this next story right now. Craig told me a couple minutes, 3 minutes. We've definitely hit the 3-minute mark, but it's all good. We're just gonna go. Okay. Here's what went down. Last weekend here in LA, we had some protesting. We've been having protesting all through the summer, all through the months after the summer. It hasn't stopped. What are they protesting? Well, we've seen, you guys know, there's been ICE protesting. There's been protesting for a free Palestine. We know that those haven't let up. The other thing that hasn't let up are the ICE raids and the shutting down, the Zionists shutting down Palestinian protesters as well. This has been going on all summer long. And the Palestine ones all through since last year as well. So with that said, a lot of people here, especially in LA, don't understand that when you have a mayor, a Democrat mayor, Karen Bass, who has been awful on every single issue, that we would hope a mayor would step up and at least try to do something on, whether it's the LA fires, whether it's the ICE raids, whether it's anything substantial. There's actually people in the street that are, guess what? People that voted for her. Imagine that. Democrats in the streets. Isn't that interesting, guys? Isn't that interesting that you would show up to the house of the person you voted for? That's interesting, right? Because we were told you only protest people you hate from the start because they have a different color on the ballot than you have. So no, that's not true. You hold people accountable that you vote for. So with that said, you know what? I'm just going to start this without Craig. Okay. This is the video we put together. Leslie and I were actually heading from another event and saw a chopper in the sky, LAPD, and it was very clear where it was circling, and that was right at Karen Bass's house. So we went to the story, as we say, go to the story, figure out what's going on, and lo and behold, we arrived in an intersection right by Karen Bass's house, and we were shut in by 60 officers in a massive amount of cars, taking up the entire 360 circumference. And what were they there for? 9 protesters that we could see at the time we got there. Nonviolent, of course. Let's see how that is. How it went down. This is the article taken from Reddit. LAPD responded in droves to a protest outside Mayor Karen Bass's house this afternoon against her handling of ICE and LAPD. After City Council turned out the lights on Friday, rather than finishing hearing public comments from people who had been beaten by LAPD on horseback in defense of ICE at No Kings 2.0. A group of protesters showed up this afternoon at the Getty House where the mayor lives. And that is a public house that just like the White House, it's when you get elected mayor, you move into the house. So you're working for the public. You can say it's her private home, but not really. Just like Trump's private home is the White House, but not really. Of course, we're allowed to protest. People are allowed to do that. That's First Amendment. For the record, in LA, it's analogous to the White House or the governor's mansion. The people pay for it, right? We pay for that mansion. And the governor's mansion or the White House or the mayor's, it's called the Getty House. People pay for it, and she'll move out when her term is up. Nobody was doxxed, right? We're not doxing anyone. It's marked on Google Maps as a public sidewalk where protests frequently happen. It's completely legal. While the march had been cheered on by neighbors and community members, LAPD showed up very quickly when people reached the sidewalk outside the Getty House. Scores of cops and a helicopter showed up to handle maybe 36 protesters. At least one person was arrested. No one made threats or did anything violent. They want her to explain why she's allowing LAPD to continue aiding ICE by running interference and violently stamping out protests. We need LAPD to be held accountable for consistently violating court orders, brutalizing the press, and tamping down on the freedom to assemble. And here's a couple of shots. Oh, look at that. I think that might be Leslie back there. And it is because we actually, like I said, we were there. Here's a little video we made, and I'm going to bring Pasta in to discuss along with Leslie because she's here as well. Here we go. Aaron Bass's house right here in LA, and we're actually stuck at this police barricade. As you can see, they got the whole area surrounded. we're actually trapped here, but we're looking at the protesters that are in front of Karen Bass's house protesting the ICE raids and also protesting for Palestinian rights as well.
You're not going to make more than Israel, though, because our elected officials are taking our left. They're paying you. They're paying Israel. They're paying you to be hated for no reason. For no reason at all.
So it's basically taking on the entire corruption of LA and the police system and the military that had been deployed here in LA, amongst other cities across the country.
This has been consistently happening to us since June, where LAPD shows up to a completely peaceful protest, where no property damage has happened, no violent behavior whatsoever has happened, and they just come out guns blazing with the rubber bullets, the foam batons, the tear gas, even horses. And you know, we've experienced a campaign of intimidation, harassment, and assaults and arrests by LAPD for 4 months. One of our protesters got arrested immediately when the cops showed up, and he wasn't doing anything apparent to me.
Did anybody know the person that got arrested?
Yes, we got his first and last name to make sure that he's good. I think they were targeting him because at the last protest he was the one that they ran over, and it got publicized very quickly, very fast, like millions of viewers. So they were definitely targeting him for sure from the jump. Yeah.
Wow.
Why is it 60 of you versus 9 people? Helicopter and everything. Can someone answer me, Officer Espinosa? Yes. Why do I call 911 and it takes 3 hours for someone to respond? Why is it that someone in power calls the police and 60 units show up for 9 protesters?
They put out a help call.
A help call against protesters?
That's why we're here.
Are you proud of yourself?
911 is also a help call. You guys don't respond to that if it's not
It's an emergency. It's emergency response.
Yeah, mine was an emergency.
I don't know why you called.
Mine is life-threatening.
What's your address?
955. You know what? I'm not going to tell you because it's scary. I live 3 blocks away.
Okay.
On the 900 block of something.
So it might be a different division. I don't know. South of here.
LAPD.
Is another division. It's Wilshire Division. I don't know what their call load is. I don't know. This
has to do with power.
We end up on Wilshire and Crenshaw's our cutoff. and then we go all the way to Lorraine, and then we go north from there.
So you're saying
it's Wilshire Division.
So you're saying the people this way, because they're wealthier, have more power and more access to police?
That's not what I said. I said that is Wilshire Division. This is Olympic Division.
So LAPD has different like tiers and what help we can get.
No. Actually, yes.
So the highest call is protesters to the mayor's office?
No.
Because I called 911 for life threatening her house, whatever. We know who lives here. Fuck you if you can see me. We know who lives here. So if my life is in danger and I call 911 and someone comes in, one patrol comes in 3 hours later, what do you say to that, officer?
I can't say anything because I don't know what the nature of the call was or when you called. I don't know.
That's a good line to say that you've been trained to say. Thank you.
I wonder how many calls are being missed right now because you have 60 officers here for 9 protesters who haven't shown any sign of any sort of threat whatsoever, right?
So I don't know what whenever we have an emergency call,
this
like
is
a
a good
for us in our neighboring divisions. So like Hollywood Division will come into Olympic Division and handle the calls from there.
Na. Hey.
Does that answer your question? Any other questions?
Yeah, I guess you have some more important stuff to do now, it sounds like. It's good.
This is where tax money goes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good luck to you guys. Have a good one.
Have a good one, Officer Espinosa.
Thank you. You too.
This is where tax money goes. Yes.
And there it is. Let's go ahead and bring in back to the show Craig Pasa, JARDULA, and our I guess you could say boots on the ground at the event that went down. Here she is, Nurse Leslie, joining us as well. Good job,
Nurse Leslie.
I gotta say,
Nurse Les.
Hi, Craig. Hi, Matt.
Yes, I have to say that was a adrenaline rush to do that. Good, a lot of courage you showed, and a lot of tenacity. And these are the things that make a good journalist, investigative reporter. Which
I was inspired by all those people, honestly.
Yeah.
And I think you saw me and Craig. I was upset the rest of the day.
Yeah.
The rest of the day, it was so upsetting seeing dozens of people in tactical gear with helmets with all kinds of different weapons I can't name show up to the mayor's house over a health call. Ours are health calls too, and they take hours, if not days. I had a neighbor recently who got broken into, and they took 3 days to come here to get a report. It was actively happening. A crime was actively happening, and the police never showed up. They showed up 3 days later to take a report. So, wow. I guess that police officer, I don't know, he's very calm, and he's been very well trained on what to say, right? How to de-escalate conversations. It was really upsetting. Anyway, hi, Craig.
Well, he's also admitting that there is an echelon of priority. He basically admitted that, and it's good for him for wanting to have the discussion. I think he thought he could get you on a few things, but he couldn't. Like you said, it's well rehearsed, but you knew how to how to punch back, and basically you conducted an interview in real time there. Without any prep, because again, this just happened. We had no idea this was going to happen. We grabbed our cell phones, didn't have any other equipment, had no sound equipment. We just made it work. And there you go. This is what's happening. And I'm going to say, and Craig, I want your analysis here too. But I want to say, from our vantage point from LA, this is the first time I'm seeing people engage with us about this story that live here that otherwise hasn't given a rat's ass about the work we've done on this show. I think one of the wake up calls for them is seeing protesters that are lefty protesters,
I think they
protesting in front of a mayor that they probably voted for. And I think it's a completely new concept for them, that you're actually going to hold people responsible that are on your team. And it got them curious, and they're engaging with us now. People that never wanted to give us an inkling of their time otherwise, but they can see something is wrong with this, and it's bigger than King Trump is the problem here. Craig.
Yeah, I mean, these remind me. I think that's the mayor's mansion or something they call it, the mayor's house, right? So because I was at that same location for the Garcetti protest, and some of them got really, really big. Like I'm talking at one point, it was close to 1,000 people outside that house out there protesting, and I think it is a a mixed bag of nuts, right? Like there are a lot of people out there who might have voted just blue, no matter who, across the board, thinking that, you know, that's the lesser of the two evils. That's the party that's going to care more for immigrants and the people there. So they show up because they're mad about that. Then there's a lot of people who, you know, didn't vote for them at all. Don't vote for anybody of power. You know what I'm saying? They don't vote for any Democrat. They just protest all the time. And they're still considered lefties or social justice warriors. And a lot of those people hang out with other people who do kind of capitulate and support that type of power. I mean, this is what they're showing you what this is all about. The police do not work for you. Now, I know there's a lot of conservatives out there who will be like, oh, they're radical left, go into the House. Why don't they take their shit to the complaint department and whatnot? There are other avenues I think we need to step up in. I think city halls and city council meetings all over the place. They take place almost every single day in a different city in LA. Where you have to be given a certain amount of time. Sometimes it's 1 minute, it's 2 minutes. If you bring somebody with them, they can, you know, give you their time. We have to use every single avenue of what we can. But that is just the first step. Getting in front of their houses and showing up, they start to get scared. They start to get nervous. And at the end of the day, you understand who the LA Police Department works for. You know, Karen Bass is going to have a lot to do with approving, you know, or pushing their budget moving forward. And as long as she's an ally to them, they'll be an ally to her, and they'll show up in mass force when there's a small complaint or a small gathering out there. I mean, 9 people, 10 people, 12 people, a dozen people, let's say 20 people. That's ridiculous to have all that force there showing up. And like you said, Les, you make a phone call, they never even show up. That happens every day in LA. The resources are wasted, I think, on the elite, on the privileged, and the everyday average Joe is just frowned upon and is not even cared for. And that's what these events show more than anything. Just look how they show up in force, armed to the T, with rubber bullets and all. It's ridiculous.
Wearing tactical gear. It was an incredible sight, Craig. They were wearing their helmets. What are they protecting themselves from? From
Antifa.
Eggs? From
the radical left.
I don't know. But to add to one of your point that you said, one of the guys that we met, actually, he was one of the guys that Matt interviewed. I think his name is Daniel Sosa.
Yeah.
He told us that they go every single day. Was it to City Hall, Matt? He also posts videos on social media. Like, he does attend these meetings very often, wearing a suit, and he speaks his mind. So they do this in other places, and they're very, very involved. They're big activists, and I think it's a wonderful thing to have met them. It's really cool to have seen them in action, and very cool that we were involved at the end.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that part up, Leslie, because they're very well organized, and just because there were 9 or 10 or a dozen of them this time, they have had, you know, bigger turnouts and bigger outcomes. But I think there's a method to it. And talking with Daniel, he brings a calm to the table because he's done the research, he knows the law, and he educates the others so they know that there's a certain thing you can do, which is you can stand your ground, and there's certain ways you can express your rights, even though you are kind of playing with fire, because as we know, the police, they can take those rights away immediately. As we saw in the video, the guy that got knocked to the ground, he didn't do anything. According to the eyewitnesses, he did not do anything at all. The reason they took him down, it seems like, after asking some questions, he was somebody who had posted a video from a previous event that this group had done, and it had like 1 million people watch it. And the LAPD knew he was the one that posted it and wanted to make an example out of him. That's the best analysis we could come up with, other than the fact that if he had done something, we would have heard about it. There would have been something there, but they targeted him, knocked him down, and they made an example of him. And these people understand that we have rights, and we have to document this and keep people from not going home and hiding in their houses, because they go, what's the point if they're just going to arrest anyone for nothing? No, we have to. It makes them want to go back even stronger. So kudos to Daniel and the team that will continue to do this beyond just this last weekend.
Yeah, kudos to them for sure. And then as we're talking about the guy who got arrested, he didn't do anything wrong. He didn't break any laws, but LAPD will find a reason to have him in jail. They'll find a reason. Maybe he was sticking his hand inside the house's gate, and that's trespassing. So they'll find a reason.
There's no repercussions for them arresting you, right? And like that's the whole thing. A lot of times you don't even get charged. All the charges are dropped, but you have to still go through the whole thing of getting bailed out. There's a whole financial system on it. You know what I'm saying? You still have an arrest record. So, I mean, there's this whole thing on it. And if there's no repercussions for the LA Police Department, and there haven't been for quite some time, they're not going to stop, right? They're going to arrest first and ask questions later.
That's right. And so how many people called 911 the whole hour we were there? And they couldn't get any help. Dozens of people there. My God.
And can we say, why are people calling 911 so frequently here in LA? Maybe it's because we have a massive crime issue. We have a massive the homelessness has gone way out of control. We have drug problems that have escalated. We've seen our own neighborhood, which is just a few. We're in the same neighborhood as Karen Bass, right there. As Leslie said in the video, we're like three blocks away. And this neighborhood, as nice as it looks outside that mansion, that Getty house, we have crime every single day, and the cops are not reporting on it. People just walking into other people's house, just ransacking people's houses, bypassing their own security alarms. They know that the police aren't showing up. That's the other thing.
They know.
The crime is getting worse because they know the police aren't doing anything. So this is how bad it's gotten here in LA. Leslie wasn't just saying it just to annoy the cop. She was telling him. If you guys saw the look on his face, on that officer's face, he knew she was telling the truth, and he probably regretted having that interaction after all. But this is what we have to keep doing. Hey, Craig, before we end this segment, I'll let you get going before we do the talking back. But can I want to show this one. This one we did not upload to Twitter. So you guys, if you're watching us live right now, you're gonna be the first to see this. This is a premiere of one more video that Leslie shot. I did not put into that video that you guys saw because I just want to show you guys because it's inspiring. What happened? I'll set up the shot. They were trying to get us out of there once they unbarricaded where our car was, and they said, you have to move it. You have to move it. I go, oh, now that we're not trapped, now they want us to move the car. Leslie, I stayed, and Leslie went to go move the car, knowing that they were probably not going to let her back in this area because they wanted us out, right? But Leslie figured out a way to maneuver back in, and she filmed the whole thing. Check this out.
Oh my God. Whoa. You scared me with all your weapons.
Okay. Cross the yellow line, you gotta stand behind it.
They told me to move my car and I can be there with the protesters.
No, now it's closed. So you got.
But that's not what they told me. They told me to move my car.
Now I'm telling you that you have to step back behind the.
Can I at least get my husband? He's filming. He's pressed.
You can call him.
He's not going to hear me.
You're not gonna walk. Ma'am.
Can I? He's right there.
No,
the big tall guy.
Get back. What tall guy?
That lady told me I could just park my car.
I'll get him. Go stand over there and I'll get him.
Matt! He's not gonna hear me, dude.
Stand right there, I'll get him.
I'm a neighbor. Oh my God. I live here, dude. This is my neighborhood.
Okay, so the rules don't apply.
I'm a neighbor. So everyone can walk around but me. There's neighbors there. Is it because I'm not powerful or white or rich? You see all the people? My neighbors are here. This is my neighborhood. Can I get?
Have a good day, man.
Bitch ass cop.
Yeah. Let's keep on pushing.
I was hoping you cut it before that.
Sorry. Make sure you have a card to a bail bondsman in your wallet, Matt, at all times when you're with Les. If you're in a different area, find the local bail bondsman. It's just gonna happen.
It was scary. It was scary him running up to me, an unarmed female with I was carrying my phone. He ran up behind me. It was really intimidating. And I think maybe 10, 15 years ago, I would have been like, oh my God, yes, sir, I'm sorry. And I walked away. But you know what? I don't know why I felt brave that day.
This is my neighborhood, bitch ass cop.
I'm really
walking through here. That's why.
And there was neighbors there filming. There were people standing. The neighbors were there standing, filming. Why didn't he want to let me go? I don't really know. I can't.
Because it's just a power thing. He just wants to. There was. So we were at the Echo Park during the COVID stuff when they had these encampments in Echo Park, and they had actually built a community where they were working with each other to keep the place clean, have food. It was during COVID because they had no place to go, right? So now they had to take the park back. And that night, you know, Johnny got in there. He was already in there. They wouldn't let Fee in there because they said she didn't have the proper press credentials. She had an LLC and a badge to her own company and said, look, I have an LLC. I have a YouTube page. By law, per the Constitution, I am a press. Let me in. They wouldn't let her in because she didn't have it. Like when she didn't go to the sheriff's department, get one, or have one of the NBC, CNN ones, like the big guys ones and stuff like that. It's just a power trip. And that's the problem with that position. Many people join the police force because it gives them a sense of power they normally wouldn't have. So, you know, they're somewhat dysfunctional people. They just don't know how to talk to people. So they use their power to try to bully people around because they get off on it. It's a high, you know, and unfortunately, a lot of our police officers are like that.
Yeah.
In no reason, but just to assert his power on you. That's it.
Yeah.
I'm in charge. Leslie,
Do what
you're
I
not.
say.
Yeah.
The cell phone is the key, though. That's the key. He
Oh, yeah.
charged up on you. He saw your phone, and it wasn't just like dangling from your hand because most people like to carry their phone in their hand. You already had it ready. You had it filming. As far as he knew, you might have been on a live feed on Instagram. He doesn't know, but you stuck it with confidence and you in precision with him. You stayed engaged, eye contact. I'm assuming you stayed firm. Hold your ground, and you find. And I love that part how you managed to maneuver and switch positions with him. That was incredible. You just did a little like a maneuver, a little like 180 maneuver with him, and then all of a sudden he's on the other side, and you're like,
"Have a nice day, ma'am."
Yeah,
he gave up. Right. He gave up.
It was
I don't even know. Thank
Bail
you.
bondsman card in your pocket at all times.
Good advice, Craig.
Good advice. I really was scared. I really thought I'm going to be the next one tackled to the floor because I'm walking towards that way.
But your fight or flight kicked in, and it was like, fuck this. The fight kicked in, and it was over the flight. You're like, fuck this. I'm going. This is my neighborhood.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody telling Leslie to do her own hood.
I tells you.
Troublemaker.
I hears you.
So anyways, so that we're going to keep at it here, keep showing the story. But again, I'll say the silver lining of this whole thing is I do think there's new people paying attention that weren't before, because they're starting to understand how protesting works. And Craig mentioned the people on the right. Come on, guys. Well, all the J6ers, you know that was BS. So like, come on, guys. Same principle apply. You're allowed to show up to your elected representatives' place of business, of whatever taxpayer funded buildings. You can go there. You can protest. That's what you can do. And they can call you a domestic terrorist. They can arrest you, take away your due process, but you know who's on the right side of history. It's the people. It's always the people.
Power to the people. Thank you.
Yeah. All right.
Mic drop.
Yeah, mic drop, baby. That's where I cut the segment. So you gotta have a punch, and then you can upload. Yeah, you know where to. You're like, where do I cut this thing? Anyways, Craig Pasta, anything else you want to leave us with? We'll let you go. We're gonna get to some talking back here. I assume you don't want to. You gotta.
No, I'm gonna get going because I gotta get going tomorrow. I'm supposed to do a show with Fee. Hopefully, we get that going and our internet's okay around 12:30. Truth Wire. You know, we're gonna do it Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. We're gonna try to get to that schedule as much as we can. We definitely have a promise to keep that schedule starting in the beginning of next year to go full-fledged 3 days a week. Sprinkle that in, obviously on the show Thursday sometimes with you. Whenever you maybe do a pickup show on a Tuesday, whatever the case may be, I might join you over there. Always like to hang out with Matt and Leslie on the Homeless Left. And, of course, on Wednesdays, Drive Time, my call-in show on WBAI New York. Always fun. Go check that out. That's on WBAI.org. You can listen in live, or you can always call in at 212-209-2877. Thank you so much for having me on today, Matt. Good to see you, Leslie.
You too.
And I'll speak to you guys soon.
Awesome. And go check out Craig Pasta's RT appearance and mine as well. You can go to both our Twitters. Go to Twitter and see the RT appearance. This is what journalism is all about. This is what it's about, guys. And luckily, we have places we can go and you guys to engage with us to help us continue to do the job the right way, as Craig Pasta demonstrates every day. Thanks, Craig. We'll see you next time on the Homeless Left.
Bye, friend.
Bye, guys. Bye, friends.
Bye-bye. All right.
Craig Pasta, everyone.
Yes.
All right.
All right.
Thanks for showing that.
Yes, it was. Hey, I wanted to debut that one because I didn't. It was like kind of a different angle of the same day, but it didn't fit in the video. So I was like, you know what? Well, let's just people know because we all can have that. That's a good. It's a lot of. It's good to have that kind of courage. People with badges and guns approach you. Have your cell phone ready. I love Pasta's advice about having that bail bonds ready in your wallet. But yeah, that's
My
how we gotta be.
gosh, God forbid.
Yeah.
I never want to be in trouble with anything or anyone, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Don't catch people in a bad time. Or you know that phrase FAFO?
Oh,
I
I
can't
keep
say it out
hearing that.
loud because
Yeah.
it's a F around and find out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, comment time.
Okay. Well, let's throw your favorite tag on at the beginning, the little jingle. You love the jingle, right?
I
We
do,
all
I
love
love
the
it.
jingle. Leslie's little jingle. Guys, get ready on Rumble and on YouTube. You guys know that super chats go to the front of the line. Rumble rants go to the front of the line. We'll keep an eye on it. We'll be good on it today. There's two of us, so we'll be good on it today. Okay, here we go, guys. Here's the little jingle y'all like. It's talking back with Leslie. Nurse Leslie RN. We love that. You should. That's good. I like you put RN in there because people got to know you're here to help, right?
I am. I'm just a little nurse. I don't know anything, but here we go. We have what is it called on YouTube? A super chat from that lady. No, what is the YouTube?
No, we do. We have a super chat on YouTube. We
called a
got it up
super
just in
chat?
time, which was we almost missed it because Larry. We had a great conversation with Larry Sharpe, independent. Well, he's running as a third-party candidate for New York governor. Jay Scott and I had a great talk with him, and we got a lot of good engagement on that. So we'll try to do some of those comments right now. But that's the one we got up just in time, right before Larry was leaving. So that was good. I'll find it again here. But yeah, it was. This is the hashtag. This from that Liberty lady. Yeah. Say Larry Sharpe. So we were talking about the rigged polls. Stefanik was rigging the polls that kept Larry off of the poll. It said other. No, it's Larry. Why are you calling him other? So say his name. Hashtag say Larry Sharpe.
Oh, sorry. Did you read it?
Yeah, I just read it.
Okay, sorry. I was reading something else. Mary Ploppins, bye. Have a good day. She was just saying bye. Okay, so I'll start from the top. I have quite a few really good ones, but stop me if I'm reading too many. At 1240, Philip Vecchio 3292. So a lot of new names, a lot of new people that I don't think I've seen before, and I think it's because of what you just mentioned. So welcome everybody. I love Sliwa on the Breakfast Club. Mandani is a classy guy giving I'm saying it wrong. Sliwa respect for not selling out. Adams took the bag. Welcome, Philip Vecchio. Thank you for the comment. At 12, were you going to say something?
Yeah, no, that's that the Breakfast Club's hit or miss. We don't really watch that podcast, but sometimes there's some good stuff that comes out.
Not to be confused with the movie.
Yeah. Not to be confused with the Judd Nelson film. Yeah,
which I love. Love that film.
Sometimes they get some good dialogue in there. Yeah, sometimes. Okay.
At 12:50, that Liberty lady, it's time for a new New York led by Larry Sharpe. Yes.
Oh, yes. I'm catching up. Oh, yeah.
Scroll up.
Here we go. Led by Larry Sharpe, a new New York. He said, you know what? After that interview, I got to say, he definitely made me feel like he could do it. He might be able to do it. It's interesting. Once you understand how the game's played, how they rig it, he's done it before. So it's like we say with championship teams in sports, if they've made it to the finals, their second time, they might do a little better. They know how it works. They know how it goes. They've been there before. They're not a newbie. So, yep.
All right. Next one that I picked, let's see. At 12:58, Philip Vecchio again, 3292. Hippies and the Black Panthers were examples of voluntary socialists. Thank you for that.
Here we go.
comment.
Yeah, there we go. Sorry, I was late on that one. Also, I want to give a shout out to viewer on X who reposted the stream. Appreciate that. Teresa reposted
Thank
it
you,
on
Teresa.
X. You guys can all do that. If you want to repost the stream, it gets out to more places. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and everything in between. Any super chats or Rumble chants are greatly appreciated, guys. Thanks for supporting us at 1:10 p.m. And I don't think I've met or seen or spoken to TTWSUF. I'll wear the mask any day rather than being forced with the mRNA vaccine.
Oh, yes. Yes.
I have to agree with you on that. I know the mask is annoying. I hate wearing it too. But I'd rather wear that than be forced to get one of these things again. And I will be forever resentful and pissed that I was forced to get 3.
Yeah.
So,
well,
with you on that.
In the conversation with Larry, I'm really glad because we prepared some questions for him, and then the conversation got into COVID, and it was I don't think we had prepared for that, but it was we know this stuff. We've covered this. Yeah. We know what happened in New York, and I was able to ask him about how does he respond to that the state of New York behaved this way. They fired these workers. I'm gonna Pamela Drew put this up because I did get that out to Larry. I said, we know 77,000 nurses were fired in New York for saying I'm not going to have this, and then they went from hero to zero like overnight. So
it is tragic what happened to them. So 2 things: tragic, and number 2, they are freaking brave for having done that. Good for them. And I had coworkers at the time going, "Good riddance," and just in disbelief. I can't believe this happened and that my fellow nurses were agreeing with what happened.
So, and let me say this. It was great we had that discussion, and there's probably people that didn't know we were going to be talking about COVID there at the last third of that interview. But it's important because as a libertarian, Larry Sharpe gets that right. He says you should not be regulating our lives. Lockdowns are illegal. Lockdowns take away our First Amendment. Mandates are illegal. They take away our First Amendment. They take away bodily autonomy. He knows all these things instinctually as a libertarian. And so that's good. The part I wasn't able to get with him because we just ran out of time, there's a second part to that where libertarian ideology doesn't fully hold up. And that's the part of how do you regulate the corporations that captured our government to put those things in place? How do you regulate Pfizer as a libertarian? Because a libertarian says, let the corporations be, just stay out of just do what you're going to do, profit over whatever you want to do. I have a right to take it or not. Well, do you? Because it seems like Pfizer could do whatever the F it wanted to. So you're going to have to figure out how that works as a libertarian. How do you put regulations in place for companies? Because that goes against the concept of libertarianism. So so we're going to get into that, but those are good discussion points. I'm sure Larry would have been open to have that conversation because it's an important one. You have to talk about that part. Anyways, that was my
thank you, Matt. At 1:41, I always love reading this one. Citizen pendejo. Matt, you've heard of the word pendejo before?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So it's okay. I love Afshin Radsani's podcast, Matt. The MSNBC personalities should grab a notebook and start taking notes on how you got to interrogate these SOB politicians. Thank you for that comment.
Yes.
I'll go to 143 from Kirk Boss. P5T, America is the world's biggest terrorist organization in the world. We are, aren't we?
Yeah, and that includes NATO. That includes
absolutely
Israel, which is part of. I mean, it's all the Western imperialism. But NATO's the biggest. I think even Noam Chomsky has said NATO is the biggest terrorist organization in the world. So America is the centerpiece of that. It's the centerpiece of all of it. Used to be the UK. Now they kind of took the second seat, and we're kind of the first seat. And you can see it with all of our foreign policy. We are the biggest terrorist organization. Absolutely. Thanks for that.
Thanks for that. And from Kurt as well, I'll read a few just because Kurt had a lot to say and very great commentary. At 144, Kurt says Netanyahu has impunity. That's why there's no ceasefire. It's also a genocide. You can't ceasefire a genocide. If anyone stopped these mass murders, we would have a chance. The poor get poorer. The rich keep killing the poor with impunity. Go Cuba, go Venezuela. Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
what is the world turning into right now? Okay. At
Yeah.
At 2:06, Dump Doll, not totally thought out. Oh, I thought this comment was interesting. Not totally thought out, but I think maybe if we set the max income to be 10 times the minimum income, all in the same boat, everyone would have a living wage. The whole world. Maybe people will not be starving. Why do we have billionaires, Matt? Why do we have multi-billionaires, multi-millionaires? And someone will call you a communist, Dump Doll, or socialist.
I mean, go
It would be
ahead. Call me
insulting.
a communist. I think we should have a cutoff at 999,999,999.
And what do you do with all that?
At some point, you're no longer doing philanthropy. At some point, you're no longer giving back. And that's what I'm saying, that some multimillionaires do good work. Multimillionaires can do good work. Once you get to the billionaire echelon, you're no longer doing good on the planet. Now you're controlling entities on the planet. You're controlling industries. You're controlling corporations. You're controlling media. That's what that type of money does. It's no longer philanthropy. Bill Gates is no longer a philanthropist if he can buy an entire news media outlet, if he can start to handpick people from Columbia Journalism School and throw them into positions to be on camera and do his bidding for pharma investments. That's evil. That's beyond. So how do we get to that point where we have those? That's where capitalism never had those safeguards. And people got tricked into thinking one day we can be Bill Gates. One day we can be Jeff Bezos. No, we can't. Those people didn't get there by being a good person, working hard. That you can get to and be smart. You can get to multimillionaire. I'm not saying you can't do that. You can figure out a way to become a multimillionaire. You can do good stuff. We know a few here in LA. We know a few in the film industry. They aren't psychopaths like these billionaire nut jobs, and they're nut jobs. Mark Zuckerberg's nut job. These people they're sociopaths. That's the only way you can get there, is to be a effing sociopath. There's no other way. The system's rigged for you. You can hide money into. You guys know how it works. Get around the taxes. Even Trump called it out. That's why Trump got elected the first time. He said, "Hey, you know why you're not? Where are the taxes? Or they said the taxes are the Hillary's taxes, and they go, well, Trump, you can't call out that stuff. You have to show proof." He's I don't need my proof is that I do it too. He said that. That's why he got elected. He goes, we're all taking advantage of being this echelon of people, and the system works against you and for us. So he says that's why Hillary isn't coming after me for my taxes, because she's gonna have to show hers as well, and she's just as guilty. And you guys know that. That's why by the way, that's why he got elected the first time. He said the whole system is rigged. And he knows it because he's one of those beneficiaries of that system.
Yeah.
What happened to that guy? He was anti-war at one point. Oh, well. That was before he had become a murderer. Once you become president, you become a murderer. By the way, once you become president, you become a murderer.
There's no peace president.
No. You're
Barack Obama was not a peace president.
You press buttons every day on how many people am I killing today? Do you guys understand that? Like, that's you can talk about, millionaire slumlord, right? That's Trump, this narcissistic TV guy who is a slumlord. You can even call him, if you want to call him racist, go ahead. I don't necessarily, I mean, I could argue that, whatever, but just taking advantage of the capitalist system and slumlording this and F you that and apprentice this, and great, that's fine. No one's saying that's an ideal person at all. What I'm saying is, once you cross over into politics and become a position of power, you're killing people. You're pressing buttons every day and murdering people. Whole different thing. Welcome to Obama. Welcome to Clinton. Well, that's the welcome mat for Trump in 2016, 2017 when he won. It's welcome, President Trump. You're now in the club of the other murderers before you. So we're in Trump's second term. He's gotten really good at it now. He's good at murdering now. Really good.
At 2:07, again, Citizen Pendejo. I think this is what pasta means. Conservatives are always the arsonists pretending to be the firemen. At 2:08, Stumptall. Healthcare should be a human right, I think. I agree with you. Healthcare should be a human right. And there are other countries way more developed than we are, Matt, because other countries give everybody who resides there health care. We don't.
Yes, healthcare should be a human right. It is. It should be. I mean, it's not a constitutional right. I don't. Here's the one problem with the Constitution always being about First Amendment all the time is that there's an insinuation about First Amendment, Second Amendment, Third, that it's unique for Americans, where a lot of this stuff should be for human beings. It shouldn't be because of government. We should just implement it to the world, right? The freedoms of speech, all these other I mean, a lot of these should just be human rights, not just because you happen to be a citizen of a particular country. We should implement it with everyone. I mean, ideally. So that should include healthcare. Yeah, that should include it.
At 2:12, Pamela, good to see you, Pamela. Posted a link that I will save. Okay, saved. That I'm going to check out later. Thank you, Pamela. 2:13, Fuflan 531. Capitalism was always aimed at reducing the overhead of slaveholding. Nice to see you here, Fuflan. Thanks for the comment. At 2:16, Gup1. Greed, violence, and fear, the American way. Should be our motto. Thank you for your comment. Let's see. This one was funny. Huh?
I missed that one. Oh, well. I couldn't find it.
At 2:16 p.m., Greed, Violence, and Fear, the American Way by...
there we go. There we go.
Is it Guppy? Gup1?
Gup1. Thank you. Thank you for the comment.
At 2:18, TTWSUF. I want to know what that means. Can't be helping the brownies. That's anti-Semitic. You know what, Matt? At this point, everything's anti-Semitic.
Oh, yeah. Everything. Any critique. Yeah. You don't... Yeah. You don't have, your critique isn't valid of the thing. You just hate the person you're talking to. That's how it works.
Us going to the protest on Sunday outside of Karen's house, that's anti-Semitic too. Okay, next. 2:19, Stumpdoll. Absolutely horrific to think of children getting their limbs blown off. Absolutely. And if you don't think this way, I don't know what's wrong with you. Seriously, something wrong with people. At 2:20, Gup1, or burned alive, or vaporized by an American-made bomb. Made in the USA. Yep, agree with you on that. 2:25, Stumpdoll. I hear a helicopter. They might be going to Karen Bass's house. At 2:25, quick response if you're the mayor. Or, you know what? If you have power in the city, you'll get 60 cops outside protecting you from nothing. At 2:25 p.m., Stumpdoll. I think USA should attack Israel, occupy it, destroy its nuclear capacity, return its stolen land. Wishful thinking, and set up a Palestinian government to rule the place, because Israel does bad things. They do very bad things. Thank you for that comment. Let's see. At 2:30,
that's one approach. That's one approach.
Wishful thinking in another dimension, in another universe, we would have that. Fooflan 531 at 2:30, but they're in response, I think. But the Rothschilds are the bankers for the Vatican. I didn't know that part. The wealthiest institution in the world.
Yeah, this is what we mean by capturing not just the banks and the media and the entertainment industry and the government, capturing the churches. Yes, it's a thing, guys. The Rothschilds is not just when they privatized the banking system in the early 1900s. They also took over. Before that, they took over the churches. They took over the Vatican. It's so you get the banks, you get the churches, you get everything.
After everything.
Yeah. So it's something that we need to understand that is not going to be taught to us in our education system, because the education system is also captured. So we have to figure this out on our own, as we've all come to find out these last few years.
At 2:33, Citizen Pendejo. Hey, Matt, have I shared with you my revolutionary take? Going forward, the burden of proof has to be on the Jews and their Zionist allies. The default position has to be everything. That's the next one, I think. The default position has to be everything Zionists say is crap, unless they got receipts to prove it otherwise.
I mean, it's such a crazy idea. It sounds so radical, but that's how it should. People in positions of power should have the burden of proof. That's how it should be. We should always be skeptical until proven otherwise. Where do we get to the place where we trust people talking down to us that what they say is legit? And then later, 20 years later, people find out 9/11 bullshit. They find out because we didn't question it at the time. Why didn't we question it at the time? Too soon. Remember that? Too soon.
Too soon.
Disrespectful to the victim. No, it's not disrespectful to victims' families. What the hell are you telling us?
Let them grieve. Yeah.
So this is we have to retrain ourselves to the burden of proof should absolutely be on the people up in the positions of power telling us what's going on. Really? Show us the receipts. We don't believe you until you give us a reason to believe you.
Yeah. And just to give a little personal story, before we met, Matt, me and you, I started to ask a lot of questions. Okay. But now, having known you for a while, for years, that's one of the most beautiful things you have taught me is to be skeptical and to ask questions. So I really appreciate that about you. At 2:37, Julia MR. Hello, Julia. The NBA gambling scandal, in response to your short conversation there, the NBA gambling scandal is not a nothing burger. It goes way deep and cuts across other major sports. It will take time to uncover it all because league organizations will do ever to keep it quiet.
Thank you for writing this, Julia Marr. I have to say this. Look, sometimes we run short on time. You guys know that we have to cut stuff sometimes, rearrange shit. We have, there's a clock that is ticking, and things run over time. In this case, it was clear that Craig didn't mind cutting the segment. I did mind. I knew it had to be done, and I asked him if we could do it another time or do it after, because we did say we were going to do the NBA topic, and he just said, you know what? It's not even a story. And no, it is a story. It is a story. We are going to do this story. If I don't do it today, if we run out of time, I got 2 other stories I got to do. We've already gone to the 4-hour mark, so I don't know what we're doing. But believe me, if you guys are watching this right now, I'm telling you, I'm going to do on the homeless stuff. We are going to cover the NBA story, and it's not essential that it happens at this moment, because I do agree with you, Julia. There's more to this, and it's not over by any means. There is a lot to look into.
This is huge, yeah.
And I wish we had the time today, because Craig was ready to let it go. I am not letting this go. We haven't even go back to our channel. We haven't even done NBA story at all. So our time doing it. We'll probably do it on Tuesday. That's what's gonna happen. We're gonna do this story on Tuesday, and you guys tune into our show, 12 Pacific, 3 Eastern. We are going to cover this for the first time, and we're gonna do a good job. And it deserves some attention. I'm going to leave it at that.
Thank you, Matt. 2:55 p.m. Wits, our friend from UK. Hey, Sam, Israel is beyond reproach. Zionism must be dismantled for the sake of humanity. Yes, thank you.
Thank you for that.
We say that every day. Yep. Let's see. At 3:04, I picked this one from Pamela Drew. My favorite Free Palestine tea has barbed wire with Zionism is terrorism. Exploit little old white lady privilege. Rabbit NYC Zionists do comment or death stare. Some folks say thanks too at Wits. Oh, yeah, responding to him as well. Thank you, Pamela. Let's see. I like this one too. 314 Stump Doll. I like how Maduro offered $50 million for release of Epstein tapes. But that probably finished him. What do you think, Matt?
That was enough. Just added to the list. I mean, you could say it was that. You could say it was him holding up a Palestinian flag to cheers from the crowd. I mean, they don't tell you that part, that he's holding up the flag. Meanwhile, Argentina's kissing ass to the Zionist regime. And what do you get? You get rewarded in billions of dollars. So there's an exchange. If you're going to call out the empire, you get punished. So yes, add this offer that Maduro gave for the Epstein tapes, add it to the list of X's on his name of another reason to coup him or kill him or take him out. So yeah, add it to the list as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, go Maduro. That was awesome that he did that.
And at 3:22, I just want to say hello to Leora W, who was watching. It maybe still watching. I don't know. She says, "Play the guitar, Matt."
Maybe. Hey, when we have a slow news day, I might get the guitar out. All right.
We'll just get that thing out and
when we have a slow news day. I don't know when that'll be, but it certainly isn't today. I'll tell you that it certainly isn't today. But
let me finish up with some of these. Wits again. Towards the end. like 20 before the end. I've seen a clip of this. This is from the Sunday debacle outside of Karen's house. I've seen a clip of this. Well done, Matt and Leslie. Thank you. But well done to those protesters. My God. And you know what? They look very, very young. I don't know, college students, Matt. What do you think? But good job on them. We were just there to capture those moments and then protest with them. But wow, good job to these people. And now we're friends on social media. Really cool to connect with them. Pamela says they are public servants. Time to remember the job description. Well, I think they forgot that, Pamela, right? Bang that overtime pay, Pamela says. Yeah. When we need them, when we call for their help, are these people just like sitting around waiting for protesters to show up somewhere? I don't get it. I really don't get it. Let's see. Thank you, Pamela. Mary Poppins, thank you. Wits as well. Wits says following the orders. Yes. I like this comment from Mary.
Wait, can I say following the orders?
Following the orders.
Love it.
Thank you. It's Mary Poppins. It makes good PR for 30 years in the future when they have to demonstrate how dangerous the public got with their, what is it called, the megaphone, with their megaphones and Palestine. There was this woman there that was holding a Palestine flag and the Mexican flag. Do you remember?
Oh yeah, no, I got a little clip of it in the video. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
well,
thank you for that, Mary.
That part's important. That this wasn't just, and I know on the Reddit article it said this was about protesting ICE, but it was also for Palestine. It was combined, and we saw that shot of the two flags being held up because it's all in the same vein. It's all the same. It's all challenging power, and specifically that person that was calling. I don't know if you guys heard that part where that protester was calling out the police and said, "You're funded by Israel. Israel is who's paying you. You understand that you're training everything. You're doing this for a foreign nation that is occupying and committing genocide. You're doing that as you're here taking orders to lay it down before ICE gets here and does their raids. And it's all connected, man. The police with ICE, with Palantir, with the military, with the IDF. It's all connected, man. So you can't be for one and be skeptical of the other. You got to be skeptical of all of it. The only free pass I'll give you is if you are yourself a sociopath and you're good with all of it. I'll be like, okay, man, you like all of it. You like the IDF. You like the LAPD, the NYPD. You like ICE. You love Palantir, the military. You love all of it. You know what? I'll give you a pass because at least you're consistent with your psychoticness about what you like. That's it. But if you're picking and choosing in there or trying to educate you, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
Thank you, Matt. And just a few more and then I'll be done. As always, thank you, Mary, and with so much support from you guys. Definitely mask over backs. Eat the rich, yes. Which says we have more in common with homeless people than we will ever have with the billionaire predator ruling class. Yeah, I agree with that too. We sure do. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. Question everything always. Yep. So Opossum King, which is like one of my favorite names on this. Who owns DraftKings? That will tell you who owns Las Vegas Sands. Thank you, Opossum King. You got something there.
Yeah, I don't think we're allowed to say who owns them without being called an anti-something.
Mm-hmm.
So we can't say that. Only they can say that they own things. We can't say they own things.
Yep.
Yes.
Please protect power, not people. Yep. Sam, you are right. And thanks for tuning in. Go eat me, baby. Slow News Days are Sunday at 1 p.m. with Steve.
That's
all right,
an actual show. Yes, that's a podcast with Steve Poinkin. It's called Slow News Days. And we didn't mean to steal the name. Trademark, right? Slow News Day. Trademark. but we meant when things were slow, maybe I'll whip out the guitar. We'll see. We'll see. That should do it for Talking Back with Nurse Leslie, RN. Thank you so much for doing this with us today.
You're welcome. Always a pleasure.
Happy Halloween to you and everyone else.
Happy Halloween, guys. Be safe out there and have fun. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Have fun. Have fun.
Okay. See you later.
Bye, guys.
All right. All right, guys. I was debating. We had 3 stories to go. I already made a point. I made an executive decision that our NBA story will be next week. That leaves us with the 2 ones remaining, and we're already at the 4 hour 15 mark. Wow, that's a long show. Okay, we're gonna bust them out. We are just gonna do it. We're just gonna bust them out. So here's what I'm gonna do. I got a funny ass commercial for you guys. I'm gonna put on. Gonna set up the last 2, and we're gonna whip them out. And we're gonna, probably call it a 5-hour show today or less. We're gonna try and get it before the 5 hours hit. Okay, that's our goal. That's our goal today. Here is a funny ass. I gotta give the credit to the right. It's called Jake TV, and they have some breaking news for you. It's they used a lot of AI, and it's really funny. And sometimes we gotta laugh at this stuff, guys. Sometimes we gotta laugh. Okay, here you go. We'll see you guys back here in a few minutes. For another segment of We Know What It's Not and Loudest Voice of the Week coming up with you guys in just a few minutes. Here we go.
This morning, we found more on the Charlie Kirk situation.
Oh, wow. Did they finally admit it was an exit wound?
Not quite. Let's ask our investigators at Jake GTV News.
Good thing normies don't know how strong a 30-06 is, but here's Terry Farnsworth, the dude who took the SD cards, voted sketchiest character of the month. You guys have got to see this.
Okay, so not only does he take the SD cards and refuse to give it out, he was taking a selfie video and the first to pronounce him dead. Like, what the heck? Just ask Candace.
But this second close friend of Charlie chose to run just a few yards away up to a grassy knoll to take out his phone. A couple of seconds later, he takes out his phone and he begins recording himself.
They just shot Charlie. They just shot Charlie. They just shot Charlie. They just shot Charlie. He's dead. God help him.
You're probably thinking out loud, what the F did I just watch?
What the F is right.
Okay, so let's get this straight. He was the camera guy, but who hired him?
Definitely not Israel. Like, definitely not.
Yeah.
The chief of staff, Mikey McCoy, was in charge of the setup and seen mid-call walking away just as Charlie is shot. Check it out.
Thanks, Ching Chong. Okay, so there he goes. He's already on the phone call. He's just walking off.
Exactly what they said. It's a closed case. We may not have any confession or evidence, but this is what Charlie would have wanted.
Noticing is antiseptic. Back to you, John.
Great point, Tiffany. This would also be a great time to remind us who we can't criticize. Steineberg, take it away.
Thanks, Goyam. Now, according to my Talmud, you can never undermine our right to rule over you, and if we get caught lying, refer to the pizza cost. It's not easy being chosen.
Thanks, Steinberg. Ever since Kash Patel covered up the Epstein files, we knew we could count on him for this.
What a remarkably efficient cover-up.
Right, Candace?
Regarding Kash Patel showing his face there, I legitimately do not know how these people do it, okay? I would literally die from shame. I would pass away right immediately from shame before I would show up to that event if I was Kash Patel.
That's absolutely based, Candace.
Straight up, this just in. Shapiro Steen said you're not invited to our news program and stop questioning the FBI.
Yeah, it's definitely Tyler. Like, definitely. Case closed.
It's an honor to be here with you today as the 9th director of the FBI. I want to provide by providing a briefing into the tragic assassination of Charlie Kirk. We were able to extract video from the campus feed. A few hours later, that suspect was in custody, pursuant to the interrogation of the suspect's own father, who stated, "When I saw that video that you released, I recognized it was my son, and I confronted him, and he was handed over to lawful law enforcement authorities."
Is this a new breed of human that I don't know about? Where you feel nothing, there's just nothing. It's like a Josh Hammer thing. They don't feel any sense of shame at all, and they can just go, 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 go. I truly don't understand it because I have to be a different species from whatever that is. I would melt. I'd rather melt into the floor than show my face, knowing how badly I was dropping the ball. The whole world was dropping the ball.
Shut it down, Candace. Shapiro Steen, shut her antiseptic butt back to the safari.
Just because we fired you, Candace, doesn't mean you can come back and spread your antiseptic journalism. Spiritual discernment gets you absolutely fired in the real world. Now, back to you, Goyam.
Finally, the adults are in charge, and it's going to be the most transparent administration ever. Except on the Jeffrey Epstein stuff or the Charlie Kirk stuff, who was a friend of the administration.
Shut it down, Candace! You think you come onto my show and spread your antiseptic rhetoric? You obviously haven't heard of Jackie. Ha ha ha, you're so cooked.
Oh no, producer Berg's cranky again.
Yeah, personally, I think Charlie got JFK'd, but what do I know?
I think it was more like MLK Jr. because we're too busy saying, I have a dream.
That's a funny joke, Rebecca. Why don't you pack your things and head outside? Producer Berg is waiting for you with a pager. Now, Goyam, I want you to meet Daisy. Daisy, welcome to the team.
Israel is our greatest ally.
Holy wow, when did we hire you?
The USS Liberty and Holodomor was a figment of your imagination.
Yeah. Oh, great. Degeneracy. We're no better than them. Anyway, if you're not following Jake GTV by now, your parents were popping Tylenol like Skittles. You're retarded. Okay, so there he picks up his phone.
He's already on the phone call.
He's just casually walking off.
But the virus stops with every vaccinated person.
But this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
The conspiracy theory about this related to vaccine, you're right.
We had to really move at the speed of science.
Doctors are baffled. They're looking into it. The rest of us have to just be patient and wait and wait and wait until hopefully we'll get answers one of these days. But until then, one thing we can be assured of that we know 100% with total certainty, and that is we know what it's not. News today out of the HHS, the senior advisor to RFK Jr. has been fired. This looks like it could have been the start of a coup inside of MAHA. We need to look at this a little closer here. So here is the news that came out. His name is Dr. Stephen Hatfill. Here's the story reported by Lindell TV. Breaking, Dr. Stephen Hatfill has been fired from the HHS. He was a senior advisor to RFK Jr. on pandemic preparedness. He's been officially terminated. He was the driving force behind ending over $500 million in funding of mRNA development through BARDA. Now, we covered that when that happened, and we'll tell you guys, yes, the funding got cut. Yes, it's worth a little mini win. Nobody got arrested. Nobody went to jail. The money probably, as we know, actually got moved to smaller entities. I don't want to say independent, but not Pfizer. It went to smaller drug companies that were able to make investments using that money into their products. So it was still something that was a little shady, but certainly a good move that he was able to get that $500 million cut. Well, he's gone. The other thing he did was Dr. Stephen Hatfill pushed for real therapeutic options during COVID, like hydroxychloroquine. He was the one pushing for this. This is the guy that got we know the brother of the doctor who actually got to Trump and got him to try hydroxychloroquine, and then his team decided to change his mind, even though it worked. Trump said we can't do this because we need to be pushing Operation Warp Speed. Anyways, you know the rest of the story of that one. With that said, this was the guy that was trying to get the hydroxychloroquine out there to the public. So, and of course, he's talked about removing the mRNA vaccine altogether. So why was he fired is the question. Sources say Stephanie Speer, who was RFK Jr.'s principal deputy chief of staff, she's who we communicated with to get on lists and into events with RFK Jr. She said, she might be behind the ouster. That Stephanie Speer herself might be on board with this little coup attempt. I don't even want to say attempt, but it would be a possible successful coup if in fact this was something that happened, that she might have spearheaded by Stephanie Speer, forgive the pun, along with other firings inside there. So there's other people that got fired as well. One of the quotes that Dr. Hatfill has been known as saying is that he said getting rid of these mRNA vaccines was truly how we make America healthy again, which a lot of people voted for Trump for that particular reason. The people who tried to end the pandemic cartel are being eliminated from within, unfortunately. Here's a If you guys don't know Dr. Stephen Halfel, here is just a clip of one of the things he had been pushing to help make America healthy again, who no longer has a job.
Breaking news here on this Tuesday, The Absolute Truth. We have learned that Dr. Stephen Halfel, a special advisor at the Health and Human Services Department to Secretary Bobby Kennedy on the subject specifically of pandemic preparedness, has been fired. Dr. Hatfield was a key figure behind Kennedy's decision to end grants totaling in the millions of dollars to BARDA to develop more mRNA technology. He also served in Donald Trump's first administration, during which he promoted the use of hydroxychloroquine to treat the COVID-19 virus in the early months of the pandemic. Now, when Dr. Hatfield joined this show back in August, he talked about the ultimate goal of the administration for what he was with, the Strategic Preparedness and Response Office. And here's what he said. Watch.
Our goal at ASPR is readiness and response. This is truly getting rid of these messenger RNA vaccines was truly make America healthy. Yeah, there's some press releases, and I've written several papers. It's with Miss Spear at the moment, but going into more detail and with some references. If it's electronic, you can click on it. It'll take you right to the paper.
So there's clearly some nefarious stuff going on within MAHA. This isn't the first time we've seen this kind of activity happening, but from behind the scenes, or at least a suspicion of it. And make no mistake, we still have mRNA on the shelves. It's not going anywhere. It's still there. And meanwhile, Trump is making deals with Alfred Borda, calling him a hero, somebody who put humanity ahead of profit. And he said that right in front of RFK Jr. on camera. I mean, talk about putting salt right on the wound. That's where we're at now. So if you guys still haven't given up hope, I don't scold you for that. You still have hope that something's happening, that RFK Jr. being in there is going to do anything, any sort of good. Okay. I won't scold you for it, but understand this, like the dreams of taking health back from the corporate capture, those dreams have basically faded. As long as this thing, the mRNA is still part of the lexicon of pharma practices and is still available, even if it's not mandated, it's still on the shelves. It's still something that people are prescribing to, and pharma is able to make money off of it, off of poison that is available for us. That's not, we haven't done the job. The job is not done, and it might not ever be. And it might be part of the fact that you have to make compromises to get into positions of power. So with all that said, again, if there's many wins along the way, we'll take the wins. Otherwise, we'll let you guys know when these news like this happens, because it's unfortunate. This is a guy who clearly wasn't fired for doing a bad job. He was fired for trying to do his job. And that's the unfortunate reality this week. Now, as you guys know, when we do the segment, we know what it's not. We always want to leave you guys with completely unrelated information, has nothing to do with this topic, but we thought you should know that there's been a few incidences, let's say, this last week. We're just going to go through a few of them randomly, and just to let you know, these incidents occurred. Again, nothing to do with what we're talking about as far as mRNA, this poison that's been on the shelves. It's still on the shelves and available to inject into our bodies, and we still don't know the full outcome of that effect of it being inside our bodies. Anyways, here we go with the first incident. Singer Vanessa Rijos dies aged just 42 after drawing her final breath in the hospital. Singer Vanessa Rijos tragically passed away at the age of 42 after a fierce battle with a rare and aggressive form of lung cancer. The star breathed her last on Saturday night in a private hospital in Brazil, Recife. We've been there, actually, where she had been undergoing treatment for her condition. She leaves behind a 16-year-old daughter, and her death was announced on her official Instagram page. Very tragic indeed. Aggressive and rare form of lung cancer. Next, we have from People reported that Fresh Prince of Bel-Air child actor Floyd Roger Myers Jr. also dies at 42. Interesting number, 42. Myers, according to people who appeared as a young Will Smith in the sitcom, reportedly died in his Maryland home early Wednesday morning. The actor died of a heart attack. October 29th, his mother, Renee, told TMZ. She shared she just last spoke to her son hours before he died. Myers had previously experienced, here we go with the previous conditions. What was his previous conditions? Well, he previously experienced 3 heart attacks in the last 3 years. Interesting. I'm not going to get out a calendar. I don't care. I'm not looking at the calendar. If you happen to know what year 3 years ago was, then you know. I'm not going to think about it. I don't want to think about it. I just know that when they tell us he had previous situation, previous conditions, that's all I need to know. I'm not going to try and line this up on a calendar. That would might not be good for me to do that. So we'll just move on. Previous conditions. It's unfortunate. Condolences to his family. Next one, Marvin Brown. Oh my gosh, also died at 42. That's a interesting number. Tributes pour in as former footballer dies after cancer diagnosis. This is from Daily Mail. Former footballer Marvin Brown has died age 42. The ex-Bristol City star of England Youth International was receiving end-of-life care after being diagnosed with an aggressive form of terminal cancer earlier this month. I can't even pronounce this cancer. It was aggressive. It's called cholangiocarcinoma, something like that. That's a long one. That's about 10 syllables. That's a long one. The cancer of the bile duct. He had been diagnosed with a number of different medical conditions previously, including ulcerative colitis. Oh my God, I am not pronouncing these right. Rare liver disease, and was treated for colon cancer in 2022. Also 3 years ago, apparently. Okay, next one. Barstool Sports personality Cody B. Frankie dies at 31. Entertainment Weekly reports he's a popular golf content creator for Barstool Sports. Former PGA professional dies at 31. Is announced on Monday on the Instagram page of Barstool Sports. We are beyond devastated to announce that our good friend and cherished Barstool Sports colleague, Cody B. Frankie, passed away from a sudden medical issue over the weekend. The post read over a black and white shot of a smiling Frankie. Tragic news. Tragic news. Let's see a couple more. Influencer Kayleen Bradshaw dies at 21 after documenting rare stage 4 cancer journey on social media from people. Kayleen Bradshaw, influencer, died at 29 after documenting her life in another rare cancer journey on TikTok. According to her GoFundMe page, she was diagnosed with stage 4. Not going to try to pronounce it again, but it's the same one the other person had. Same one. Rare bile duct cancer. Typically affects people over the age of 50. Typically. But apparently it's affecting 29-year-olds now. In a YouTube video posted earlier this year, Kaylin said her symptoms started in October of 2024. That's 1 year ago. Next, we'll end with this one. Influencer Ben Bader dies at 25. Miami-based content creator Ben Bader has died. His girlfriend Reem shared on Monday. The influencer, known for his lifestyle content and financial coaching course, reportedly died October 23rd from a as of yet still unknown cause. They're looking into it. So that's all we know for now. So like I said earlier, what we know on this show is doctors are baffled. They are looking into it. We just have to be patient and just wait until they come back with the news. Until then, however long it takes, until then, rest assured, we know for a fact, 100% without any doubt, total certainty, we know what it's not. Okay, guys. If you just joined us, we're at the tail end of the show. We're going to close things up here in just a second, but I have to do this one last segment real quick because it's one of our colleagues that had a viral video blow up, and it was for a very good reason. So let's go ahead and do this week's loudest voice of the week. Here we go. It's the loudest voice of the week. This week, it's a viral video, but this one's a unique kind. We're talking about calling out Zionism, calling it out on camera. You guys know, who've been watching the show, you know that Michael Rappaport, a known Zionist, complete scumbag, he has voluntarily shared multiple times over the last 2 years of genocide, multiple sharings of disgusting videos, Jewish supremacy videos, entitlement videos, mocking Palestinians, mocking protesters, like a total psychopath. What happens when fellow journalist, friend of the show from Due Dissidents, Russell Dolabar, runs into Michael Rappaport in New York at an anti-Mamdani event, which very, very few people showed up to, by the way. Michael Rappaport looked pretty unhinged at the time, probably was expecting more people there, not to mention more fans, although he hasn't come to terms yet that he's become a C-list actor, if not a D-list actor at this point. Watch what happens when Russell Dolabar, fellow journalist, goes up to Michael Rappaport and confronts him. Let's see how Michael Rappaport responds.
What did you mean when you said we got to take out Mamdani by any means necessary?
Vote him out.
Vote him out?
You can't win.
Do you feel that language suggests violence to some people?
No. I feel like it suggests violence to people like you. I'm not a violent person.
Okay, hold that thought. I'm not a violent person. Remember that, because you're going to need to use that later in the video. Michael Rappaport says, I'm not a violent person. Okay, go on.
Okay.
Don't try to exploit me. I do the fucking exploiting.
You do the exploiting?
I do the exploiting, asshole.
I'm asking you a question about something
I do the exploiting. I do the exploiting, little guy. You see that?
Okay.
I got the big following. You got nothing. Right. I do the exploiting.
Who are you exploiting?
I'm exploiting you.
You're exploiting me.
I exploit
How
you.
So?
I do the exploiting.
So how do you feel about the videos that come up on TikTok and X?
About what? Hamas shooting people in public? I think that the
Palestinian children.
I think the videos. I think the videos that come up on social media of Hamas killing civilians is disgusting. The videos of the Hamas killing children in the street, killing civilians in the street is disgusting, especially during a ceasefire. Are you a ceasefire guy?
Ceasefire?
Yeah, are you a ceasefire?
Do I support the ceasefire?
Are you a ceasefire guy?
Yes, are you?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Of course, but I don't hear you happy about it.
Well, of course, everyone's happy about it.
Are you?
If
Are you
Israel would
Jewish?
honor it.
Are you Jewish?
I am Jewish.
How do you practice your Judaism?
Look at him trying to find an angle. He's trying to find an angle, but Russell, as we know, you guys know Russell, he's very calm dude. He will never take the bait from this aggressive psychopath. But he's look at him looking for an angle with him. This is good. Keep your composure there, Russell. But he doesn't need my advice. He's good at it.
Judaism.
What do you mean?
You don't know what I mean?
Well, how do you practice?
How do you practice your? I'm asking the questions.
No, I'm asking you.
No, I'm asking the questions.
That's
so
funny.
What about the ad that said Israeli snipers have been shooting children?
No, they are not.
Don't even talk. You got enough content.
Okay, pause in there. This is where he gets physical. Right here. Grabs the microphone and throws it to the ground as it's recording. Look at that. Look at that.
You got enough content. I grabbed him. Yeah, I grabbed him.
You're going to actually trust them what they
You got
discuss
enough.
about
You got enough
Jews?
content. Go on. Before it gets worse.
Before it gets worse?
Yeah. No, I'm telling you, it gets get worse.
Yes, you're threatening him. If that's a threat, that's a threat. All right, on camera. He's scrambling now. He's scrambling to get out of it.
How are you?
I love what you're doing.
Good to see you. I've ever been in. So that's when I started.
Up. Now he kicks the camera tripod.
Hey, what? You kicking my tripod? Michael Rappaport is a violent guy, man. He's attacked me today. He's making violent threats against my bounty. Do you think your behavior online is spreading anti-Semitism, Michael? You think you're causing anti-Semitism? Came here peacefully. Everybody came here.
Okay, so the reason this video is important is it went viral, and the reason why this means this is important is because Michael Rappaport, for the first time, is not continuing to attack online Russell Dolibar, which is weird because he attacks everyone. He attacks Blakely. He attack anybody who comes after him. He just doubles down. That's his style. He doesn't let up. Why is he not going after Russell Dolibar after the fact? This video blew up. He knows it has. It's got millions of people have seen, or a million people have seen it. The reason Rappaport is not continuing to attack Russell Dolibar online is because he knows that he is crossing the line of criminal behavior here that he can be sued for this. Absolutely. And it's something that I know Russell's gone on. He has gone on with Kit Cabello on Harlan's Media. He's explained that he might be considering this. Might be considered not because he needs a loss. He needs to beat Rappaport in court. It's because it sets a precedent for others out there, other journalists who run into this similar situation, getting attacked, literally physically assaulted by people claiming to be this chosen one. We're in the right. It's Hamas this, Hamas that. Physically attacking. Who's doing the physical attacking? Well, it's Michael Rappaport in this case. And there's a reason he's not continuing to go after Russell. So that means that in independent media, we're doing something right. And Russell Dolibar sets a bar that's pretty high for the rest of us to say we maintain our composure, we maintain our resilience and our calm, because at the end of the day, the people themselves, the Rappaports out there, the Zionists out there, the psychopaths out there, they're going to expose themselves. You don't need to push them to do it. They will voluntarily show us how psychopath they are on their own. You don't need to push them. So great for Russell for setting the high bar for the rest of us. And if it goes to court or if it doesn't go to court, we got the power now. And that's why Michael Rappaport is silent now for the first time we've seen in 2 years. He's quiet. And that is why Russell Dolibar and Due Dissidents gets loudest voice of the week. Okay, guys, that wraps up the show for today. We almost hit that 5-hour mark. I wanted to cut it right before. And I think I did, because we did actually get a little late start, but it was a loaded show. Great engagement with you guys. I want to thank our guests, Larry Sharpe, running for governor out of New York. Go check him out, LarrySharpe.com. Our co-host today, we had Jay Scott. Excellent work from Jay Scott today. We the People Party. We had Craig Pasta Jardula on with us. Great job from Pasta. Thanks for your hard work on the ground. And of course, Leslie was on with us, Nurse Leslie, covering the activities, the action right out here in LA, going to the story, which is what we like to do. When we can't do it, we report from here. When we can, we always go to the story. And we appreciate all of you guys for tuning in on all our platforms today and your engagement. And I'll try to throw up a few comments on the outro, but that should do it for today. For the Homeless Left, our Halloween show, which was these are scary times we're living in, guys. Have a great holiday. It's not a holiday, but it's Halloween, so just be careful out there. Just hold people in power responsible, hold them accountable, be safe, and always use your critical thinking skills over your tribal goggles. Take those tribal goggles off, guys. Throw them in the trash. Put those critical thinking hats on. Moving forward, that's how we have to be in a non-tribal way, non-tribal approach to news, non-tribal approach to life. And always go at the world with the 3 things we say: principle, courage, and conviction. That's it for today. I'm going to leave you guys with a little AI video, Trump 2028. Ooh, more fear porn for you guys. Interesting enough on the outro, and we'll see you guys next week. Free Palestine, power to the people. And I'll say it one more time, guys. Free Palestine. We're out.
first place in this category. Everyone loves us. They made us great. We didn't deport them, we erased them. We made America great.
And that was the end of the first phase of democracy as laid out by the Founding Fathers, and the beginning of the healing.